Makati Productions present an original Star Wars story. The Old Republic, Rogue Jedi. The Hidden Agenda. Written by Dominic Grimm. It is a time of chaos. Infighting, terrorism, greed, and civil unrest are slowly spreading through the Republic, threatening the age of peace and expansion. The Jedi Order, guardians of the peace, are left blinded by the shifting shadows of the dark side. On the distant Midrim world of Bantoon, one such crisis is playing out. A ruthless bounty hunter has kidnapped the rightful heir to the throne, setting off a series of events that is slowly pushing the world towards civil war. A war that could likely spread beyond its borders, bringing about pain for all. Jas Dar Bynn, a former Jedi Acolyte, has gone in search of the missing heir. Allied with former padawan turned bounty hunter, Mirax Fallenstar, the two search the fringes of the galaxy, trying to save the young queen and help hold back the rising darkness. Yet, some shadows will not be contained. A hidden agenda is playing out, which will bring more chaos and pain to those who seek to protect the people of the Republic. Chapter 1. The system was as out of the way as you could get. A single star, with 3 planets in orbit, all lifeless rocks. Yet, the system was not empty. A space station orbited the smallest moon. The traffic around it was busy. Always were ships arriving and leaving. Chaos bred business for beings such as these, and in chaotic times. Business was good? To those that journeyed here, it was known simply as Number 3, or to the more official of his residents, Guild Station 3. It was here that the members of the Bounty Hunters Guild processed their most valuable merchandise, verifying identities, and ensuring that the prize reached the one that would pay the most for it. It was a top-level place of commerce for those that dealt in the lives of the wanted and the wretched, and in times such as these. That business was good. The station was busy, far busier than most trade ports in the Republic. No sooner had one ship left, another arrived, the most recent arrival exiting hyperspace mere second after the last one jumped away. This ship was similar to the others that came back and forth in this system, a small patrol craft, one of the enforcer models that had become so common to Republic law enforcement. This ship, however, had nothing to do with the law. It had been liberated long ago from such service, and now it served the interests of the fringe. Its hull was a deep bronze color. A single golden animal claw was painted on its port side, just below the cockpit. Its cylindrical body and 3-engine F section flared as it began its final approach to the station. The station's weapons spun around, locking on to the small 8-person craft. The pilot didn't panic or try to flee. Such an action was expected. All that was required to pass unmolested was the right access code. Those that didn't possess such a code were now glittering debris in orbit of the unnamed moon. Once again, this was not a problem for the new arrival. The co-pilot had a code that they now broadcast, and with it, received an all clear, and the weapons powered down. The ship continued its journey, heading for one of the station's many landing bays. One had just opened up. The ship was quite fortunate. There was so much to do, so much merchandise to process. This was not a place for pleasure seekers, or kids seeking to buy their way into the guild. All who came here did so for business. This was a place for professional hunters and dangerous merchandise. It was the heart and soul of the business, and as had been said before. Business was good? The ship fired its repulsor lifts, bringing it to a gentle stop. It touched down almost gingerly upon the deck of the station. The guild master and his bodyguards approached, eager to see what this latest arrival had brought them. The forward boarding ramp lowered, and 2 hunters stepped out. The guild master smiled, recognizing the woman on the left. She was pretty in an unkempt and slightly frazzled sort of way. She was dressed in a black armored leather jacket, thigh-high boots, and a long red skirt cut in just a way to allow her long legs freedom of movement. Her blonde hair was cut short and uneven. Her smile was wide and manic, and her eyes blazed with just a hint of instability. To her right was a man in black. He wore an armored suit, with a heavy helmet, with a short-pointed mouth fitted with rebreathing gear. To those that frequented Guild Station 3, they would recognize the woman's companion as Nub's. a fierce race of hunters that had grown even fiercer in the centuries since the Jedi Order had ended their challenge to the Republic. UB's hunters were common enough. What was uncommon was this one traveled with a young woman, a woman who had a lightsaber strapped to her thigh. The UB's people had no love for Force users. That one would choose to work with one was an oddity indeed. The guild master smiled. "Hunter Fallenstar," he called out in greeting, "welcome back to number 3. The UB said nothing as his partner stepped forward. After almost 3 months of traveling and working together, he knew how to behave when they arrived in places like this. "We are in Mirax Fallenstar's territory now," he thought. "Best to let her handle things from here on in." Fallenstar, or Miri, as the hunter had come to know her, grinned and strutted down the ramp and up to the guild master and his guards. "I doubt," she said with that arrogant smirk that he had come to know so well. She reached into her jacket and removed 3 small items, bounty pucks that they had picked up in the core a month ago. "Brought you some merchandise, guild master," she said proudly. "I trust you can find good homes for it." "Doubt," the guild master laughed and took the pucks from the woman's hands. He plugged them into his data pad, checking the names and current bounties placed on the people featured in the individual holos. He nodded. "Some well-known names here, Hunter Fallenstar. Impressive that you were able to bring these in on your own." She was not on her own. Her partner said in perfect fluent UBs, "We are partners, this one and I." Fallenstar chuckled. "You remember Toon, don't you, Dowd? He was the guy that brought in Cheer Fanawick a few years back." Dow said, nodding to the UBs, "Welcome back, Hunter Toon." He gave the man a sly smile. "It is surprising to see you. Last we heard, you were reported dead on Hutta." The male hunter shrugged. "I got better," he said flatly. His words amused the guild master, who laughed out loud at his comment. The hunter understood why. Toon wasn't the first hunter to return from the dead. In the hunter trade, a known name and a fierce reputation was as good as gold. Several well-known bounty hunters had worked the space lanes for many years, far longer than most species lived. It was safe to say that these hunters were not the same people that had first used the names. The bounty hunter Kalo Nord came to mind. If the tales were to be believed, the man had been in business for almost 3 centuries. Unlikely, given the dangers inherent in the work. It was possible the hunter might have been from one of the long-lived alien species, but it was equally possible that it was a simple matter of a new hunter taking up the name and using it to boost their reputation. That was part of the reason that the man traveling with Fallenstar was dressed like the UBs known as Toon. He had his own reputation, not as a hunter, but as something else. He didn't wish for it to harm their search. He had needed an identity that would allow him to move through the hunter circles without attracting too much attention. Toon had been known, in fact, he was just well known enough that the other hunters would not ask too many questions. The UBs had a reputation for being a bit of a hothead, and quick with the blaster. No one was going to risk angering him. That reputation and history served the man in the armor well, adding to the fact that Mirax Fallenstar had her own history in the guild, and you had the perfect cover story for them to be traveling to the various hunter hives throughout the galaxy. No one questioned them bringing and capture bounties. It gave them an excuse to be here, and to hunt for their real prey. The hunter fought back the urge to sigh. This was the 6th guild base they had stopped at in 3 months. He hoped that this time they would finally be able to find something. He was starting to get impatient. The one they were hunting was not known for his subtlety. "Where are you hiding, Targo say?" he wondered. "What are you up to?" He said nothing as the guild master inspected the pucks that Miri had brought him. A team of guards stepped forward and made for the loading ramp. It fell to them to unload the captured prisoners, or rather, merchandise. "So this is what I've become," he thought. "This is how far I would go to accomplish my mission." The thought troubled him more and more, but whatever it took, he would do. He normally would have been very uncomfortable doing this, turning in sentient beings for profit. But, as it turned out, all of these creatures had hired Targo say at one point or another, and had profited from his ruthlessness. They had all asked him to kill for them, some with extreme brutality. The hunter saw it as only fitting that they now discovered what it was like to be captured and handed over for credits. The one difference they were experiencing was that Fallenstar and her ally had brought them in alive. Plus, their removal served as a way to harm Targosay's support system. A hunter would have a hard time functioning without any clients to hire him. And we're just getting started, the man who had taken the UB's identity thought. Targo would pay for what he had done. He would answer dearly. He glanced over, sensing discomfort. His eyes fell on the guild master. Dowd shook his head. What? Miri asked him. Nothing, the older man said. Just realized that most of these people were all clients of the guild not too long ago. It is amazing how things like this turn. Fallenstar shrugged. Her expression remained bland. The only difference between a client and a piece of hard merchandise is the credits on the table. One is paying, the other is being paid for. It is not that different really, just a matter of timing is all. Guildmaster Dowd nodded. I suppose you are right, my dear cynical, but right. He glanced up over his data pad. I trust the merchandise is intact. Alive, but in stasis, she answered with a smirk. They are worth more alive. That they are, Dowd agreed. He motioned for his guards to proceed. They would handle the unloading of the cargo. The guildmaster entered several commands on his data pad. A device on Mirax Fallenstar's wrist beeped. She looked down and smiled at the readout. The full payment for this merchandise has been credited to your account, Dowd assured her. I trust you can handle the distribution of the credits to the rest of your team. It won't be a problem, Fallenstar assured him. She giggled as the wristband beeped again. Nothing like the sound of credits hitting your account. It is one of the most pleasing sounds in the universe. Dowd nodded. Perhaps he had had similar thoughts during his days as a young hunter. He certainly didn't dispute Fallenstar's claims, that was for sure. He looked up and shook his head, his cold, careful eyes taken in the transport that had brought them to the station. Did the true justice finally give out on you, Fallenstar? He inquired. I don't recognize this ship. The justice is fine, she assured him, though it can be a bit cramped when carrying passengers. She smiled fondly at the craft before them. The gilded claw may not be pretty, but she has got it where it counts. It has served my little team well in the last few months. I'm sure, Dowd replied, though, I must say, I'm a bit surprised to find you working with the team. You always struck me as the lone cat hound type. The woman shrugged dismissively. Some merchandise requires a bit more muscle than little old me can field, she replied. Tomb here is good backup, and the rest of the crew just fly the ship and fight when we needed them. It has been a good arrangement for all. We have managed to make a profit these last few months. Isn't that right, Tomb? The hunter grunted, playing the role of the strong and silent hunter that Tomb had been in life. The guildmaster chuckled. You do realize that this girl was once a Jedi. I thought your species didn't like working with force-wielding types. The UB sniffed. She pulls her own weight, he answered, and when she finally doesn't, I will have the pleasure of watching a Jedi girl die. He turned and glared at Fallenstar. I will profit either way, credits or pleasure, it matters not, as long as I find satisfaction. Dowd chuckled. What was that? Fallenstar asked. My UBs isn't that good. He was saying he is honored to work with you, Dowd lied. The hunter only just held back a laugh. This hostility was all part of their act too. Fallenstar knew exactly what he had just said to Dowd. She had only lied to make him think she didn't understand him. The tension between the two hunters was as much an act as everything else. UBs hated Jedi, just as Targosay did. The two of them had hoped that someone who had seen Targo, someone who shared his disdain for the Order, might open up to someone like Tomb. So far they hadn't, but the charade had served its purpose. It helped sell the story that he was really Tomb. The hunter had not been known for being social able. Fallenstar looked down at her wristband again, her expression turned thoughtful. Speaking of credits, she began, you wouldn't have happened to have seen Targosay lately by chance. The guildmaster shook his head. Nah, I haven't seen that Mando in months. Why do you ask? I sort of owe him, she replied. I got a job a while back. The client approached Targo with it, first, but he turned it down. Not enough money on offer. He apparently dropped my name, got me the gig, and I made a nice tidy sum off of it. She smiled. Figured I would throw a few credits his way. Finder's fee, you know. I wouldn't mind if he dropped my name again. I could always use more work. As I said, I haven't seen him. Toon cursed under his breath. Damn it, he thought. Another dead end. Dowd leaned in closer to Fallenstar. He whispered what he said next to her, not wishing to be overheard. Toon heard it, but only just. He had ways of enhancing his hearing. You may not wish to speak too loudly about Targo. He might be in a bit of trouble. What kind? She asked. The guildmaster glanced around, making sure that no one else was close by. Rumor is that he took a job, a well-paying private contract. He grabbed some high-value target and went rogue, never delivered it to the client. Probably stashed it somewhere, trying to drive up the price. Fallenstar frowned. We're not supposed to do that. It makes the whole guild look bad. Her frown quickly morphed into a grin. Any price set on him yet? Dowd frowned. You know the code, Fallenstar. We don't hunt our own. That is the creed, she replied. Officially, we don't hunt each other. Her smile morphed into a smirk. What about unofficially? Dowd snorted with amusement. Unofficially, the client wants their merchandise. They would be willing to pay for its recovery, and proof that the Mando was chastised for his decision. Toon said nothing. Foolish of Targo to burn a bridge that might help him if he got in trouble, but then again, he had never really cared about people, only what they could do for him. Interesting. He noticed something else too. Miri had never stopped smiling. She looked like a predator savoring a meal to come. That smile didn't make him very happy. He had hoped that going on his job would help rehabilitate Miri, help her remember who she was. He was starting to fear the opposite might be the case. She enjoyed the hunt, and the violence of what they were doing might just push her farther away from the light, and who she could have been. He didn't want that. Targo's no easy prey, she said, nodding. The price must be pretty high to draw the type of people that could bring him to justice. You wouldn't happen to know who the client is, by chance? That is a private affair between the guild masters and the client. You know the policy, Hunter Fallenstar. No names. Dowd said no more. Clearly that was his final opinion on the matter. Fallenstar nodded, but her expression hinted at pure insolence. Right, she said. Nothing more was said. Nothing more needed to be said. These people knew nothing about Targo, as he had thought. This trip was just another dead end. The guards quickly finished unloading the cargo from their ship. Fallenstar said her goodbyes to the guildmaster, signing a writ of transfer for her cargo and proof that she had been paid for its delivery, and then she and her partner returned to their ship. He remained silent, not trusting himself to say something that he might regret. Not until the ship was safely clear of the station, and checked for any tracking beacons, and or listening devices the guild might have planted. He shook his head, only just holding back his frustration. Damn it. It seemed that they had been wasting their time this last 3 months. It had been Fallenstar's idea to try and infiltrate the guild, try to get an idea where Targo might be hiding. But from what they had learned from the various guild bases they had contacted, it appeared that he had even distanced himself from the rest of his peers. Neither the guild nor any of his hunters had seen Targo say in months. The hunter digested that. Most hunters didn't have the credits to remain idle for months, which suggested that Targo was likely holed up somewhere with one of his clients. The man using the tomb identity could only speculate who would do that for someone like Targo. The man was cold and vicious. He didn't make friends or allies easily, which in his mind meant that Targo had either bribed or intimidated whoever it was into hiding him into compliance. What that meant for him and Fallenstar, well, it meant that their hunt had just gotten a bit more complicated. Miri sighed and ran her fingers through her uneven, dirty blonde hair. She gave him a sympathetic look. Least we know that he hasn't turned them in yet, she said. That is something at least. The hunter nodded and started undoing the release catches for the UB's helmet. It was a useful disguise, but it started to smell worse and worse the longer he had it on. Right now, he he could do with a shower. How did it go? They both turned to see a small furry alien emerge from the ship's engine compartment. The bat-like Chadrafan was dressed in the mechanic's overalls and holding a spanner. As well as to be expected, Jas Dar Fallenstar said, "We got the cargo offloaded and we got paid." Jas turned to the UBs, his whiskers nose twisting. "Any luck on finding Val and the kid?" "If we had any luck, it would be considered all bad," the hunter replied, finally removing his helmet. He sighed heavily. "Once again, we're back to square one." The man who had been identified as Toon was not in fact Toon. He wasn't even UB's. He was a human male of about average height. His features were pleasant enough, but would never be considered handsome or striking. He was a man who disappeared well into a crowd, and never really attracted attention. His gray eyes were warm and compassionate, usually. He usually wore his dark black hair short, but a recent incident in the NAR shadow sewers had resulted in him recently having to shave it all off. It was slowly growing back, but it had given him a start the first time he had seen himself bald in the mirror. He had sighed. "Look at yourself, Jas Dar Bynn," he had thought. "What have you become?" It was a good question, and sadly, one that didn't have a simple answer. Jas had been given to the Jedi Temple as an infant, only to be lost to the Order 9 years later. Since that time, he had grown to manhood on the fringes of galactic society. He had been a foundling to a Mandalorian clan, a captain in a powerful smuggler organization, and an acolyte of the Jedi Order, providing them with information that he had gleaned from his various underworld contacts. Yes, he had been a man of many hats, but that had changed recently. It had changed with the loss of the two women in his life, one a friend and former lover, and the other, an heir to a planetary throne, Anne. Jas frowned. He wasn't sure what else could be said about her, only that she was missed. They were both missed, and that it was all his fault. Queen Viseria Istillo and her sworn protector Char Valentine had been kidnapped by Targose. The bounty hunter had sought vengeance on Jas for the young Force-sensitive defeating him years ago. He had hoped, perhaps, to drive Jas mad out fear for the two women's safety, to make him suffer before he claimed his final revenge. Jas had not given in to that. He had pledged to find Val and Vess and return them safely to their home world. As for Targo, well, as far as Jas Dar Bynn was concerned, he had lived long enough. Jas was more than eager to see his life, and "We need you to do a through scan of ship, Shusk," he told the mechanic. "We don't want to risk any surprises when we reach our next stop." "Where is our next stop?" the Chadrafan asked. "We wouldn't mind knowing that as well." From the cockpit, two people emerged. The first was a wiry man with a bald head and a scar running down his cheek. "We were just about to discuss that, Burr," Fallenstar replied. Burr, an enforcer and chief of security for the Cooper Halcyon organization, smiled. "Good," he said, putting his arm around his companion. "The kitten and I just need to know where we're going next." Jas almost rolled his eyes. He was grateful when he heard Shusk had volunteered to help on this mission. The little engineer's skills were more than valuable. Burr's decision to join wasn't so cut and dried. He had always been a bit too mercenary for Jas' taste. As for his kitten, Jas had not quite decided what he thought of her yet. Captain Rior was one of several independent pilots that had signed up to work for the Cooper Halcyon organization. The Gilded Claw was her ship. How she got it, he didn't know. In their line of work, like the hunters, it was better to don't ask. And don't tell. She was one of the feline-like Cather species, and along with her piloting skills was something of an expert when it came to fighting with daggers and knives. She was also Burr's lover, which Jas didn't entirely understand. What she saw in Enforcer was anyone's guess, but the heart wanted what it wanted, he supposed. She must have saw something good in Burr, he supposed. Jas wasn't sure what that was, but it wasn't his place to judge. The Cather purred and laid her head on Burr's shoulder. Her every gesture suggested affection between them. "It is good that we are getting paid, yes," she said, "but perhaps we should be looking for another way to be finding this lost princess and her guard." Rior's yellow eyes sparkled mischievously. "The ones we have caught were guppies, Mr. Jas," she said, her R's always stressed by her feline tongue. Too low level, perhaps. Maybe we need a higher class of bounty. Someone who may know more about this Targo person. Jas considered what the Cather had said. She, like Burr, had motivations that he didn't quite get, but that didn't mean she wasn't wrong. The people they had gone after had been mostly low-level thugs. That was true. They were people who had just managed to scrounge up enough credits to make Targo take notice. It was unlikely they would have hired him again, not until they rose far higher in their own organizations. He looked at Fallenstar. "What do you think, Mary?" She shrugged. "The Cather isn't wrong," she said. "Skilled sadists like Targo do draw the attention of more powerful criminals, but if we decide to start going after them, we might be kicking a sleeping rancor." She shook her head. "You know Targo say is an enemy, and it is safe to say that it is likely the intergalactic mining guild that hired him to kidnap Val and Vess in the first place that makes them enemies too. The question you have to ask yourself, Jas, do you want to risk angering one of the major syndicates? That would likely get Targo's attention, but it would also paint a big target on all our backs. Are you sure you want to do that?" He considered it, not really liking the options that he had before him right now. He had started this quest to find the girls, not piss off every syndicate on the Outer Rim, but did he really have a choice? Rior was not wrong. Up this point they had been targeting guppies, hoping to get Targo's attention. His expression turned grim. Maybe it was time to start targeting a few sharks, get some blood in the water, and see if Targo bit. The major syndicates in the galaxy did have sources that Jas and his friends could not match. Maybe one had heard something about Targo and his two captives. Jas sighed. It was worth a look. "We can't continue to stumble around in the dark trying to get lucky," he said to Fallenstar. "The longer that Val and Vess are missing, the less safe they are." "I hear what you are saying," she replied, "but this will be dangerous. We pick wrong or go too far, and we will have even bigger problems on our hands." It was a risk, he agreed, but again, he didn't think they had any real choice. They had been out here for 3 months and turned up nothing. So far, Targo had been content to sit back and wait, but if he got tired of waiting, or got bored, and decided to push Jas where he wanted him to go, the ladies would likely suffer. Men like Targo say were not above using the pain of a loved one to motivate an enemy. That worried Jas. He didn't want that. Jas Dar Bynn looked at his crew. He was grateful for their help, even if they had turned up so little. "I'm going to go speak with Co-op," he informed them, "see if his contacts have heard anything." Gabe Cooper, or Co-op as he was also known, was not simply the head of their organization, but a brother of sorts to Jas. He had been on his honeymoon when Vess and Val had been kidnapped. Otherwise, he might have been more of a help. Since his return, he had his agents out looking for clues on Targo's whereabouts. Hopefully he had turned up something new. "And if they have?" Burr asked. Jas smiled. "Then things will be getting interesting soon. We should all be ready. Who knows what we might turn up?" The Cather flashed him a toothy grin with some very sharp teeth. "I am being ready for anything," she declared. "I hope you are." Jas thought as turned and headed back to his quarters. First a sonic shower, and then a call home. It had been a few weeks since he had last talked to his clan brother, the closest thing he had to a family. He'll have heard something, Jas thought, trying to keep the ember of hope alive. It was a big galaxy, but it was not that big. I have to do something, Jas thought. Who knew how much time Vess and Val had left? How long until Targo got bored and did something to them? Something terrible. He tried not to think about that. He would speak with Co-op. He would know what to do. "Hang on, girls," he thought as made his way down the corridor. "I coming, and I'm going to find you." He nodded and took a deep cleansing breath, centering himself. "I'm coming. Whatever it takes." Chapter 2. "You know, buddy, I think we found you a look." Jas rolled his eyes. He could hear the amusement in Gabe Cooper's voice, even if he couldn't sense it through the Force. He had only just stepped out of the sonic showers and felt, if not better, at the very least more normal. He had changed back into his everyday clothes, his black shirt, pants with Corellian blood stripes, and his old Nerf hide jacket. He couldn't really do anything for his hair, though. His encounter with that mossworm nest on an AR Shadow had caused him to go through a complete decon cycle, which, among other things, ended with him losing all his hair. At least his eyebrows had grown back first. He looked at least a little like his old self. The hair on his head was basically just black fuzz on his scalp, but at least it showed signs of returning. That was good, for vanity if nothing else. My hair's growing back, he assured his clan brother. If I had known what would happen going into that sewer, I would have let Miri go in first. He shook his head. Though, I don't think she would have been happy to end up bald. She says her hair doesn't grow back like it used to. That is why it always looks so chopped. Coop chuckled at that. A bald Fallenstar, that would have been something to see. Wouldn't it though? Jas agreed. He sighed. I'm not checking in so that you could see how I look. I was curious how the move went. Is everyone settling in well at the new base? As well as to be expected, his friend and partner replied. Coop's expression remained neutral, but Jas knew the truth. His clan brother had liked what they had going on PB. The planet had been the perfect headquarters for their organization. Such a move could be considered weakness by their rivals, but Jas had been insistent. He remembered very well what Targo had told him when he revealed himself. He had not forgotten Co-op's role in his banishment. Jas hoped to keep their old enemy's attention focused on him, but he was unwilling to take the chance that Targo might decide to target Co-op again. Jas didn't want that. Coop had far more to lose than him right now. Jas Dar Bynn had no desire to put his friend, or his future loved ones, in any more jeopardy. The group is settling in, Co-op assured him. Jonas has stepped up well in your absence, but you knew that he would. You've always said he would serve well in that role. He has done so before, Jas reminded him. When I was off doing Jedi things, he proved himself more than capable. Yes, Jas thought. Though newer to the organization, Jonas Gillespie was a good second to his friend and partner. Plus, if Jas did go off and try to find his own form of happiness, he could do so with a clear conscience, knowing that the organization was in good hands. Yet, he was getting a bit ahead of himself, wasn't he? That search for happiness depended on him finding Val and Vess, and so far, that search had turned up nothing. For 3 months they had been flying blind, hitting random targets and hoping to shake something loose. So far, they had nothing. Jas tried not to get frustrated, but he couldn't help it. Where had Targo fled to? What was the old traitor's endgame? Jas had all but decided that he was going to help Vess before she vanished. He had been all but ready to step away from his position within the organization and help Char Valentine seat her young mistress on her mother's throne. Both his own desires, and possibly the Force, had been pushing him in that direction. At least he thought they were. It was also possible that he wanted it to be that way, that his attachment to Val and Vess had clouded his judgment. But if that was true... No, stop it right there, his conscience chided. No questioning yourself now. Find them, and bring them home safe. That is the mission, and that is your first priority. Yes, he thought with a nod. It was. He looked again on Cooper. His friend seemed more relaxed than he had been in the past, surprising what Jas had learned through their mutual friends. How is Rhonda doing? He asked. We haven't really had a chance to speak since everything fell apart. My blushing bride is adjusting, Co-op promised him. She misses what we had on PB, but... Jas smiled. How is the morning sickness? I heard it has been pretty bad for her. It is getting better, Co-op replied. The medical droid says she should be through the worst of it now. Jas nodded. Despite everything, he was happy for his two friends. Coop smiled. You will have a little niece or nephew in a few months, pal. Hope you are ready to see our little family grow, Uncle Jas. Jas nodded. It was nice to know that some light still shone, even with everything that was going on. But the problem with light is that it also casts shadows, dark shadows. Shadows where evil things could hide. Word of Randa's pregnancy was part of the reason that he had suggested the move. Targo had proven to have a flair for the dramatic, and a desire to strike cruelly at his enemies. Striking at a man's family, his loved ones, Targo was more than capable of that. Coop would be a father in a few months, and Jas was happy for him, for Co-op and Rhonda both. However, he also knew Targo, he might view Co-op's happiness as a weakness to be exploited. Jas had no desire to see his friend, or his new family suffer. He would do what he could to keep their old enemy solely focused on him, keep his eyes blind to all else but the threat that was hunting him. He wouldn't let Targo hurt Co-op, Rhonda, or the baby that was on the way. He would shield his friends from their old enemy. Whatever it took, he would do it. I just hope that Rhonda will be able to sleep through the night again, Co-op said. When the kid comes, we won't have that for a while, or so I've heard. It will be a chore, but it will be worth it, Jas promised him. Coop nodded. He would not admit it over an open line, but he was both happy and scared about becoming a father. His own family had not been the best, so he worried that he might not serve well in that role either. Jas did his best to assure him otherwise. Focus on Rhonda and the kid, he had advised. Do that, and you will be more than up to the challenge of being both a husband and a father. Coop accepted his advice, but remained nervous. But that was good, Jas thought. That is exactly how a loving father should be. How is the Gilded Claw working out? Co-op asked, changing the subject. Burr said I could trust Rior. Was he right? She is serving her purpose, Jas replied. Shusk is keeping the ship humming, and Mary and I are investigating any leads we can find on Targo. So far, we've had little luck. Coop frowned. He shifted uncomfortably. I, actually might have something for you on that front. It is a lead, could be dangerous, but... Jas perked up. There has been a sighting. Has Targo finally come out of hiding? No, but my source has confirmed what he was doing before that business on Alderaan, the job he was doing before he snatched the ladies. Jas considered that. If Targo had been setting up the kidnapping while working for this person, he might have used them in some way, might have even left a clue or two of where he intended to flee. It was something, he thought. Anything might be of help at this point. A recent contact of Targo's might have an idea where he might go to ground if threatened, or how to get in contact with him. They might even be hiding him. Jas took a deep breath, trying not to appear overeager. It is worth a look, he said. What is the lead? The wreck, Co-op said. You ever heard of it? Heard the name, never been there, Jas admitted. Some station in Hutt space, isn't it? Some kind of free port. Close enough, Co-op said. There has been a lot of fighting on the wreck in the last year. The Hutts finally pulled out, but their leaving has left a vacuum. Now, rival syndicates are fighting for control of it. It is not a very safe place to be right now. The Hutts actually let go of something they considered their property, Jas asked. That is surprising. The wreck has always been expensive to maintain, despite the value of its location. In the years since it first came online, the Hutts have created new ports and stations, making the place less important than it has been in the past. Yes, they decided to finally cut their losses, but to their rivals, the place still has value, as a beachhead, if nothing else. How does Targo fit into all this? Coop frowned. The way you might expect. One of the syndicates hired him to start hitting their rivals, a job he carried out with his usual sense of brutality. I don't know all the details, but the stories I've heard, well, let's just say it seems that Targo enjoys hurting people. But we already knew that, didn't we? Yeah, Jas agreed, we did. The syndicate that hired him is known as Sifo Consortium. They are a group of slavers and spice dealers out of Mon Cala. They were forced off their home world and took shelter in Hutt space. Jas nodded. Spicers and slavers, he thought grimly, just the kind of people that Targo likes to work for, the kind that don't mind collateral damage. Again, he felt a twinge of guilt. When he was 15, he had had Targo say at his mercy he could have killed him and cemented his control of Clan Nutnun, but at the time, he had thought exile was a more painful punishment. Everyone that Targo has hurt, everyone that he has killed, those deaths are on my head as much as they are his. The blood of those people is on my hands. Jas hated to think like that, but he feared it was true. In casting Targo out of Clan Nutbush, he had saved them, but in the process unleashed a very ruthless and cruel brute on the galaxy. He found himself thinking about something he had read long ago, about how people tend to create their own enemies. In Targo's case, Jas feared that he had done just that. The man had developed a very nasty reputation among his fellow hunters. Jas had learned about it as he and Fallenstar had traveled to the various guilds in the last few months. Targo was infamous in many hunter circles. He only took dead or alive contracts, but only if they were worth enough dead. It was said that Targo never brought in any living merchandise. Once again, Jas wasn't surprised. The man's honor was worth nothing. It was why he had been exiled from the clan, and why the story had to end. Jas nodded grimly. He would not let Targo go this time. He owed it to all the people the man had hurt. There had to be an end to Targo say. It wasn't revenge, or even punishment. It was precaution. To save lives, he would do it. To keep the galaxy safe, he would kill Targo say. He wouldn't hesitate. Not this time. Coop continued his briefing. The consortium had the wreck fully under their control, or at least appeared to. In recent weeks they have suffered several major setbacks, according to my source. Rivals are moving in again. The fighting is intensifying again. Jas smiled cruelly. They might turn to Targo again, ask him to intervene. They might. Co-op agreed, as I told you. It was a lead. Yes, Jas thought. A really good one. He smiled. He was pleased. I'll have Rior set course for the wreck. We should be there in a matter of hours. Well there, pal, Co-op said quickly. Don't be so quick to jump on this. The information did come with the price tag. Jas paused. How much did the contact want? Not credits, Co-op clarified. The information was offered in exchange for the promise of aid. 2 Jedi Knights recently vanished on the wreck. The contact would like you to investigate, see if you can turn up anything about their whereabouts. The price took Jas by surprise. 2 Jedi? Vanished. Do we know what these 2 Jedi were doing in Hutt space? It is a bit out of the way for 2 Guardians of the Republic. Again, Co-op shifted uncomfortably. They were apparently looking into a kidnapping. A noble and her bodyguard were snatched from Alderaan. Jas' eyes narrowed. What? He couldn't entirely contain his temper. Was Co-op asking him what he thought he was asking of him? Those Hutt spawn. So, let me get this straight, Jas said coldly. The Jedi they assigned to find Vess and Val have gone missing, and now, your contact would like me to find them. Sounds about right, yes. Jas' frown deepened. I wouldn't happen to know this contact, would I? Coop said nothing. He didn't need to. All he did was step aside. The little green figure stepped into the holo field. Had he been standing before Jas, he barely would have come up to his knee. His long black hair pulled up into a top knot. The alien's dark brown robes looking almost black over the shimmering holocom. Jas almost laughed. He should have known. Hello, Master Monder, Jas said politely. It has been a while. The Jedi Shadow smiled. His long green ears rose slightly, a sign of amusement. Greetings, Jas Dar Bynn, he said, bowing his head. Right you are, a while, it has been. Jas had to resist the desire to shake his head. Monder had been the one that had brought him back into the Jedi Order in the first place. He was the Jedi Shadow that had tracked Jas and his companions to their base on Corellia. In the years since, the two had worked together many times. He had even offered to mentor Jas when the Council agreed to make him an acolyte of the Jedi Order. Nothing had come of that offer, but the two had remained friends, and had gone on missions together, mainly when the Shadow was tasked with investigating Jas' old enemies, the Sunset Collective. The little Jedi was quite skilled. Jas recognized that, and now, it seemed that he had learned about the organization's fallback spot. So much for their secret base, Jas thought, but then again, he should not have been surprised. Monder was no fool. Of course, he would be keeping tabs on the Cooper Halcyon group. Even though Jas considered the little Shadow a friend, he would not take the chance of Jas having a place to go to ground, should he have decided to betray the Order. Was that why he was here now? Had the Council finally decided to have Jas taken into custody? He had resisted surrendering to them months ago. Yet, that didn't explain why Monder would help him now, did it? Jas pursed his lips. What was this? What game was the council playing? They slap him down, ask him to turn himself in, and then send Monder with this information. He couldn't see how it all fit together. Did the council assign you to bring me in? Not why I've come this is. Pleased with your decision, the council was not, but, not above letting you try. They were not. His answer surprised Jas. They wanted to see what he came up with. That was surprising. If you have come to ask me to turn myself in, he began, I'm afraid that it is going to have to wait. I still have a mission to complete. Know this, I do, Monder promised. It is for this reason that I've come, yes. Need your help in this matter, I do. At least he is being honest, Jas realized. He felt no deception from the shadow. His old friend had hoped that he might aid him in this, despite all that had happened recently passed between Jas and the Jedi Order. Well, he could definitely say that he admired his fellow Jedi's courage at least. So what happened? He asked. What drew these Jedi investigators to the wreck? Like you, seeking out the bounty hunter? Targo say they were. Was sighted at the wreck several times. Before the matter on Alderaan, he was. And now, they've gone missing. The Shadow nodded. Master Swan and Zyron reported to the council. They did. Were on their way to the wreck, when vanished they were. Did they say who they were meeting in their report, the name of their contact? No contact was named, I believe. Wanted to speak with the head of the Sifo Consortium. They intended. Jas digested that. They just went there, hoping to speak with the head of a major crime syndicate. Seems that way, it does. Jas considered that news with a frown. To Jedi, in hut space, just walking up to a major crime figure, no subtlety, not even taking the time to scout ahead first. He shook his head. He was never one to be critical of his fellow Jedi, but a foolish choice, bordering on stupid. Crime syndicates rose and fell on their reputation. The attention of the Jedi was not something they would like, and more to the point the reputation they could gain by dealing with two Jedi would have been a major coup, especially if they were having a problem with rivals. If a group was strong enough to deal with the Order and be able to survive the consequences. Jas shook his head. What had they been thinking? Confidence was one thing, arrogance was another. What kind of investigators had these two been? He looked at Monder. I take it these masters had little experience in dealing with the fringe. Why did the council give them this assignment? Volunteered, they did. Worked closely on matters involving the Senate, they did. Closely with the Senate. Jas didn't have to work hard to add up the facts. He smiled. They wouldn't have happened to have been allies of my brother, were they? Monder hissed and nodded. Worked with Jas Dar Bynn, they both did. Served well in the core worlds, they both did. The core isn't hut space, Jas said. He tried to imagine how the meeting between the Jedi and the Sifo Syndicate must have gone. He imagined the two Jedi stepping onto the station, in their robes and radiating confidence, expecting the criminals here to bend to their every whim. Things were different when you left the core. The Senate held little sway in hut space, and the syndicates were not easily cowed, who knew how they would react if the group felt threatened. Jas considered his options. I could go there as a representative of the Cooper Halcyon organization, he suggested. Tell the Sifo people we are interested in establishing allies in hut space, maybe even seeking to invest in their operation. If they are having trouble with rivals, they might be up to negotiate. Cooper Halcyon is known, respected. Monder smiled. Work, it could, he agreed, try to impress you. These criminals may tell you about the Jedi. They might. Perhaps even tell you about Targo say. They might. Jas nodded. Yes, it might work. He turned to Monder. Does the council know about this? Do they know that you are reaching out to me? Concerned about the missing Jedi, the council is. Asked me to investigate. They did. Jas frowned. His friend didn't answer the question, which was all the answer he needed. Damn. That would be a no then. Monder sighed. Jas, he said, not always right. The council is. Asking you to help with this, I am. Jas pursed his lips. He was tempted to say no, to let the two Jedi twist in the wind. If he went to the wreck, and they were all right, they might try to interfere in his mission. Yet, Monder had asked him to help with this. His friend had asked for his aid. Monder had had his back many times. He liked and respected the little shadow. Jas sighed. Damn it. He really needed to have his head examined. Finally, he nodded. I will speak with the Sifo people, he promised, see if I can find out what happened to the two Jedi. Monder grinned. Appreciate that. I do, Jas Dar Bynn. You're welcome, he said, still feeling like he was making a mistake. I thought I was done with the Jedi, and now here I am, being drawn back in. I'm a carking fool. I will send word as soon as I can, he promised. All that I ask, that is, the Shadow said, proud of you, Master Vay would be. Jas winced. He had not spoken with his Jedi Master since his choice to break with the Order. The last time they had spoken, she had agreed to speak with the Council on his behalf, tried to get them to see sense in the matter of succession on Bantoon. Have you spoken with Vay? Briefly, he replied. How does she feel about this? Does she understand why I'm doing this? Monder chuckled, likely sensing Jas' insecurity. Understand why you are doing this, she does. Knows your sense of responsibility, she does. His expression turned serious. A conventional Jedi, you are not, Jas Dar Bynn. A bad thing that is not. Plenty of guardians, sentinels, and counselors the Order has. Sometimes a different type of tool is needed. Go places that a normal Jedi cannot, you can. Understand that, I do. Vay understands. He smiled again. Understand that. Some on the council does. Willing to wait and see what you accomplish they are. Jas Dar Bynn considered that. So, not all the council bought his brother's take on the Bantoon situation, and what happened on Alderaan. Some of them were willing to see if he could do what they needed. He should have been angry, maybe even felt used, but he didn't. In truth, he didn't care what the council thought, as long as they didn't interfere with him finding and saving Val and Vess. It was his mission that mattered. Whatever it took. I will do as you ask, my friend, he promised. Thank you for the lead. It is most appreciated. Welcome you are, Monder said. Careful you must be, my friend. Into dark places your journey will take you. Tempted you will be. I felt it, he admitted. I'm not so arrogant to admit that I haven't. But I have no intention of falling, of failing the people that depend on me. Monder nodded. He seemed satisfied with Jas' answer. Fallenstar, still with you, she is? She is helping me, yes. Monder said with another nod. Keeping her in check you are. Making sure she is not going too far, are you? Jas almost laughed at that. I must confess, Master, it has been the other way around several times on this mission. It is Miri who has kept me on the path. I won't deny that there have been moments that I've been pulled towards the darkness. She had pulled me back each time, reminding me of why I'm doing this. She has been my light, as much as I've tried to be hers. Monder smiled. He radiated a sense of pleasure. Good it is that she has come to trust you, he said. Always believed I have that she could be saved. The first step to her redemption, this mission may be. She is worth saving, Jas agreed. I've spent enough time around her now to acknowledge that. Good, Monder said. Very good. He bowed to his friend. May the Force be with you, Jas Dar Bynn, and good hunting. May the Force be with you always, Master, and thank you. The hologram faded. Jas sighed. Well, they had a new lead. It was something he supposed. He made for the door. He needed to speak with Rior. They needed to set course for the wreck. But first he would need to reach out to the Sifo group, see if they would be willing to meet with him, on behalf of the Cooper Halcyon organization, of course. The door to his quarters hissed open. Jas had needed to stop quickly. Mirax Fallenstar was waiting outside. The former padawan turned bounty hunter was smirking at him. I'm your light, huh? She asked. She batted her eyes innocently. Oh, James, I'm so touched. He wondered what she meant for a moment. Then he noticed the earpiece she was wearing. His eyes narrowed. You bugged my hypercom unit. Don't be paranoid, she replied dismissively. I've bugged all the hypercom units. The program is designed to kick on should certain phrases be uttered. Jedi, Council, Shadows. She shrugged. I haven't survived out here as long as I have, by taking unnecessary risks. Jas shook his head. Really, Miri, he wanted to say. Really? Were you afraid that I was going to turn you in? He asked her. No, but I was worried that the Council might try to lure us into a trap. There are Jedi out there who would be more than happy if I ceased to be a problem, maybe you as well. Jas considered that. She wasn't entirely wrong. His dear twin brother came to mind, so I wouldn't lose any sleep if Jas was to fail. Monder's not trying to set us up, he assured her. I trust him. As you say, she said with a sigh, just know that I have your back if things get unstuck. Jas grinned. I know, and I appreciate that. She smiled. My Jedi sister, he thought. They were in an odd pair indeed. They both followed the Jedi path, but had both fallen from what would be considered the purer faith. Was that good or bad? He couldn't really say. So, she said, falling in beside him, the wreck. So, it seems, he said, you ever been there? Pulled a few jobs there, she answered. Got any allies on station? None that I would trust with anything like this. Jas nodded. So, we are on our own. I suppose so, she agreed, just you, me, and the Force. Jas nodded. It was enough, he thought. It had to be. For Val and Vess. It had to be. Chapter 3. I don't suppose you want to discuss matters like a sensible person. Jas frowned as he stared down the muzzle of a blaster pistol. He had hoped to avoid such a confrontation, but he was not entirely surprised. If spending the last 10 years working on the fringe of society had taught him anything, it was that in this line of work, paranoia and greed was unescapable. It was simply part of the life. He shook his head. He so didn't need this right now. Their host laughed. At least he thought it was a laugh. It was hard to tell with the Mon Cala. You think I'm a fool, Cooper, he hissed. You think I don't know the real reason for this visit. The alien shook his head, his eye twitching almost uncontrollably. It won't work, the alien hissed. It won't work. Jas didn't respond. He should have known something would go wrong. They had arrived on Hyrek an hour ago. Rior and Shusk had stayed on the ship. Jas had not wanted to seem too confrontational. He had only taken Fallenstar and Burr with him as backup. At that moment, he realized that he might have made a mistake. They had come down here, expecting to be shown a warehouse, a place where the Cooper housing group might be able to store his goods before being shipped out to the rest of Hutt space. That is what the consortium had promised that, as it turns out, had been a lie. They had arrived to find a trap. At least 15 thugs of various species had awaited them, all of them armed with heavy repeating blasters. They were surrounded almost the moment they entered the center of the building. Jas now found himself standing before the head of the organization that ran this place. The Mon Cala had a blaster pointed at his head. I wonder if it actually works, he thought dryly. From what he had seen from space, that might be questionable. Maintaining what was theirs didn't seem to be this group's first priority. The wreck certainly lived up to his name. He had seen that on the way in. The Hutts may have ran the station for years, but it was clear that they had put little if any effort in keeping it up. Only the central tower and the warehouse area were in good condition, and that was because those locations served the needs of whoever ran this place. A beggar couldn't be a chooser, he supposed. Every syndicate or cartel had to start somewhere. The Sifo Consortium, the group that was currently running the wreck, were a new and upcoming force. They were eager to make a name and gather both the prestige and the credits they needed to expand beyond this place. Jas had hoped to use that to their advantage. Though not as powerful or violent as some of the other groups out on the fringe, the Cooper Halcyon organization was at least known and respected. Using his old Jas Dar Cooper identity, he had hoped to cut a deal with the new owners of this place, and once business had been concluded, ask about what they knew about Targo Say. He had believed that his old alias would be enough to get a meeting with the head of the consortium, a Mon Cala named, unsurprisingly, Sifo. Vol Sifo seemed to have accepted Jas' request for a sit-down. Jas had approached the crime boss with an offer of mutual security. Cooper Halcyon had never had a clear foothold in Hutt space, everyone knew that. He had come claiming to speak with them on behalf of the organization, to see if he could arrange some form of permission for the group to use the wreck to store cargo, and use it as a base to spread their influence deeper into Hutt space. In exchange, the consortium would have been able to take a cut of the profits, and help build their name at the same time. It was a decent deal if they were smart enough to take it. The offer wasn't even a lie. Co-op had desired such a beachhead for years. The Hutts didn't have partners. If you tried to work with them, eventually you would end up as an employee, or you would end up dead. It was for that reason that Co-op, whenever dealing with the Hutts, had always preferred to work through go-betweens, but they were few and far between in cartel-controlled space. This new group would have served the role nicely. Jas would be able to help his clan brother, and at the same time further his own investigation into what had happened to Targosay, and where he might have fled to after having kidnapped Val and Vess. It was a simple idea, and a good one. Sadly, greed and paranoia had gotten in the way. As it always had. Balsifo had led them into a trap, him and his Corn Major Domo, Tynes. The squid-headed alien said nothing. He didn't even have his blaster out. Jas suspected that he understood what was happening, and how bad it could get. He had the smarts to at least look annoyed at his boss, probably realizing how much they stood to lose if they alienated, or angered, Cooper Halcyon. His employer didn't seem to care. Sifo, an orange-skinned Moncala with green markings on his head, never wavered as he held his blaster on Jas. Despite being the leader of this syndicate, Sifo didn't look well. His skin appeared to be drying out, not a good thing for an aquatic species. He also had a nasty twitch in his right eye, and if the dim lighting was any judge, those large yellow eyes had a certain pink glow to them. Jas knew what that meant. He is spicing. Jas realized that was not good in someone you hoped to reason with. Spice didn't contribute well to rationality, not at all. Gabe Cooper never forbade the use of spice within his organization, but he did ask that his people, if they did use spice, stick to the Twi'lek-produced Ryle, and avoid the hard stuff that came out of Kessel and the other places that produced the far more potent and addictive glitterstem. Ryle was not as addictive as the Kessel stuff, and as long as you didn't use it while working, and were clear when you left on mission, everything was fine. Coop didn't really care what his people did in their off hours, but he was smart enough to make sure to check anyone high up in the organization before any major job, to make sure that they weren't taking a ship out blissed out on spice. It had worked. For the most part, only a few people in the group had needed to be removed for their use of spice, and only one of their captains had needed to be dealt with when he was caught trying to carry a shipment of spice on one of their trade runs. Burr had handled that matter, and the spice had been returned to the captain's would-be client with a warning. The Cooper Halcyon group didn't deal in such merchandise. It was the one several items that Co-op didn't allow. He didn't deal in spice, guns, or slaves. If you didn't understand that, you needed to pay the price. At the time, Jas had not even disputed that decision. The rules were clear from the very beginning. The officer had gotten what he deserved, and an example had been made. That was simply the way it was. Respect in the ranks had needed to be maintained. The captain who had been removed had been a former spice addict. He had said he had gotten clean, but he had lied. Coop hadn't wanted to do it, but what other choice did he have? You could not expect someone addicted to spice to behave rationally. So, Jas had little expectation to find any rationality here. Balsifo was not in a talking mood. Most spice dealers were smart enough to stay away from their own supply. Jas knew he had met more than a few professionals in that line of work. Their one mantra was not to become one of their own customers. It was a wise choice from a business standpoint. Apparently, Sifo had never heard that, or simply didn't care. He was high right now. He had to be to threaten an envoy during a business deal. Fine, Jas thought, his focus shifted from the thought of business to finding out about both Targosay and the missing Jedi. You want to play things dirty, friend fine? Jas smiled cruelly. He could do dirty when he had to. Jas smoothed out the front of his dress robes. He smiled into the muzzle of Sifo's blaster. but if one would look closely, they would see that the smile never touched his eyes. They had been flying blind for months now, looking for a lead on Targo. Jas had no intention of letting anything go here. It had gotten to the point now that he was not sleeping well. He kept having nightmares of seeing Vess and Char Valentine dead on an examiner's table. He would be damned before he let that dream become real. He was not about to be stopped, especially not by a small-time crime boss with delusions of grandeur. Boss Sifo, he began starting to let a little anger creep into his voice. May I suggest that you abandon this foolish course of action? Foolish, the Mon Cala croaked, his glowing eyes narrowing dangerously. You think me a fool? I think that you are miscalculating, Jas replied diplomatically. I came here to do business, and perhaps purchase a little information on the side. He shook his head. Threatening me and my colleagues, that is not good for business. The Mon Cala croaked, what passed for a laugh from him, Jas figured. You think that I've not deduced why you are really here, Mr. Cooper? Or perhaps I should call you Jas Dar Bynn. The crime lord snarled. Targo Say warned me about you. He warned me that you would be coming here, sooner or later. The alien shook his head. I was supposed to pass on the information he had for you, and then let you go on your way. But now I see that Targo underestimated you, and how far you were willing to go to get what you want. He pressed the blaster to Jas's head. The rogue Jedi Acolyte was tempted to lash out with the Force, but he controlled that urge. What the Mon Cal was saying just got interesting. So, Targo wanted to use these people to further his game. Good to know. Jas had no intention of dancing to his old enemy's tune. Knowing that the information he was supposed to learn here was something that Targo wanted him to have was all the reason he needed not to accept it at face value. I knew that someone would be coming to try and take what was mine, Sifo continued. All the attacks and sabotage we have suffered in the last few weeks, it all makes sense now. The Mon Cal's eye twitched even more than it had before. Gabe Cooper wants the wreck, doesn't he? I know he does business with the Republic. Those Jedi that came here, they are on his payroll, aren't they? The alien laughed again. So much for Jedi not being able to be bought. But you already knew that, didn't you? Targo told me about your history. You likely had a hand in putting them up this, didn't you? Again, Jas said nothing. Boss Sifo sneered at him. I have to give Cooper credit, he continued. He sends in his people to sabotage my business. Then convinces the Jedi to look closer at my affairs, and then, when he thinks I'm at my weakest, he sends in his partner to make an offer to help. The alien croaked again, that ugly sounding laugh. Well, the joke is on him. I'm no some foolish thug. I'm the future of this place. One day this station will be seen as the center of a new cartel, an empire that I will build. Before Jas could respond, Fallenstar beat him to it. The former padawan turned bounty hunter laughed. I would not call risking angering the Jedi the smartest move for someone who hopes to have a future. I'm not a big fan of the Order myself, but... Sifo glared at her. What would you know, Mirax Fallenstar? And yes, I do know who you are. Another Jedi pawn that hides her true allegiance behind lies and false loyalties. She smirked at him. I'm not the type of person to hide who and what I am, she responded. I'm a hunter. I don't pretend to be anything else. I'm a guild member in good standing, unlike your good friend Targo. At the mention of the other hunter, Jas felt his resolve return, his patience with this fool fading quickly. Again, he could almost see Val and Vess, their faces, and his dream of them being dead at his feet. That was all it took for him to refocus. He glared at Sifo. You say that Targo passed some information on to you, that he wanted me to have it. He has plans for you, the Mon Cal said. Well, that is all well and good, Jas responded, but it is not what I'm really interested in. He sneered at the crime boss. I'm guessing that Targo gave you a means to contact him, maybe even might have mentioned where he was hiding. I would like that information. Sifo snorted. You will not be getting anything from me. It is unlikely that you will get out of here with your life. You will pay for all that you have cost me. You have sabotaged my businesses and killed my men. You will answer for it. I'm afraid you are mistaken, Jas said. I've made no moves on this station. I've not attacked you, or your people. You are a liar, the Mon Cal hissed. His finger started to tighten on the firing stud of his blaster, but he didn't fire. It took all of Jaz's self-control not to reach out and attack his traitorous host. Still, he was intrigued by what he had heard. It was clear that the consortium had its share of enemies. He was wondering which one might have struck before he had arrived. The scenario that the boss had outlined made sense, but it was not one that he had carried out. He and Fallenstar had been too busy exploring the Bounty Hunters Guild in the last few months. They had done nothing against the wreck or the people who ran this place. So, the question was, who had been attacking Sipho's people? Of course, it didn't really matter. He had come here for a reason, two of them actually. He needed to find Val and Vess. As for the Jedi that had come here, he was starting to think they had come to a bad end. Unfortunate that, but he was not about to let it distract him. Jas sighed. His patience had reached its end. I will not stand here and be accused of things that I didn't do, Boss Sipho. I came here for a reason. I was willing to let you earn some profit and boost your reputation, but now, I think it is time for my counter-proposal. Jas flashed him a cruel smile. You will tell me everything you know about Targo Say. You can either profit from giving me this information, or you can be destroyed. It is your choice, but I would advise you not to underestimate me or my companions. The alien snarled. You dare threaten me? Me? Jas shrugged. Fallenstar was glancing around the room, likely picking out her targets. Mur, who had remained very quiet during the exchange, had his hands at his side, near both his sidearms. The enforcer had a slight smile on his face. Burr didn't like negotiating much, not unless those negotiations came from the muzzle of a blaster. Jas Dar Bynn took a deep breath and gathered the force to him. Negotiations were about to get aggressive. Are you certain you want to do this? He warned his host. Think carefully before this begins. This is your final chance. The alien's eye twitched. He started to speak. The force whispered a warning in Jas's ear. The rogue Jedi sighed. Oh well, he thought. The hard way then? He pressed a button on his belt. A signal went out. The failsafe he had planned if things went bad here was triggered. The wall to the right of them caved and the walkway above collapsed, spilling three of the consortium thugs to the floor. The world around them exploded in violence. Jas ducked away from Sipho's blaster, the force giving him just enough speed to beat the firing stud being pulled, the blast from the weapon missing him by barely an eyelash. Jas ignited his lightsaber, while Mary ignited hers. Beams of blue and violet light lit the shadows of the warehouse. From somewhere above them, a grenade went off. Jas whirled around and sliced through Boss Sipho's blaster. Before the Mon Cal could fall back, he was struck in the chest by a blaster bolt and went down gurgling. Jas blinked. What in the? Something popped in the air above them. There was loud hiss. The warehouse filled with a thick gray mist. Jas blinked. A smoke bomb. His people had not brought any smoke bombs. Burr fired wildly above them, but no shots rained down upon the three. The smoke flashed as blasters discharged, but not a single bolt came down towards them. Jas couldn't see, but that was not a problem. The force guided his blows, not that he needed to worry much about attacking. Through the cloud of smoke, a large metal shape emerged. It cast its shadow over the group, but none attacked it. There was no reason to attack. This large metal shape was on their side. You called, Master Jas. Jas Dar Bynn grinned. Thanks for the distraction, B-10, he called out. You really brought down the house? B-1-0N, their crew's modified load lifter droid, made a sighing noise. I crashed through a wall and became target practice. Oh, how exciting. Jas had been a bit surprised when the Gilded Claw had arrived on Alderaan with both Shusk and B-10 along for the ride, but maybe he should not have been. The little Chandra fan had spent years upgrading B-10, turning him from a simple cargo droid into his own personal protector and enforcer when needed. Jas, expecting trouble, had kept T-Droid in reserve and was thus ready when it happened. He had intended for the droid to be a simple distraction, just something to give him and Miri enough time to get their blaze out and engage the enemy with their lightsabers. It seemed that they weren't the only ones to take advantage of that distraction. Jas could hear the panicked screams of the consortium guys above. They were shooting at something, but it most certainly wasn't Jas and his companions. What is going on? He wondered. Burr sneered as he ceased firing, mainly because they weren't be shot at, but also because he couldn't pick out a target through the smoke. What is up with the smoke bomb, you bucket of bolts? He complained. I can barely see my hand in front of my face. I didn't use a smoke bomb, Master Burr, the droid replied. It seems that I'm not the only one who has chosen to come to your rescue. How very fortunate for you. Jas paused. B-10 had nothing to do with the smoke bomb. He thought that Shusk might have given the droid the bomb. It served well enough as a distraction. Jas reached out with the Force, trying to get a sense of what was going on. He couldn't see with his eyes, but that didn't mean that he was blind. He sensed both confusion and fear. The consortium soldiers were not used to being surprised, and that is what had happened. Jas frowned. Sifo had said that someone had been raiding his business, killing his men, and sabotaging his operations. Perhaps the killers were here, Jas thought to himself. If so, he was not sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. My enemy's enemy was not necessarily a friend. A wounded Mon Cal thug emerged from the mist. Before Jas could cut him down, he was struck in the face by a blaster bolt. He went down with barely a sound. Jas tried to sense what was happening, tried to get an idea of who or what was attacking their enemies. As quick as it had begun, the blaster fire ceased. The warehouse fell silent once again. Jas kept his lightsaber up, the gentle hum of his and Miri's blaze the only noise he could hear. Well, not the only sound. Balsifo lay on the ground near them. The Mon Cal was gasping for breath, holding his burnt chest. Jas frowned down at the dying alien. If someone got him to a Kolto tank, he might live, but Jas didn't think that would happen. He no longer sensed the consortium soldiers. They had all likely fled, the ones who had lived anyway. Balsifo was on his own. It was at that moment that the smoke began to clear, and someone stepped out of the shadows. Jas Dar Bynn tensed but didn't engage. The sight before him gave him pause. It was at the same time both familiar and a bit disconcerting. The warrior was clad from head to toe in armor. The chest plate, pauldrons, and knee braces were all painted differently, giving the soldier a pieced-together look. But from the easy way the warrior walked, the cool, competent way he held his blaster rifle, it was clear that this was no vagabond who had lucked into a suit of armor. This warrior knew his business, and that business was death. He faced Jas and his allies, his true face hidden behind a helmet with a very distinctive T-shaped visor. Jas smiled. It had been some time since he had seen a Mandalorian warrior up close. Despite his familiarity with Clan Nutbush, he remained cautious. Who was this now? He wondered. An ally of Targo, or just some hunter on the job. Either option could spell trouble for his mission. While they watched, the second warrior join the first, dropping down from above. This one was wearing a jetpack and wielding a sniper rifle. Another Mandalorian, he realized, and from the slight tilt in the design of the T-visor, not to mention the breastplate, Jas knew immediately that this one was a female. The two looked at him, their eyes hidden behind the darkened shields of their visors. The croaking cries of the dying Balsifo drew the female's attention. She turned and stood over him. She sniffed as she collapsed her rifle down. The weapon reconfigured itself into a snub-nosed blaster rifle. They weren't the ones attacking your men, the female said, raising her blaster. We were. The female raised her blaster. The crime boss croaked and held up his hands. Two quick blasts made sure that he would not rise again. Jas winced. He wouldn't be getting anything out of that one now. The two warriors approached him. They kept their weapons out, but didn't raise them against Jas or his companions. Jas Dar Bynn, the female warrior said, a statement, not a question. That's right, he said. Do I know you? The male warrior chuckled. The female slung her blaster rifle over her back. Tell me, Jas Dar Bynn, she said, do you still remember the words to the little lost bantha cub? Jas blinked. What? The little lost bantha cub. He remembered it, of course. It was a lullaby, it had been years, but he had sung it quite regularly once. Back when he had served Clan Nutbush, back when he was charged with watching over the foundlings, there had been one that had not been able to sleep unless she heard that song. Her mother had sung it to her when she was a baby, back before the poor woman and her husband had been killed in a mine explosion. Their children had been orphaned and forced to live on the street, at least until Clan Nutbush had arrived on their world. The girl and her 2 older brothers had been adopted by the clan. The eldest had entered the fighting corps soon after, but the girl. The female soldier stood before him, despite the lack of expression from her helmet. He felt a sense of gratitude and fondness. Hilla, she said, my name is Hilla. Jas Dar Bynn lowered his lightsaber. He deactivated the blade. Hilla, he said with a smile, it has been some time. She nodded. The female warrior, the girl he had known as a foundling named Hilliko, stepped forward and embraced him, an embrace that Jas returned. It felt strange hugging someone in full Mandalorian armor, but as she stepped back, he could just make out the eyes beneath the helmet, the large brown eyes of the child he once knew. Seeing those eyes again, it put him at ease. It is her, he realized. It is little Hilliko. The girl's armor was like the man's. It was a mix of hand-me-down plates, but that was not surprising, not considering that both these warriors had likely only recently graduated from the fighting corps. In time they would earn their place. They would earn enough credits to replace the Durasteel they wore now with proper Beskar steel. Then they would be true warriors of the clan. He turned to the boy. Another name came to mind. Is that you, Choir? He asked. The male Mandalorian nodded. Choir Ko, Hilla's older brother. Hello, nursemaid, he said. It has been some time. Jas chuckled. Nursemaid. Choir had used an old insult, but there had been no negative emotions behind it. If anything, all Jas felt was respect from the young soldier. The title had been given him by Targo Say. He had meant it as an insult, but to the foundlings that Jas had watched over, they had not seen it that way. He had protected them. They had seen him use his blades several times to ensure their safety. He had always kept them safe. It had been his duty. When you are a part of a clan, the foundlings were the future. That was the way. James, what is going on? He turned to his companions. They still had their weapons out. Miri still had her lightsaber lit. It was unnecessary. Jas knew these warriors were not their enemy. You can lower your weapons, he said. These 2 aren't here to oppose us. He looked at both Hilla and Choir. Isn't that right? The 2 both nodded. So you know these 2? Burr asked. Jas laughed. If Burr doubted that, the hug he had given Hilla should have erased it. Yes, Jas nodded. He had nothing to fear from these 2. They were Nuna family. One should never have to fear one's own family. That was the way. Chapter 4. You take me to the nicest places. Jas, I'm so thrilled to have come along. Jas Dar Bynn rolled his eyes as he stepped over a rusting drainage pipe. He kept his calm, despite the sarcastic complaints of Mirax Fallenstar. This place wasn't his idea of pleasant either. Well, he replied, I didn't ask you to go with me on Nar Shaddaa, which was a shame. I think you would have enjoyed going through the same extended decon that I went through. The bounty hunter smirked. No thanks, she said sweetly. I did the whole ball thing once, never really looked good on me, and besides. She did a quick spin and a ladylike curtsy. A gentleman should be willing to walk through dark places for a lady, don't you think? Jas returned her smirk. You're a lady. Well, that is certainly news. She playfully cuffed him on the arm, but was quickly drawn out of their banter by the sound of a large machine kicking on, putting them both on their guard. The last time that had happened, the 2 had needed to run. They had been between 2 malfunctioning power couplings and had been nearly electrocuted. Nothing down here seemed to work right, and the most basic of device seemed 2 seconds away from turning into a full-on death trap. The wreck's lower levels were hardly safe, but the 2 had little option but to come down here. If Tynes, the new head of the Sifo group, was to be believed, there was a lost Jedi hiding down here somewhere, and he would tell them nothing further about Targo until that Jedi was gone. So, here they were, Jas and Mary both. They both hoped that they were not too late. After the battle in the warehouse, Jas and his allies had been surprised when the Corn finally emerged from his hiding place. Tynes had said almost nothing since they had gotten here. He had not tried to defend his employer. Instead, he had chosen to squeeze himself into an open cargo container. Now that the fighting was over, he saw an opportunity, perhaps. Both Hilla and Choir Co. had started to draw their blasters, but Jas had stopped them. Wait, he told them. He had not come here to kill everyone in sight. He was on mission. He still hoped to salvage something from it. Despite a bit of ink on his tunic, the result of a nervous reaction when a Corn was startled, the creature seemed none the worse for wear. He held up his hands to show them all that he was unarmed. There is no need for further violence, he began. He turned and bowed to Jas. Mr. Cooper, forgive my late employer's transgressions. He was out of control, to say the least. That is one way to put it, Fallenstar said with a frown. If Tynes took exception to her statement, he didn't even acknowledge it. I see no reason for us to continue hostilities. I'm sure we can reach both a beneficial and profitable understanding. We are both reasonable beings, I'm sure. The Corn's mouth tentacles curled, perhaps his version of a smile. We can reach some kind of arrangement. Jas frowned. He briefly considered asking Hilla to blast the creature, but immediately dismissed that idea. As Tynes had said, they had come here for information, not violence. Plus, Jas stood to lose much more if hostilities continued. The Sifo group controlled the wreck. If they killed Tynes, there would be no one to call off the various enforcers and thugs that might be waiting to hear back from their boss. Their leaving the wreck would likely turn into a running battle. It was possible that they might make it out, but not without taking some casualties along the way. Jas saw the chance to avoid that. His Jedi training and his experience as an advisor for Cooper took over. Jed dusted himself off and smiled at the Corn. I understand what it is like to try and advise an employer whose mind is set on violence, Jas began. Sometimes cooler heads prevail, and sometimes they do not. He bowed respectfully. As I informed your late employer, I came here to do business, not to be violent. I'm hoping that you and your allies will see the value of the former over the latter. Fallenstar came up behind him. So, she began, if you would be so good as to call off any reinforcements that might be on their way here, we can avoid any further loss of life. Fallenstar grinned at the Corn. It was the smile of a hungry predator. Tynes got the message. What, of course, he replied, holding out his arms innocently. I will answer what questions I can for you, and there will be no attempt at retribution for this most unfortunate series of events. He looked at the two Mandalorians. If you desired a change of leadership in our organization, my friends, you could have approached me. We might have been able to work something out. There was no reason for the chaos that has gripped Station, which I assume you had a hand in. Tynes shook his head. We could have come to an understanding. The two Mandalorians said nothing. They likely took exception to him referring to them as friends, not that he blamed them. Jas fought the urge to laugh. He had to give it to the Corn, despite his decision to hide during the fight. He did have some gall. He was also a fast thinker, ambitious, and not without audacity. He saw the chance to take control of his group, and he had not hesitated, even when surrounded by people who could have just as soon blasted him as look at him. He was not stupid, this one, Jas realized. He recognized that Jas and his friends were in a possibly bad situation, and used it to his advantage. They could have taken him hostage, but that may not have worked. Some overly ambitious thug might just try and shoot through his superior to prove his own strength. By leaving Tynes alive and ready to take control of this organization, they not only got a second chance to get the information they desired, but Jas was able to avert a conflict between the Rex forces and his own group. He had no desire to drop a gang war on Co-op's desk, not if he could help it. No, Jas was more than willing to bargain. He was as much a businessman as a Jedi Acolyte. He could play the businessman when he needed to. I'm willing to talk if you are, Boss Tynes, he said, bowing respectfully, though, before we begin, there is a matter that we need to take care of first. Two Jedi visited this station before us. If you could tell us what happened to them, we would be most grateful. The Korra made a coughing sound, perhaps showing a sense of nervousness. I assure you, Mr. Cooper, I had nothing to do with what happened to those Jedi. Sifo acted alone, a point that I hope you will be able to stress with your Republic allies. Of course, Jas promised, but I will need to hear what happened, just so that we can remain on the same page, of course. Of course, the Korra agreed. Tynes hissed slightly. Sifo acted rashly. I advised him to answer the questions that the Jedi had, but he thought that they were trying to make him look weak. He depressurized a full section of the station to make sure that the Jedi didn't escape, but even in that, he failed. The new boss of the Sifo consortium shook his head. The two knights were killed, but the student escaped, and has continued to vex our operation since. It was most unfortunate. Jas blinked. What? A student? He asked. Yes, Tynes replied. A third Jedi remained aboard the Republic ship, one of the Master's students. I think he managed to evade us before he could be taken into custody. Or killed, Fallenstar said with a frown. Yes, or killed. Mirax Fallenstar glared at the Korra. Her hand began to drift to her lightsaber. It was not hard to guess why. Jas knew his friend's story, how her own master was murdered while on a mission that resulted in her being abused and tossed away to die. She no doubt saw many similarities between her and this padawan. Jas put his hand on her shoulder. He could feel her anger, knew it was starting to bubble, and would likely explode on the Korra. We can be of service to you in this matter, Boss Tynes, Jas promised. We can take this Jedi student from your station and assure the Jedi Council that you were cooperative in our investigation and are not at fault for what happened previously. Fallenstar looked at Jas. He saw that nervous twitch in her eye. He remembered from their fight on Corellia. He could sense her pain, her desire to lash out. Jas, she said, we can't. We won't abandon this Jedi Padawan, he assured her. No Jedi should go through that. He gave her a sympathetic smile. No one should. She winced and took a deep breath. She got his meaning. She had suffered. Yes, that was true, but she could prevent this Padawan from going through what she had gone through. No one had saved her, but she could save this one. It might aid in her healing, if nothing else. She nodded. Okay, she said, sounding more like a scared girl than the warrior he knew her to be. Okay. Thank you, he mouthed, and turned back to Tynes. So, he said to the new crime lord, where is this Jedi? Jas smiled. We are ready to help? You think he is still alive? Jas nodded. He sensed something, not an easy thing on such a chaotic station. It could be another Force user. He hoped it was. The Jedi had fled into the station's lower levels after the two masters had been killed. Tynes didn't know exactly where he was, but he had a good idea. Several security cams had gone dead since the incident, and the repair crews that had been sent down to check them out had not returned. When Sifo had sent in enforcers, they had not come back either. The only thing that the gangsters had found was a severed arm still holding a blaster, an arm that had been cauterized when it had been removed. Jas was fairly certain what type of weapon had done that, though the savagery of the kill did concern him. What if this Padawan had fallen down here? What if this Jedi student had given into his anger and rage? That would make this meeting that much more complicated. Jas hoped not to have to fight the student. He hoped that the Jedi would be reasonable and would simply come with him. Jas sighed. Monder had not mentioned that the knights had brought a Padawan learner along. Maybe he hadn't known, or the two Jedi had not reported that the student was coming with them. Either way, it was a problem that they needed to deal with. He hoped that those dealings would be peaceful. Fallenstar had said little to him during the journey down here, despite the rare sarcastic comment. He had hoped that he had not offended her. He understood her feelings, but sometimes you needed to take feeling out of the equation. That last thought almost made him laugh. Says the man that has sworn to save the two women in his life and kill the bounty hunter that took them. Oh yeah, He was really good at taking emotion out of the situation. Fallenstar glanced over at him, perhaps picking up on his feelings, his realization of what this mission to save Val and Vess really meant to him. "What are you going to do?" she asked. "About what?" he replied, using the force to open a rusted-over hatch. The two moved through it, just avoiding something dripping from above. Fallenstar paused as they came to the other side. Her expression was thoughtful, almost sad. "When we save Val and Vess, what are you going to do? What are you going to say to them?" "What do you mean?" She snorted and rolled her eyes. "You know damn well what I mean, Jas. I've seen the way that they look at you. The way they both look at you." Miri shook her head. "All you have to do is choose. That is what I'm wondering. Which one?" Jas frowned deeply. He really didn't want to think about this right now. He had been holding together by focusing on finding them, putting that mission ahead of anything else. After they were safe, well, he would have a whole list of things to think about then. If Fallenstar realized that she didn't show it, she continued to watch him, refusing to move further. "You and Val would be good together, I think," she continued. "You would give her a chance to have more than just her work. I think she would benefit greatly from you being in her life." Her smirk returned. "Then there is our dear little Vess. All you would have to say was, 'I want you,' and that sweet girl would be so happy that she would go into hyperspace without a ship." Fallenstar smiled at the thought. "Either would or could make you happy." Jas continued to frown as he avoided being dripped on by a pipe that was leaking high above. It might have been his imagination, but he thought the puddle on the deck beneath it was smoking. This was a time to stay focused, not be discussing such things. He sighed. "What you say, it could be true, but at the same time," he pursed his lips. "Maybe there is a reason that Jedi don't seek out relationships. Maybe the pain involved is worse for those we try to get involved with. Maybe it would be the best if I made the choice not to make the choice." Fallenstar glared when she heard that. "Do you seriously believe that?" "Maybe." Her glare intensified. "You are starting to sound like a Silveranite, Jas. Trust me, that is not a good thing." He looked over at her. "I'm a what?" "A Silveranite," she answered. "Don't tell me you never read the works of Master Silver. She was a Jedi Knight during the War of Exar Kun. When she became a master, she pushed for the whole Jedi Order to abandon having relationships and to have no attachments to others. She claimed it was better for our people to dedicate ourselves to the Force and nothing else." "Are you sure she was wrong?" "She had her own reasons to make that call. Jas, her mate, had been an ally of Exar Kun. He apparently died in his service, either in battle or was executed for a failure. History on the matter was never clear, but the point was that Silver's people mate for life. She knew that she would never have another, and so she sought to make sure that no Jedi would have to risk feeling that pain. Her reasons may have been out of a desire to help, but even if this is so," Jas countered, "she wasn't the only Jedi that pushed to abandon attachments. Yeah, she was helped by her friend and Jedi Grandmaster, Nomi Sunrider. Master Sunrider was a great Jedi, but she had also lost lovers. She had had a husband that died in battle, and the rumor was that she had been a lover of Uliquel Dromo before he turned. That she never forgave him for what he did during the war." Fallenstar shook her head. "Jedi are mortal beings, Jas. They sometimes make choices in moments of pain and go overboard in trying to prevent things from happening again. By cutting ourselves off from others, we are only hurting ourselves. How can we feel compassion if we avoid loving, if we hold everyone in our lives at arm's length?" He gave her a cold look. "Are you really the person to be talking about this, about why it isn't safe for a Jedi to have attachments after what you did?" "Jas, you were there," he reminded her with an angry hiss. "You were on Corellia. You were there when Prin was." Fallenstar winced at the memory. "I never did apologize for that, did I? Are you sorry for what happened?" She winced again. I have no excuse. I wasn't in a good place back then, Jas. I wanted to die, and I don't think I even understood why." She took a shuddering breath. I hadn't been a hunter for very long. I didn't want to hear any words of sympathy. I certainly didn't want the council trying to tell me how I should feel after Master Vima died. She shook her head. What happened on Corellia, when I was offered a chance to hunt a dark Jedi, one that had done so much damage, I figured that I would not only be able to make a profit, but also have a chance to pay for my failures. You remember what happened? I wanted you to kill me. I would have gladly died, just to end the pain that I was in. She shrugged. She radiated tension through the Force. I did what I could to protect your girl. What happened later? I'm sorry for that too. But I think you and I both understand something. And what is that? People in your life, they save you, they don't condemn you. Yes, there is strong emotion, but people can help you. It is the fear of loss that drives you towards the darkness. That isn't love, that's greed. You lose people, I know that better than most. But if you're around people that see your pain, and can be there even if it is just to offer a kind word, that can save you. Only when you walk alone do you take the chance of falling. He gave her a curious look. You sound like someone who is speaking from experience. She gave him a sheepish grin. Did Captain Cooper tell you how he recruited me? Jas shook his head no. I was trapped on some no-name rock. The true justice had been damaged on the hunt, and I didn't have enough credits to get it fixed. I tried to scrounge up some work, but the people of that place didn't like bounty hunters. They barely tolerated me buying a room for the night, much less a hot meal. She sighed. Days turned to weeks, and still, nothing. I was down to my last few credits when the captain found me. He mentioned your name, so I thought he had come for revenge. He didn't. The memory made her smile. He offered to pay my debt, to help fix my ship and to get me off that rock. And you repaid him by killing Titus. Miri frowned. I repaid him by making sure that both he and his wife would not be threatened again. I'm no assassin, Jas. I spent my time on Ord Mantle watching, waiting for Titus to step away from his guards. I planned to take him in. There were enough bounties posted on the guy to easily make it worth my while. But then it happened. What happened? I was in the cantina one night, listening. Titus was meeting with some Republic ship captain, trying to recruit him for a special job, to test his capital ship's weapons on lightly populated world. He mentioned PB. I think you can guess what the scum lord wanted. Jas nodded. He did. I didn't see any easy way out of it. If I took Titus in, he would likely figure out who hired me, and that wouldn't have stopped anything. So I acted. I'm not proud of it, but I did it. She sniffed and gave him an angry look. So, if you want to keep blaming me, fine, but I thought you deserved to know what happened. I didn't go there planning to kill anybody, but it happened. And by doing so, he realized she had likely saved some lives. Titus had died, and with no one in his organization to carry on his wishes, PB had likely been spared what might have come. Jas gave her a sad look. I don't blame you. I've done my fair share of things I'm not proud of. She gave him a grateful look. Thanks, all we can do now is try to be better. We can start here, by finding this padawan, getting him back to the Republic. She nodded grimly. I want to be better, she said. I'm not sure that I can be, but you can, he assured her. There is no try, not in this. His assurance made her laugh. I'm starting to see why Val and Vess like you so much. He shrugged. All people make mistakes. He led the way, trying to find the path through the Force. He took comfort having her at his back, his Jedi sister. We can be better, he thought. I know we can. No way. No. Jas looked at the path before them. It was not a pretty sight. One of the septic pipes had broken. The slurry from inside had run down and had pooled turned the next T-junction into a river of foul-smelling water. Jas wrinkled his nose as he stared down into it. This he realized would not be pleasant. Fallenstar glared down into the water, shaking her head. I'm not wading through that. This is our path, Jas reminded her. Can't you sense it? Yeah, she said, still shaking her head no. He sighed. They didn't have time for this. If you have any ideas, I'm open to suggestions. She looked around, and after a quick glance upward, she grinned. She leapt into the air and hooked her fingers around a long stretch of metal grating. He nodded. Okay. He realized maybe they didn't have to wade through the muck. After an AR shatter, he was more than willing to avoid that. As he watched, she began to move hand over hand, her long legs only inches from the sludge below. The grate ended before it reached the other side, but if they took a swinging leap, they could make it without getting covered in filth.
It was worth a shot, it was. The attack came with almost no warning. A long muscular tentacle rose up out of the muck, and hooked Fallenstar's thigh. With a surprised yelp, she fell, vanishing beneath the fetid water. James didn't hesitate, he leapt in. The water churned, as if something alive. A long meaty stalk with a large red bulbous eye rose from the muck, its cold gaze focused entirely on him. James swung out with his lightsaber, severing it. The water exploded with thrashing, a massive creature turning the path before them into a swirling mass of liquid death. Somehow, Fallenstar managed to find her way to the surface. She tried to cry out, but the thing had begun to coil around her, and despite the loss of its eye, it didn't want to let go. Jas. She gurgled out, her cry cut short by the thing trying to squeeze her throat. He tried to get in closer, to slice the thing off her, but something hooked his leg as well. He cut through the water, turning the brown sludge red. The tentacle lifted the bounty hunter up and slammed her against a mass of pipes. Fallenstar hit hard, she ceased struggling, and the creature wrapped its tentacle even tighter around her. Jas Dar Bynn tried to leap anew, and cut her free, but he felt his own leg get hooked again. The monster had not given up. It wanted him too. He stumbled as it tried to coil around him as it had around the girl. He sliced at it again, but this time it wrapped around his arm trying to pin it to his side. No, he thought. No. VMM. The shadows blazed with bright blue light. He heard the sound of a lightsaber finding its mark, he smelled burnt sewage, blood, and a strange keening sound filled his ears, the cry of something just beneath the water. He was flung back, and hit with enough force to make stars explode before his eyes. He found himself laying on the deck plate staring up into the cold darkness. The sound of thrashing water faded, it returned the quiet gurgle they had heard when they had first entered this section. He took a coughing breath. What in the name of the Force? He sat up slowly. Fallenstar crawled out of the muck beside him. Her blonde hair slicked down against her neck, she coughed and fell, rolling onto her back. Miri. He called out. Miri. What? She spat back. What was that? Adionoga, a deep growling voice replied. A shadow fell over them, a large one. James tensed and looked up. Damn. He had been expecting a young man or woman. He was wrong. The padawan stood almost a good head taller than him, or would if James had been standing. He was broad-shouldered with a flat smooth face, and two large tusks jutting out from his lower jaw. His body was covered with a pelt of thick dark blonde fur. Dark blue eyes pierced down at the two half-drowned hunters. The lightsaber he carried was so thick James doubted he would be able to wrap both his hands around it, yet the creature held the weapon easily in one massive three-fingered hand. The loincloth he wore was encircled by a Jedi utility belt, his light brown robe marked him as a padawan, not to mention how his fur was braided just beside his right eye. A whiffid, James realized. That likely explained why the Sifo boys had been having so much trouble. Even without the Force, whiffids could be fierce opponents. He took a deep snuffling breath. I'm Vilek, the large whiffid padawan informed them. Are you hunting me? Yeah, Fallenstar replied. Vilek growled and started to raise his lightsaber. Wait. James held up his hands, recognizing the need to speak quickly. Fallenstar's mouth had almost gotten them killed. He would try and prevent that in the future. "We've come to rescue you," James said quickly. "We've come to bring you home." The alien didn't turn off his weapon, but he didn't strike either.
He sniffed the air again. "The force is strong in you. I can feel his presence." Fallenstar coughed. "Is that all you can sense? I thought you Wiffids could smell an enemy's intent." The padawan growled and shook his head. "We do have a good sense of smell, but right now, I wish I didn't." "Why?" Jas asked. "Because you both stink. I would much rather be anywhere than downwind of this place." Fallenstar cackled. "I imagine that we do." She looked over at Jas. "Looks like we are even for an heir shadow." "We're not even close," he replied. She laughed despite the muck that had gotten everywhere. Jas looked up at the alien. "My name is Jas Dar Bynn. This is my friend, Mirax Fallenstar." "Hi," she said, trying to squeeze the sludge water out of her skirt. Jas tried to smile. "We're here to help." Vilek radiated surprise as he turned off his lightsaber. You are Jas Dar Bynn." "Yes." The padawan bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, sir." "It is," Fallenstar said. "That is news." "Miri," he hissed. The hunter laughed, which was probably all she could manage right now. Considering what they had just been through, if she didn't laugh, she would likely have cried. They had gotten lucky if Vilek hadn't come along. Jas tried not to think too hard on that. At least we found the Jedi. Tynes would be happy about that, and provided that they took the Wiffid with them, he would tell them what they wanted to know about Targosay. That information was worth it. It was what he needed. One step at a time, Jas thought. "Hang on, girls. We're coming." Chapter 5. The entire galaxy was going insane. That was the one thought that occupied Jas Dar Bynn's mind as the Gilded Claw executed the jump into hyperspace, leaving the wreck and all its many problems behind. He found himself staring into the mirror in his quarters, wondering if this truly had been the right course of action. They had a new lead on Targosay's whereabout, but, as with all things, that information had come with complications, or rather complications had developed as a result of their being on the station in the first place. Namely, the expansion of his crew, whether he had wanted it or not. They had some new members. He was not sure yet how he felt about that. And of course, there was Miri. "Miri." He shook his head. "What am I going to do with you?" He splashed some cold water on his face and sighed. It was never a bad thing to find allies, especially when facing a dangerous foe. Targo had proven to be far more than he had been during his days as second to Clan Nun. He had proven to have a lethal cunning and unpredictability that was hard to prepare for. If you are going to beat him, you need to be as equally unpredictable. Targo wants you to play his game, but if you do that, Val and Vess will end up dead, and you will lose everything. Jas frowned. That was not going to happen. He would not let it happen. He could not afford to dance to the tune that Targo was calling, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't follow up on the leads that the man had left behind. Jas had already contacted Co-op about that. His clan brother was already dispatching agents to check out the information that Targo had left with his allies in the Sifo Consortium. They would let Jas know what they found. If Targo remained the same arrogant as he had always been, he would think Jas was too cowardly to check out the matter himself. It might even stroke his ego, make him think his old foe was a coward, and that he still had matters well in hand. Meanwhile, Jas would be striking at those that Targo used to communicate with. He would cripple his old enemy's means of gathering information, and at the same time draw closer to wherever it was he was hiding. He hoped to find and rescue Val and Vess before Targo even realized what was going on, and once the hostages were safe. Jas smiled grimly. Then the two of them would finish what they had started 10 years ago, and this time, Targo would not be simply punished. This time, James would end him. "Mara." Jas looked down and smiled. "I wondered where you had disappeared," he said with an amused smile. The loath cat stretched as it climbed out from one of the nearby air ducts. It lazily sauntered over to him and rubbed against his leg, purring loudly. The animal had belonged to Vess, but had bonded with Jas shortly after their first meeting. It had refused to leave his side after he had saved it from the abandoned shuttle, the one that Vess and Val had been taken from. It had also not let any of the rest near it. It hissed and swatted at anyone who had gotten close. It was to Jas and Vess that it had bonded. So, for Vess, he had decided to bring it along to take care of the poor creature. He sat down on his bunk and let the animal leap into his lap. He petted his back, causing it to roll over, and bat playfully at his fingers. He smiled. The loath cat was amusing if nothing else. Jas had never really had any pets growing up. There had always been so much to do, so many chores and duties. A Jedi youngling had no time for such distractions, and neither did a recruit in the Mandalore clan. "You miss her, don't you, Claude?" he asked the animal. Claude tilted his head and mewed. Jas sighed. "Dear Vess," he thought. "Yeah, I miss her too, her and Val." He reached down and let the loath cat wrap his front legs around his arm. It bit playfully at Jas's hand, but didn't bite down hard. "We will get them back," he promised. He played with the loath cat for a few more minutes before putting it back on the floor of his cabin. He opened a can of food he had brought with him from Alderaan, and then left the animal to enjoy his dinner. Which, speaking of dinner, he could already hear voices coming from the Claw's small galley. The others would be settling in. The ship would be in hyperspace for the next 9 hours, at least, provided the information that they had gotten on the wreck was good. They would need to prepare, plus he wanted to make sure that everyone was on the same page. A common enemy didn't mean that everyone forgot the past. He could already sense the tension as he stepped out of his quarters. He shook his head. Well, he thought morosely. That didn't take long. "Brother, please," he heard a familiar voice say. "There is no reason for this." "I think there is plenty of reason, sister. Don't you agree, Jedi?" An angry growl filled the air. Jas rolled his eyes. He should have expected this. He arrived in the galley to find both Choir Ko and Vlek, the Whiffid padawan, almost eye to eye, or rather eye to chin. Vlek was almost a head taller than the young Mandalorian. Not that Choir would back down, oh no. The warriors of Clan Nutbush were not known for backing down. Having grown up in Clan, having known how some within it felt about the Jedi, he expected some problems. There was too much history between the clans of Mandalore and the Jedi Order. He had felt that disdain as a boy, and it had taken him many years to overcome it and earn the respect of his clanmates. It is not just the clan, Jas realized. There was plenty of bad feelings on the other side too. Many Jedi believed that the Mandalorians were not honorable warriors but thugs. Jas himself had shared those views once. Targo had certainly lived up to them. He learned differently over the years, but he regarded Vlek thoughtfully. He was not sure bringing the young Jedi with him was such a good idea. He had offered the Whiffid a chance to return to Republic space. It would not have been that big of an inconvenience to drop him off on some Republic world, one with the Jedi Enclave, so that he could return, not only to the Order, but make his final report as well. Jas arrived too late to anything for the two slain knights, but he could help Master Swan's student, at least give him a chance to return to his studies. Vlek had been grateful for the offer, but respectfully declined. He felt that his mission was not finished. He and his master had been charged with bringing the bounty hunter Targo Say to justice and to rescue the people that he had kidnapped. The young Jedi did not desire to return in failure. He wished to see his mission through. Jas respected that, but he was also wary of the young Whiffid. If Monder was to be believed, his master and his ally had been hand-picked by Jas Dar Bynn, Jas' twin brother. So had his own opinions on how the situation with Vess needed to be handled. So far, Jas had been yet to determine if the student shared the views of his master. If Vlek had been given instructions on what to do if he did manage to save Vess. Jas was not sure how to politely bring up such a topic. The young Jedi was still mourning his master, despite his Jedi calm. He didn't wish to insult Vlek, but still desired to know what the padawan's intentions were towards the kidnapped women. "What were you thinking, Sai?" Jas wondered. Both Jimble Swan and Zymer Fay were known Jedi Guardians, and had excelled in that role. Yet, in the matter of conducting a proper investigation, they were likely not the best choice to carry it out. Blue Blades, as they were sometimes known on the fringe, were the swords of the Jedi Order. They were the ones you went to when you needed firepower. Guardians were more known for aggressive negotiations. They preferred to let their lightsabers do the talking. They were useful, but such skills were not necessarily an asset in the hunt for someone like Targo Say. They had underestimated Boss Sifo and had paid the price. A Jedi Sentinel would have served better in confronting the crime lord. A Sentinel would have proceeded more cautiously. If a Guardian was to be assigned such a mission, he should have been accompanied by a Jedi Consular. A Consular would have had the necessary skills to deduce the risk in dealing with someone like the spiced-up Mon Cal and adjusted their search accordingly. Too late now, Jas realized whatever Sai had hoped for, those hopes had died with the two Guardians. Now Jas was left with an angry Padawan whose goals he didn't entirely understand. It would have been better had Vilek accepted his offer to return to the Order. There he could mourn as was proper, and be assigned a new master, one that could complete his training. Jas suspected that Whiffet had been close to taking his trials. His survival on the wreck was proof of that. Yet, he had chosen to remain here. He was now a wild card in the deck that was this mission, and he was trying to challenge Choirco. Jas sighed. That wouldn't do at all. Is there a problem here, Padawan? The Whiffet looked away from Choir. His blue eyes fell on Jas. He sensed the young Jedi's insecurity, which confused him somewhat. What did the Whiffet have to be insecure about? Jas was neither a full Jedi nor his superior. My apologies, Master Jas, he said, bowing his large head. I was merely. The title the alien had given him surprised Jas. Master. He almost laughed. Oh, Padawan, he thought. That is something that I will never be. Seeking to test yourself against Choir. You do realize how unnecessary that is. The alien winced and looked down and away. I do not like the smell of him, the Padawan growled under his breath. Jas nodded. He had been around long enough and understood what was going on. The Whiffet were an aggressive species and a warrior race, not so different from the Mandalorians. It came as no surprise that either of the young beings would seek to try and intimidate the other. Put two alpha cat hounds in a pen together, and they would fight. It was inevitable. Jas understood the honor of Cal Nuna and the bravery of his soldiers. Choirco wouldn't back down, not if he felt that he was being challenged. He continued to glare at Vilek, his T-visored helmet never leaving the Whiffet's shaggy frame. If this one wants to test me, he doesn't have to. Hilla sighed and stepped between the two, her own helmeted gaze focused on Choir. Enough, she said. Your behavior is not helping, brother. In fact, it is downright unbecoming of a warrior son of Clan Nutbush and of Mandalore. Hilla, Choir said defensively, the Jedi is on the same quest that we are, she reminded him. Brother Jas is also of Jedi blood, have you forgotten that? Of course not. I appreciate your aid, Hilla, Jas called out, but I can speak for myself. He looked back and forth between Choir and Vilek. I don't need to remind you both that the fight isn't in here. It is out there, somewhere. We have all been drawn into the hunt for Targo Say. We all have our reasons for being here, but the end result is the same. Jas shook his head. If we fight amongst ourselves, then Targo has already won. That means the end of all we hope to accomplish. I know it won't be easy letting go of the past and forgetting the transgressions of old, but we need to focus on the here and now. We all want the same thing, yes. Yes, Choir said slowly, nodding. The traitor Targo Say must answer for his crimes. For all those that he has hurt. Yes, the Whiffet growled. For Master Swan, this bounty hunter must be brought to justice. And for our brother, Hilla added, for Digger. She looked at Jas and nodded. The circle of vengeance must be closed. Jas nodded again. As he had said, they all had their reasons for being here. The presence of the co-siblings on the wreck had been a bit of a shock, but perhaps it should not have been. Many brave Mandalorians had died when Targo had betrayed his clan during the raid on the Kuat Drive yards. He had tried to use the Sunset Collective not just to propel himself to the leadership of the clan, but to eliminate anyone else he considered a rival, anyone who could cause a problem for his rise. Mother Nutbush had been the main target that day, but she had not been the only one. Several up-and-coming Mandalorian fighters had been eliminated as well, those that would not have supported Targo's coup or challenged the path he desired to set for the clan.
Among those fighters had been Digger Ko, Hilla and Quire's older brother. He had perished on the same platform that James and Coop had been traveling on that day, slain by Kellic Bob, Targo's right hand, and a handful of other Nutbush traders. James had failed to save Digger's life, but he had managed to avenge him, slaying several of his murderers and leaving Bob behind to face Republic justice. Quire and Hilla had not been in the fighting corps back then. They had still been too young, but they had watched when James had challenged and defeated Targo, and the two had not forgotten what he had done that day. It had been for that reason that they had been on the wreck. Coop, in his desire to aid in James' search, had reached out to their old clan. Ellis, the chieftain of Clan Nutbush, had known that James was hunting for Targo, and informed the co-siblings of his involvement. Quire and Hilla had been working along a similar path. They, like Monder, had heard of Targo's actions on the wreck, but they had chosen a more direct approach. They had openly started attacking Sifo interests. The two Mandalorians had sabotaged or destroyed Sifo's business, disrupted his control of the station. They had wanted the crime boss angry and paranoid. They had wanted him to feel helpless, and call for aid. They had hoped to agitate the criminals enough that they might call Targo back to the station to aid them. Ironically enough, their actions had drawn first the two Jedi, and then James to station. According to Hilla, they had been hoping to meet up with him. The memory of his victory over Targo had stuck with them over the years. Though you never swore the creed, Hilla had said, we hoped that you would aid us, that we could aid each other. Ties of the clan remained strong among fellow foundlings. As a recruit of Nutbush, you understand that, don't you, Brother James? He had nodded. Yes, he understood, and for that reason, he realized that he had to accept their help, not just because of their skill, but because it was the smart thing to do. He would rather have them at his side, than working parallel to him, and likely getting in his way at a key moment. Besides, he knew the skill of the Nutbush warriors. He could not deny that they would be an asset. So, he had said yes, both for Digger and Mother Nutbush. He would do what he could to keep the two warriors safe. It was the least he could do. Even after all this time, the Ko were still part of his clan. A clan watched over its members. That was the way. Ryer, Burr, and Shusk arrived a few moments later. The Cathar had restocked their food supply while they had been on the wreck. The military-grade rations that were usually eaten aboard ship were nice, but sometimes sentient beings desired real food. I'm surprised you found fresh fruit and vegetables on the wreck, Quire said, looking at the plates that the Cathar sat before the crew. The wreck is a smuggler's port, Ryer reminded him. Spice and guns aren't the only thing moving through its hangars. Hut tariffs make even the basics hard to come by on worlds under their control. The Cathar gave him a toothy grin. Believe it or not, in some systems, smuggling food is more profitable than guns. Burr leaned in and kissed his lover's cheek. That's what I like about you, kitten, he proclaimed, you're always looking out for others. She purred and leaned in, rubbing her cheek against his. You know it, baby, she replied. James said nothing. Burr had found someone, he had no reason to think less of either him or Ryer for that. Shusk reached across the table, grabbing at some greens, while the Cathar sat a plate of meat in front of Vilek, who nodded gratefully. The two Mandalorians sat quietly, not touching their food. You two aren't eating? Burr asked. We shall return to our quarters to eat, Quire informed him. Our faith does not allow the removal of our helmets. The enforcer shrugged. Suit yourselves then. Shusk was about to take a bite of his meal when he paused, his whiskers twitching. Where is Fallenstar? The Chadra fan asked, looking around. Isn't she going to join us? She is resting in her quarters, James informed him. She asked us to get started without her. Miri had needed medical attention after the attack by the Dianoga. James and Vilek had saved her, but she had not come out completely unmarked. The consortium's medical droids had put her through both decontamination and given her a series of booster shots to treat any possible bacteria or viruses she might have picked up being submerged in the station's wastewater. It had not been a pleasant experience for her. She had showered 3 times since they had escaped the lower levels, twice on the station with real water, and once using the Sonic 1 aboard ship. James didn't blame her, he still felt soiled after that encounter, and that was after Deccan and 2 showers himself. The bounty hunter was now meditating in her quarters trying to center herself after her near-death experience. At least he hoped she was. He tried not to reach out with the Force, he didn't want her to get the wrong idea. Miri. He shook his head again. Once again, his actions had caused another complication, and horizontal ellipsis. He was not quite sure how to deal with it. After their return from the lower levels, after she had gotten out of Deccan, Miri had come to him. She had an offer of sorts. He had not taken it, but he had been tempted. He had saved her life, she acknowledged that, and thought herself in his debt.
She was grateful that he had come to aid. She offered to show him just how grateful she was. An offer that had begun with her turning up in the same shower room that he had been in, shown up, wearing nothing but a smile. He had been caught off guard to say the least. In fact, his response had been along the lines of, Miri. What the? Whoa. What are you doing? She had merely smiled, and approached him, her every move radiating desire. It has been a while, hasn't? She had asked him in a husky voice. How long has it been since a woman offered herself to you? How long since you were willing to accept? It had been a while, he could not deny that, but he had denied her offer. It wasn't right. Jas knew what a near-death experience could do to a person. He understood why she was offering him what she was. She was feeling vulnerable, and he refused to take advantage of that. He had wrapped her in a towel and kissed her lightly on the cheek. I'm sorry, he told her. I can't. She gave him a confused look. Do I displease you? She asked. Not at all, he had answered, unable to kill the blush that had rushed down his neck. I appreciate the offer, but I have no desire to take advantage of what happened. We still have a long way to go, and I don't want to complicate things. You do understand, yes? He had feared she would be angry, hurt by his refusal, but she had not been. She merely nodded. Val is a lucky girl, she said, or maybe it is Vess. We're just going to have to see, aren't we? She stepped away and removed the towel, turning on the water in the nearest stall. Again, Jas had looked away respectfully. She laughed. Sure, you don't want to change your mind? She asked. I'm sure. Have it your way then, she said with a pout, though her smile returned a few moments later. I don't suppose I could convince you to wash my back. It is so hard sometimes. Don't tease. I'm not teasing, she said playfully. He shook his head no, trying really hard not to look. Damn it, he thought. Why did it have to be like this? I don't think that is a good idea, he said, walking away quickly, wishing his own shower had been a bit colder than what it was. He couldn't even look at her, which only seemed to amuse her more. Just know that the offer still stands, she replied as he had left the room. I'll be waiting. They had said little to each other after that encounter. Things had become a bit awkward between them now, but he still hoped to overcome it. When they had gotten back, she had made a point of letting him know she was in her quarters if he needed anything at all. Her meaning could not have been plainer. He could sense her desire through the Force, the lust that had taken root there. She would not resist if he asked to be with her. It would be wrong, but the desire was there. Again, Jas resisted that temptation. He didn't entirely trust himself to be alone with the former padawan turned bounty hunter. He tried not to think about it, to focus on the mission. Why did she have to be like this, he wondered. Though, perhaps he shouldn't have been surprised. This was not the first time that she had made a pass at him. She had been drunk during those previous attempts, and that had made it easier to refuse her. This one, though, this attempt had been different. It was the first one that had got him thinking, made him curious. He decided not to take the chance. Yet, you are considering it, his conscience chided. What does that make you? An idiot, he thought. Nope. He was not going to go there again. He would put it out of his mind. He would not think about it, or the way she had looked when she had come to him. Stay focused on the mission, he thought. Finding Val, finding Vess, that is what was important. That is what mattered. Jas had just sat down to eat. The meal looked good, and he was not about to let it go to waste. Fresh food was hard to come by when you spent so much time aboard a ship. Plus, the crew was gathered, with the exception of Fallenstar. They could plan. That is when it happened. While they had all been sitting there, Hilla disengaged the catches on her helmet and took it off. He blinked in surprise. What? Quire gasped and looked away, his arm coming up to block his own vision. Sister, he hissed. Must you? Really? Jas looked down and away as well, remembering his time among the clan. Hilla merely shrugged. I need to get used to taking off my helmet. Brother, she said, it has been almost 6 years now, and we are among allies. The Mandalorian woman sighed. I doubt that Granius will wish to have his wife walking around in a full helmet and armor all the time. Jas was confused. Clan Nutbush were purists, that was their religion. They never removed their helmets. They followed the old way, the stricter way. He glanced up despite that realization. Hilla had grown into a pretty young girl. He could see the child he knew in the woman before him, but now those features were hardened by years of Mandalorian training. Except for the eyes, they remained the eyes of the playful young girl he had known, though he suspected that playfulness vanished when she was in combat.
Right now, though, she was enjoying tormenting her brother. Wife, Ryer purred regarding their guest, you are married. Betrothed, Hilla responded with a shy smile, I'm to wed Granius Ordo, son of the chieftain of Clan Ordo. James frowned. Ordo? He remembered that name. Wasn't that the clan that drove Nutbush from Mandalore in the first place? He asked her. Hilla nodded. It was Chieftain Ellis' idea, she informed him. He approached Ordo with an offer of alliance. They were still stronger than us, but their soldiers had lost something in the years since our exile. They were not as hardened as they once were. They lacked real combat experience, most of the seasoned warriors had been lost in various conflicts. The other clans were starting to take advantage of that inexperience. I get it, Burr said. Your boss offered to come to their aid, provided they agree not to block your people's return to Mandalore, am I right? Something like that, Mr. Burr, was it? He nodded. Hilla smiled. My wedding will officially end any hostilities between our two clans. We will no longer be a threat to them, and they will have access to our troops if they need them. The arrangement will serve both clans well. James nodded, finally meeting the young woman's gaze. He understood the politics of it, but understood the consequences as well. But, by removing your helmet, by letting others see your face, the clan is still led by purists. Her joyful expression turned a little sad. My sister has already been added to the roll of the honored dead, Quire informed him. Shusk blinked when he heard that. But, she is still alive, he squeaked. Not in the eyes of the clan, Quire continued. James could sense his sadness through the force. Hilla will be listed as having given her life for the clan. She will be dead to us, but her sacrifice will ensure future peace between Ordo and Nutbush. My children with Granius will bond the two clans together. They will ensure both strength and peace. James nodded, he was impressed. Offering yourself to such a fate, it could not have been easy. You are very brave, he said to the girl. Hilla smiled. I try to be, she answered. Quire snorted at that. Don't let her talk of sacrifice fool you, Brother James. My sister was pining over that little prince from the first moment she saw him. She glared at her brother. I wasn't pining. Really, he said, and you didn't enter the melee to decide as bride without my consent. As your older brother, you could have consulted me, you should have asked me. You would have refused. Of course, I would have refused, you're my sister. And I would have fought you for the right to choose my own destiny. I would never fight you, Hilla. She gave her brother a sly smile. Because you would have lost. I would have hated to see you lose face in such a way, but I know my own desires, Quire. I wanted to be with Granius, and nothing was going to stop me. You won the right to marry this boy, Ryr asked. I did, Hilla said proudly. Ellis held a melee, me and 11 other women entered, most were more experienced, and better armed, than I. Hilla beamed. They could not stand against me, not that day. I fought like a Mandalore of old. I had only just completed my training in the fighting corps, but I emerged victorious. James nodded. He was impressed. How does your intended feel about this? He is pleased to have such a strong mate at his side. Has he seen your face yet? He has, she confessed. We met in private after the melee. He liked what he saw, I think. The girl blushed slightly. I will do my best to be a good wife to him, and mother to his children. Quire rose from the table, he radiated a sense of loss and pain. If you will excuse me, he said, I shall eat later. He left without another word. Hilla watched him, her expression pained. She looked about to go after him, but thought better of it. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
I chose this, she said to Jas. It will be for the greater good. I will miss the clan, but it needed to be done. Jas reached out and squeezed her hand. Quire will understand, he promised in time. I hope so, she answered. In the meantime, Chieftain Ellis has offered a large bounty for the head of Targo. Say, my share of those credits will serve well as a dowry when I went into Clan Ordo. They won't need them, but it will go well towards improving my armor and prove my quality to the Ordo elders. Jas leaned back and examined those that had gathered around him. We all have our reasons for being here. Vilek had his. The 2 Mandalorians had theirs. And I have mine. We all have our own reasons for this mission to succeed. Speaking of Targo, he began, it is time to share the next part of the plan with you all. Boss Tines of the Sifo Consortium didn't have a direct way to contact our quarry, but he did know who to contact to get in contact with our prey. So, Vilek growled eagerly, what is our next move, Master Jas? It has already been made, Padawan, Jas informed him, not bothering to correct him on the use of the title of Master. Sifo had already reached out to Targo, as we had hoped. His contact was most interested in the fact that a Padawan had survived on the wreck, and was most interested in acquiring one for some reason. He wanted me, the Whiffet said. Why? I'm not sure, Jas replied, but the person who knows how to reach Targo did ask that the Padawan be taken alive and sent to him. Sifo, being too arrogant for his own good, agreed to that request. The Whiffet nodded. So, I am bait. Jas shook his head. The Padawan is bait, but that won't be you, Vilek. Sifo was sent instructions on how to render a captured Jedi safe for transport. Tynes has provided us with what we need, and the location of the drop-off. His crew looked at Jas. He could sense their confusion. I don't understand, Hilla said. If Vilek is not the bait, then who is? Jas gave them a predatory grin. Don't worry, he promised them. You will all understand soon enough. Trust me. Chapter 6. He awoke in total darkness. Jas opened his eyes, hearing his heart pounding in his chest. The dream still held him, or, at least, tried to. Damn it, he thought, trying to slow his breathing. What in the name of the Force was that? His confusion passed quickly, giving way to both realization and purpose. He took a deep breath and regained his focus. Right, he whispered into the shadows. I'm here. Where here was inside a storage pod, one specially designed to keep advanced organic beings sedated. Of course, the sedation protocol didn't work right on this one, but that was by design, not accident. Targo's friends wanted a sedated Jedi, What they were about to get was something entirely different, and Jas would be on the right path. The path to finally finding Targo and rescuing Val and Vess. He took another cleansing breath. "MHM," he murmured. "Val and Vess." He laid his head back against the padding of the pod. It was comfortable, he supposed. When he had first been put inside this thing, Rear had given him an injection of something, so if Targo's friends scanned the pod, his life readings would show that he was in stasis. He reached out with the force. He didn't sense any threats. In fact, beyond the pod, everything seemed to be proceeding as whoever these people were expected. The thought amused him. Well, things were about to go bad for them in a moment. Really bad? As he had told Vlek, the people that Targo communicated with expected a Jedi student. What they wanted one for was still a mystery, but one easily solved. They wanted a padawan, and that is what they got. As Vay's student, he fit the bill, but his experience gave him a bit more of an edge. He was not saying that the Wifit couldn't have done it, but still. He felt safer handling this matter himself. Tynes had reached out to the people that the consortium used to contact Targo, and had set up the pickup. The Corran had even provided the stasis pod. Shusk had gone over it with a micro-scanner, just to make sure that no surprises awaited them. Now, here he was. Jas nodded. It was time to get down to business. The plan was simple. Escape the pod, see where he was, and once he got his bearings, set off the tracking beacon Shusk had provided him with, and from there, all he would need to do was wait for his backup to show. It was a simple plan, and it seemed to be working. Everything was proceeding as planned, mostly. The shot had worn off the way that Rear had said it would, but it had been early. He had reached out with the force, and discovered that he was still at the pickup site. The people that he was expecting had arrived, but they were taking their time getting underway. He had needed to be patient, and, as he had waited, he had dozed off, and the dream had come. He took a shuddering breath. It had been intense to say the least, but not in a bad way, no. He shook his head. Damn it, Fallenstar, he thought. What did you wake up in me? He had been back in the Rist estate on Alderaan in the quarters that Lady Dorma had provided for him. It had been late at night, and he had been meditating. There had been a knock on the door. He had rose and went to see who it was. Nothing had felt out of the ordinary. By that point he had earned the respect and trust of House Rist. He had opened the door. Char Valentine had been waiting for him. Hey there, hotshot, she had said playfully. Jas had smiled. On some level, he had still been aware that it was a dream. He knew she was still in danger still. Seeing her, standing before him, it was good. Hey, Val, he had replied, you need. She hadn't let him finish. She was in his arms, kissing him deeply, much as she had been on that night that they had shared years ago. The memory of that time came flooding back, the smell of her hair, the taste of her skin, and those cute little sounds that escaped her lips when she was excited. He had pulled her into his room, running his hands over her. The combat suit she was wearing was smooth to the touch, not like her skin, but it wasn't enough. Time jumped forward. Clothes and armor lay scattered about the room. They were in his bed, moving against each other, lost in sweet desire, the force humming with the sweet togetherness of their connection. She looked up at him. He sensed only desire, sweet submission. Yes, Val gasped as she arched her lovely back. Oh gods, yes. He pulled her up and into his arms. Jas kissed his way down her lovely throat. He could feel her excitement. Her body shuddered with pleasure. She radiated need through the force. He had been getting lost himself, the moment overwhelming him, dream or not. It had been too long, almost 6 years since he had last been intimate with someone. Their brief interlude in the training room had made him realize just how long that had been, how cold he had been.
It had woken something. He needed to feed that desire now. It had been far too long. Val lay back, she pulled a pillow over her face and screamed into with delight. James smiled. It felt good, not just the act but feeling Val's happiness through the force, knowing that she wanted to be here, that she needed to be here. She The pillow fell away, and that is when he realized. There was now a different woman in his arms, but one that shared the protector's desire and need. Vess looked up at him, her blue eyes dark with desire. Seeing her so lost in ecstasy, it nearly brought him back to the real world. Whoa, no. He tried to pull back. No, she gasped, don't stop. Please. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply. Gently, almost worshipfully, she guided him down onto the bed, and onto his back. She was over him now, looking down, and he was completely under her control. Vess, he thought. Any thought of resistance or refusal fading fast. Wow. She was so beautiful. Their lovemaking started. He wanted to resist, perhaps he should have tried. But, he didn't. He tried to sit up, to stop, but she was there, her touch gentle, her skin, so very warm. She kissed him deeply, sweetly. He didn't want to stop, she didn't want to stop. As the kiss broke, he looked into her eyes. She was breathing heavily, she smiled with tears of joy in her eyes. So long, she murmured, I wanted this, for so long. He knew what she wanted, but still, this was Vess. It was enough to make him hesitate. He was panting, shaking his head no. Vess, he gasped, we can't. I shouldn't. She gave him a soft sweet smile. Please, my love, she purred happily. Please. She kissed him again and again. Despite his fears, he remembered seeing her again for the first time, seeing the woman that little girl had become. He had been intrigued before he realized who she was, and now that sense of intrigue was back. He couldn't escape it. It had grown. Desire had replaced hesitation. He could not escape it. He lay back down, surrendering to her. He responded to her desire, her touch. He couldn't help it. He awoke. He had bumped his head against the pod, waking in complete darkness, confused. He had not realized where he was. It took a bit for the dream to fade, to remember why he was there, where he was. James shook his head. Damn it. He was still breathing hard. It had only been a dream, but... What are you thinking? He blamed Fallenstar. She had reminded him of something he had tried to deny, and had denied for a long time. He remembered their brief encounter in the showers on the wreck. He had felt it. The desire to be with someone. Had it been Val, he wouldn't have resisted.
Had it been Vess? No. Nope. He didn't think about that. He couldn't. Mary, she was an attractive woman. He didn't deny that. He had never been with another Force-sensitive. Part of him wondered what it would have been like. He could have had her, but he hadn't. It would have been wrong. It would have felt like he was taking advantage of her, and he would have felt like he was betraying Val. Or was it Vess he was worried about? He couldn't say for sure. He took a breath and centered himself. Which one? The bounty hunter had asked him once. Which one? He and Val had a connection. If she asked, he would have come to her without hesitation, but, at the same time, she had believed him a proper mate for Vess. That he could help guide her both as an advisor and as a husband. He shook his head. I'm an idiot. He wasn't sure why he had dreamed about such a thing now. They were both beyond his reach. They deserve better, he thought. They deserve far better than me. That thought snapped him out of his revelry. Whatever happened between him and the two, that was in the future. He still needed to find them, and... His eyes narrowed. He felt a disturbance in the force. Someone was coming. Jez readied himself. He could feel it now. It was as plain as day. Someone was coming to check on him, to check on the merchandise they had acquired. It was time. He felt his lightsaber slide into his hand. As soon as the pod opened, he needed to move quick. He sensed only a single presence approaching, but that didn't mean much. If the person had a droid or two with him, he wouldn't sense that. He nodded, letting himself slip deeper into the light. He was ready. He could sense boredom, That did surprise him. The minds around him seemed to be used to tedium, and yet, there was a current of malice here, something hidden from others. Plus, now that he was truly reaching out, he could also sense movement and a familiar hum. Great, he realized. We're in hyperspace. He had hoped that whoever Targo was working with had a base on the planet where the pod had been dropped off. That was not the case. Damn, that changes things. It meant that he needed to stop this vessel now. Who knew where they were going? The counter on his wrist showed that he had been in here for 6 hours. Depending when the pod was loaded, it was hard to say where in the galaxy they were right now, but hopefully still in range for his crew to pick up the tracer signal. No more time, he realized. He sensed that someone was just outside, and he could hear the release levers for the pod being engaged. He steeled his nerves. Showtime. The pod opened with a loud hiss. The overhead lights should have blinded him, but he was prepared. He was seeing through the force more than he was using his eyes, and that was a good thing, less chance of distraction. A lone man stood before him, armored and holding what looked like a medical scanner. "Hello there," Jas said with a pleasant smile. The man's eyes widened, his hand tried to go for his belt, for a weapon. Jas didn't give him that chance. He gestured, and the man flew up against the ceiling. Jas made sure he didn't hit head first, but he did strike with enough momentum to be stunned. Jas released him and let him fall to the floor hard. He stepped out of the pod and tried to get his bearings. So far, so good. He quickly disarmed his prisoner, disarmed, and got a good look at him. Interesting, he thought. The man was wearing a Republic naval uniform. As he looked around, he realized that he recognized both the lighting and the design. He had expected to be on some fringes ship, but that wasn't the case at all. It was a Republic ship. It was possibly even a military vessel. How did that figure into all this, he wondered. Supposedly the person that Tynes had contacted was an ally of Targo, say, the only way to get through to the bounty hunter. Was that person someone highly placed in the Republic Navy? They would have to be to get the pod loaded with so little inspection. He picked up his would-be captor and stuffed him in the pod. He removed the man's cold cylinder so that he could gain access to the ship's computer. He engaged the pod stasis system, for real this time. He didn't want this man sounding the alarm, not until he had a chance to see where he was and do something about it. His objectives were simple. Bring the ship out of hyperspace, lock down the crew, and call for rescue. He went to the first computer terminal he could find, plugged the man's cylinder into it. The ship's registry information came up quick enough. Jas read through it quickly. According to the computer, he was aboard the Monitor, a Republic military freighter on course for Duros. He found no reference to his pod, or if it was to be dropped off along the way, but he was able to bring up a floor plan and crew complement. Light freighter, crew of 40. Jas smiled. This part of the job would be a good test of his Jedi skills. He wasn't sure how Targo fit into this, but he was guessing that not everyone aboard wasn't on, whatever this was. He didn't want to hurt anyone. He saw no need to make an enemy of the Republic Navy. He unplugged the cold cylinder and went back to the still open pod. He considered changing into the officer's uniform, but thought against it. That man was too small, and wearing his uniform was more likely to attract attention than anything else. Fine. He sealed the pod and quickly moved out into the corridor. First stop, main engineering. From there, he would be able to see what he could do to bring the ship out of hyperspace. He heard voices approaching. He slipped into the nearest alcove and waited for them to pass by. Once again, he sensed no malice in these sailors. They behaved like they were simply on a delivery run, a run common to this class of vessel. No reason to hurt them, he thought, but he couldn't allow them to hinder his hunt as well. Someone on this ship knew more about Targo. He would have that information, one way or the other. 20 minutes later, alarms were blaring as the ship floated helplessly in the middle of nowhere. The confusion served Jas Dar Bynn well. He no longer needed to hide as much. All focus was now directed on main engineering and the hyperdrive system. He could not help feeling a sense of pride. The ship was disabled, and the blast doors had closed over main engineering. The 10 engineers were either napping in their quarters or tied up after having fulfilled Jas' orders. He had scrambled the lock on the blast doors, and without help from the inside, it would take them several hours to get the door open. Yet, even in that he saw a chance to sow even more confusion. He persuaded the sailors sent to check on the engineers to contact the bridge and tell them that everything was fine. So far, it didn't seem that the crew had any idea that he was loose and on board. It was easy enough to avoid the holocoms. He had gotten their placement from the ship's central computer. The officers hadn't locked down the ship yet. Any lockdowns that were in effect were his doing and served only to buy him time. He just had to keep the crew guessing. Right now they likely saw all this as some type of mechanical failure. It would take time to sort through the mess, and when they did finally realize what was going on, it would be too late. More than enough time, he thought to himself, looking down at the blinking tracking beacon on his belt. I hope you're ready, Rior, he thought. I hope you are out there, listening and ready. Though he was no slicer, he did know a few things about rigging the ship's security systems. His time in both Clan Nutbush and the Cooper Halcyon organization had taught him well. He could roughly estimate that of the ship's 40-man crew, he had only about 16 left to deal with. The rest were either sealed in their quarters or caught in non-essential areas. They weren't going anywhere. He was now on his way to the bridge. He wished to speak with the captain, inform him of what was going on, and hopefully turn off the bloody alarm. It was starting to give him a headache. So far, Jas had not needed to even draw his lightsaber. He had kept casualties down to 0, minus a few hangovers that some would feel coming out of his forced persuasions. In other words, so far so good. He was now free to head to the bridge. He hoped that they wouldn't present him with further problems. Though, he had to admit, this whole situation did give him a bit of déjà vu. He found himself remembering the co-op's folly and his flight from Bantoon. The traitor Ulrich had pulled a similar stunt to their ship. He had disabled the folly to set it up for the Red Eclipse. There is one difference, Jas thought. I mean these people no harm. All I want is a little information. They give that to me, then I will be on my way. Jas tilted his head slightly. He felt another disturbance, something familiar. He smiled. He sensed his crew, the Gilded Claw, had just entered the system, and would no doubt soon be docking with the disabled freighter. That will make things much easier. He was about to have some backup. He let the Force guide him, following the path. He encountered 2 sailors, but were able to convince them that he belonged here, and there was no need to report either his presence or the incoming ship. He didn't like doing this. He had never liked manipulating people's minds, but in this, he had little choice. He had no desire to harm these sailors, or see his own crew harmed. Mind tricks could ensure both. It was the only justification he had. He clung to it. He would have a chance to apologize to these people later, after they were done. The sailors he had encountered would not reveal him to their superiors. It bought some time, both for him and the approaching ship. Sadly, that secret was about to get out. They would be able to see the Claw from the bridge, and it was only a matter of time now before the officers took steps to try and repel boarders. Jas looked down at the cold cylinder in his hand. This would give Shusk access to their systems. Hopefully the little Chadra Fant would be able to disable the ship's anti-personnel system. He hurried down the corridor, towards the airlocks.
He needed to get his people on board, and quickly. They didn't have much time. He arrived just as the Claw attached itself to the freighter's airlock. Again, James used the code cylinder to kill any alarms. The airlock hissed as a hard lock was established. The hatch irised open. Fallenstar and Vilek leapt in, their lightsabers lit, one covering one side of the corridor, and one watching the other. James smiled at them. "Welcome aboard," he said dryly. Mary flashed him that manic grin of hers. "A Republic ship, huh?" she said, curious. He nodded. That was one word he supposed. He tried not to think about what had happened between them on the wreck. It was a matter they would need to deal with later, by then. Make a hole. Shusk scampered out of the airlock, making for the closest computer terminal. He glanced at James in passing. Code cylinder. Quick. James tossed it to the little alien. They had worked enough jobs together over the years to anticipate how some things had to go. The Mandalorians came in next, followed closely by Burr. All three had their blasters drawn, making sure that their entry point was secure. Status of the crew. Burr asked James. Mostly isolated, James reported, a few still moving around. James gave him a cool look. We aren't here to make enemies, non-lethal weapons only. Sure, that is a good idea. Burr asked. We don't need to kill anyone, and besides. James shrugged. I still have questions. As ordered, Hilla and Quire called out. They switched to their Mandalorian rifles, one of the few weapons in their arsenal with a stun setting. James' history with the clan was enough to ensure that they obeyed his request. Burr turned to Shusk. The Chadra fan was busy tapping at his data pad. How is it coming, rodent? Patience is a virtue, Shusk squeaked back. The little alien was whistling to himself, his equivalent of a nervous tick. If he didn't disable the gas system, the bridge could flood the whole ship. It was the same gas that Targo had used when he kidnapped Val and Vess. If it was released, they would need to flee back to the Claw, and they would lose. Got it. Shusk stepped back, his whiskers twitching nervously. Anti-personnel systems are in standby mode. I've locked it down with a code. They will probably be able to break it in an hour or so, but we won't need that much time, James promised, gesturing for the others to follow. Good, he thought, they now had a clear path to the bridge with no distractions or concerns. Perfect. Fallenstar and Vilek walked at his side. If they did encounter any hostiles, they would be able to parry any blaster bolts away from the group, give the co-siblings a chance to stun the enemy. Master James. Vilek said. Yeah. What does this ship have to do with the criminals I faced on the wreck? What is going on? Those are both good questions, Padawan, he answered. It is time we had our answers. It was only a short walk to the bridge. They would know what was going on soon enough. The bridge was locked down when they arrived. The Gilded Claw's presence had finally alerted them to the fact that something was wrong. It would not matter in the long run. Without their anti-personnel system, and most of the crew locked down, there was very little the bridge crew could do. James could imagine their confusion. The people he had mind-tricked telling them everything was fine, and at the same time their internal camera system had been disabled by Shusk. He shook his head. He felt a little sorry for these people, but he had had no choice. Someone on this ship knew about Targo Say and his allies. He would know who they were, now. Shuck disabled the blast doors. The little engineer stepped back under the cover of Vilek's lightsaber. The bridge opened up before them. James stepped inside. Easy there, he called out, we don't want any trouble. The bridge was small, the freighter's command crew squeezed into a space barely bigger than the cockpit of a Republic shuttle. The captain and first officer stood before the helmsman and navigator.
A communications officer sat to the captain's right. All five looked up in surprise. The captain, a dark-haired officer in his late 30s, glared at Jas. Pirates with lightsabers, he said coldly. That is new. We're not pirates, Jas said, and we are not here to harm you, any of you. You sure about that, lead? Burr asked, keeping his blaster trained on the officers. Considering how you got aboard, we might want to take this vessel back to friendly territory, get what we need out of it there. Jas pursed his lips. He had considered that, but hoped it wouldn't be necessary. He didn't wish to make an enemy of the Galactic Republic, not if he could help it. He had these people at his mercy. He realized he had needed to do that, at least in the beginning. Now, he needed to tone things down a bit. An open hand could sometimes accomplish more than a clenched fist. I'm Jas Dar Bynn, he informed them, Acolyte of the Jedi Order. The people behind me are my crew. We are conducting an investigation and require your assistance. The first officer, a Bothan with black fur with white face markings, grimaced. He had noticed the co-siblings. Jedi and Mandalorians, he said, his fur rippling, fighting as allies. Trouble can breed strange alliances, Jas informed him, but you can trust me, we mean you no harm. The captain frowned, he remained skeptical, not that Jas blamed him. What brings you here, Master Jedi? The first officer asked. You actually, Jas informed him. You loaded a series of containers at the supply depot on Kemp, Burr reminded them. Our lead was inside one of them. The Bothan blinked. The containers. I don't understand. Captain, why would we? He didn't get to finish. The captain drew his sidearm. He aimed it at the alien's back. For the eternal night, he shouted. Time seemed to slow down for Jas. He glared. And there was the answer he was looking for. The Sunset Collective again, Targo was still working with them. He wasn't surprised. The bridge was too small for anything fancy or cute. Jas needed to improvise. He force-pushed the captain back. The man hit the helmsman's chair hard. He slumped to his knees. Jas walked up and punched him before he had chance to recover, knocking him unconscious. Pew. Another blaster went off. The navigation officer shot the ensign man in the comm station. Jas guessed the man was another collective agent. The captain's flight spoiled the man's aim slightly. He managed to hit the female ensign in the shoulder, spinning her around. R-A-A-R-H. V-leg dashed forward. He shoved his lit lightsaber blade through the back of the navigator's chair. The man slumped over the blue blade, impaling him. The blaster fell from the dead man's hands. Jas winced. So much for no casualties. Padawan, he called out. Was that necessary? The Wifid deactivated his weapon. The dead ensign fell from his chair. At least the young Wifid looked ashamed. Killing should only be a last resort. A Jedi needed to understand that. Sorry, Master Jas, he growled. I got carried away. Jas shook his head. That was an understatement. He sighed. He didn't think he was ready to have a student yet. Hilla approached the wounded comm officer. She startled, but stopped when she saw that the Mandalorian had a medical pack. It is okay, the armor girl promised. I'm here to help. The Republic trooper nodded, though in pain, she remained wary. Hilla began tending the wounded officer's wounds, while Jas helped the Bothan commander back to his feet. The alien's ice-orange eyes were wide with shock. Captain Rem, he said, looking at his fallen superior. I don't understand. I take it he had the containers loaded. The Bothan nodded. He said that there was a last minute change, that military supply had briefed him. The commander shook his head. Master Jedi, he said, showing his sharp teeth. What is going on? Jas looked down at the fallen captain with an angry glare. It is a bit of a long story, Commander. Creffy, Marn Creffy. Well, Commander Creffy, or perhaps I should call you Captain, it is a long story. The Bothan shook his head. You best get started then, and then we can talk about what you have done to my ship. Jas smiled. Of course, Captain. You will have my full cooperation. Chapter 7. It is a most interesting story, Master Jedi. I suppose that we should count ourselves lucky you arrived when you did. Jas gave the woman a humble look. He wasn't sure what to expect when the Gilded Claw and the Manator had arrived at this station 6 hours ago. The two ships had come together, under the watchful eye of a Republic warship. The Claw was not under any threat, but both Jas and his crew had been encouraged to join them. As for the trip itself, both Republic ships were going whether Jas approved or not. The orders to make the jump had come from Republic High Command after Acting Captain Creffy had briefed them on what had been happening aboard his freighter. Jas had complied. He had needed to, if he was being perfectly honest with himself. It was the only way that he could learn what was going on here. He needed Republic support to find the answers he sought. This was the only way. He smiled at the woman he was meeting with. To be honest, I wasn't entirely sure where I would end up, Agent Garza, but when you work undercover you have to be prepared for the unexpected. The young Republic SIS agent smiled. Well, you are not wrong, she agreed. The unexpected does enter in when you do this kind of work. He took the fact that she was willing to grant him that point as a good sign. At least she was open to speaking with him. Hopefully, she would be willing to go a bit further. He still needed to learn more about what the collective had been doing aboard that freighter, and what the captain's link was to Targo say. He could not afford to behave predictably. Targo was expecting that. If he played the bounty hunter's game, he would likely lose both Val and Vess. Only by being unpredictable could he hope to gain the advantage. That is what he needed most right now, an advantage. So far, Targose had been one step ahead of him. He needed to beat the man at his own game. He hoped that the Republic would be willing to let him do that. Yet, so far, he had gained nothing. He had more questions than answers. It was not the best way to begin. To start with, Jas still wasn't entirely sure where they were right now. All he knew was that this station was some sort of listening post, likely under the command of Republic Naval Intelligence, and the Republic SIS, the Strategic Information Service. They had isolated the Gilded Claw crew since their arrival, asking that Jas and his companions remain aboard their own ship while Republic agents conducted their own investigation and examination of the Manator, trying to learn just how far and how many of the Sunset Collective agents had infiltrated the vessel's crew. Technically, they were in Republic custody, but if they were, it was a very gentle form of custody. The Claw may have been locked down, but the crew was free to move about their ship without interference, and no boarding parties had tried to enter. They had even been allowed to keep their weapons, as a show of good faith. They didn't have clearance to leave, and if they tried, the Republic would have moved to stop them, but that was to be expected. Burr had said it best. Jas had dropped a huge pile of steaming bantha poo on the Sis's doorstep. They were still trying to figure out how best to deal with it. The Republic agents didn't trust Jas and his allies, but they weren't treating them like enemies. They were being cautious, that was all. Jas didn't blame them, not for being careful. What he and his people had discovered was likely troubling for the naval officers. Commander Creffy had certainly been shocked. Yet, they had evidence and proof of the collective's presence. Being blindsided, it was not the easiest thing to admit. After they had successfully secured the collective captain, the Bothan first officer had moved quickly. He sealed off the bridge, and with Shusk's aid reactivated the ship's anti-personnel system. It had not been difficult for the Chadra fan to undo what he had done when they arrived, and soon the rest of the crew of the Manator was incapacitated, all rendered unconscious by the sedative gas that Republic naval vessels used to deal with would-be boarding parties. From there, the search had begun in earnest. Jas had no idea exactly how many collective agents were aboard, but he did have an idea to ferret out at least a few of them. He informed the Bothan of the collective suicide implants, the neurotoxin they carried in case of capture. A brief search of Captain Rim's person revealed that he did indeed have one. It was under one of the fingernails of his left hand. The man that Vilek had killed had one too, this one in one of the man's molars. Jas Dar Bynn was pleased when they found them. At least they had some proof of the cult's involvement in this matter. It wasn't much by itself, but it was a beginning. It was a start. Plus, it gave the Republic sailors something to look for. It was a clue in trying to figure out exactly who on this ship might have been working with the captain. How many other infiltrators they had on board. The Bothan agreed to help them conduct the search, though he insisted on calling for help. He would say nothing over the comms about Jas, or his people, merely that the ship was suffering mechanical failure and needed aid. Creffy was smart enough to realize that Republic Naval Command might not be the only ones listening in on the freighter's communications. When help arrived, they would be able to brief the Admiralty and find out what to do next. Jas agreed, still hoping to keep things cordial between himself and the Republic Navy. After Alderaan, he could use a few friendly ears in high places. He didn't doubt that some blamed him for what had happened with the righteous. He hoped to put any such arguments to rest. He could work through official channels, when he had to. He had enough enemies. He had no desire to make any more. It took them almost 2 hours to search the freighter from top to bottom, but that hunt had not been in vain. They had been able to identify 6 other crewmen with collective suicide implants. Finding so many were troubling to the Bothan officer, and to Jas. That makes 8, He thought with a frown, almost a fourth of this ship's crew were collective agents. That thought, it was not pleasant. Who knew what the collective had been planning with this vessel? By the time help arrived in the form of a Republic cruiser, Creffy had secured the unconscious collective agents in their ship's cargo hold, their suicide implants removed, with Jas' aid. Republic security would have questions for these people. Hopefully, naval intelligence would have more luck than he had in getting anything out of them. After they had secured the Manator and briefed the captain of the cruiser on their situation, both he and Creffy had asked that Jas and his party accompany them to a Republic port. The SIS would have questions regarding this incident. Jas had agreed. He still hoped to get a chance to read the collective captain's log and any files that he might have stored in his personal computer. He hoped that the man might know more about Targo, and if he did, that he might find some clue that might lead him to either the bounty hunter, or perhaps where the man was hiding Vess and Val. He could only hope for the best. The cruiser had slaved both the Manator and the Gilded Claw to its nav system. From there, the three ships had jumped as one. They had arrived at this station 6 hours ago. Rear had liked that. The Claw was her vessel. She had no desire to make some blind jump to who knew where. Burr had managed to convince her, but the Cather had remained skeptical. "I hope you know what you are doing, Mr. Jas," she had said. "Me too," he replied. Upon arrival, the ship was asked to stand by. They were cleared for docking, and even offered refreshments. They had to take them aboard their own ship, but the offer was there. Regardless, the two Mandalorians insisted on checking the food and drink for anything suspicious. Jas didn't see what the point of the Republic drugging them, but had allowed the check just the same. It came back negative, of course, but at least they could now eat without concern. Thus the waiting game began. Burr and Rear went back to their quarters for some alone time, while the rest of the crew tried to relax in the ship's galley. Fallenstar napped in a chair while the two Mandalorians played cards with Shusk. Velek sat in the corner meditating, his growling breaths hissing between his tusks. Jas tried to meditate as well, but couldn't do it. He could not find his center. His thoughts kept turning to Val and Vess. He was more than distracted, especially now that they had a lead to follow. It was all he could do to keep from pacing. He has tried to be patient while the Republic tried to sort out the Manator mess. He tried to remember that everything was fine. Their hosts had done nothing to restrain either him or his crew. They only asked that they stay aboard the Claw and stand by. So they had waited. Jas waited. He again tried to meditate, but he kept thinking about Val and how she had looked when Targo held a blade to her throat. It kept him from finding a sense of calm. He wanted to be moving. He wanted that information now. He had been on the verge of losing his patience, of storming out the airlock and onto the station when he had finally been summoned to speak with Agent Garza, the SIS representative here. Which of course brought them to his moment. Now, here they were, sitting across from one another in an interrogation room. Jas tried to be polite, but thoughts of Vess and Val kept intruding on his Jedi comm. Can we not move things on a little faster? He wondered. We still have things to do. When the interview had started, he had not been entirely sure that the Republic brass would believe them. The story about the collective and what they had discovered aboard the Manator was surprising to say the least. Through the Force, this Republic agent appeared open, willing to listen. He took comfort in that. He was grateful to hear from someone who was keeping an open mind. Garza didn't strike him as a stickler for protocol. She remained polite, but he could sense her curiosity through the Force. She was a young woman, late 20s, early 30s. Yet, she tried to remain cool and aloof. Her emotions still bled out through the Force, both her emotions and her curiosity. She wasn't dismissing him, and she wanted to know what he knew. It was as good a place to start as any. She entered a few commands on the data pad before, again, Jas tried to be patient. He had questions of his own. He hoped that they would be able to help each other. The woman smiled. I must confess, Master Jedi, your presence here has definitely ruffled some feathers back at High Command. Really, he said, trying to appear uninterested. How so? The agent chuckled as she looked down at her pad. Your name was recognized, of course, but that should come as no surprise, I think. There are those in high places that blame you for the destruction of the Republic cruiser righteous above Alderaan. People that claim that you dragged the Republic into, what did the report say? Vicious Mandalorian clan politics. They believe you should have been prosecuted for the deaths that occurred aboard the righteous. That you are responsible for those deaths. Jas tried to keep his expression bland, but inside he was almost fuming. There goes my brother again, he thought. Jas Dar Bynn had wasted no time in blaming the righteous incident on him, despite the fact that Targo Say had boarded the ship long before it arrived on Alderaan. There were plenty of interested parties in the whole Bantoon affair, and any one of them could have hired Targo to acquire the two women for them. Of course, those parties had not known about the Mandalorian's vendetta against Jas. He had taken advantage of the hunt to settle his own score, regardless of what he had been paid, or so the evidence Jas had gotten at the various bounty hunters' guilds in the last few months suggested. Targo had gone rogue, but that was not surprising, not given what Jas knew about the man. That is what it says. He asked the agent. Yes, she replied, officially. He tried to keep his tone light. He even smiled. The problem with the official version is that it only fits those in charge. How they want things to be, not necessarily the way they are. An interesting point, Garza acknowledged. Could you elaborate? Do I really need to? He shrugged. I'm sure my name was not the only one discussed after the righteous affair. I'm fairly certain that I wasn't the only one whose name was discussed when it came to casting blame. The young agent didn't respond, but she didn't outright dismiss his suggestion either. Jas took the chance and pushed forward. Tell me, is it Republic military doctrine to fire on a shuttle with innocent hostages on board? Your Admiral Rakus did not seem to care about the lives of Viseria Istillo and Char Valentine, the two women that were kidnapped by Targo Say. Garza's expression turned grim. I cannot approve or disapprove of what happened that day, she responded. I'm only saying that the events on Alderaan got you noticed and made the higher-ups question your presence here. The agent entered a few commands on her data pad. Images recorded from the Monitor appeared before them, namely still images of Jas' crew. The agent smiled politely. I must say, Master Jedi, you and your padawan travel in some interesting circles. Are you aware that the Chadrafan and the Cathar that you are traveling with have several outstanding warrants out for them in 6 different systems? Then there are the 2 Mandalorian warriors, not to mention the bounty hunter, someone who your own order considers a rogue, or so our contacts within the Jedi have informed us. And I'm not even going to get started on Burrotano. The man has several files worth of history where the Republic military is concerned. Jas wasn't surprised to hear about Burr's history. He had known for a long time that the man had had a past with the Republic Navy. Not that that mattered right now. Only 2 things mattered to Jas Dar Bynn, and they were both in the hands of Targo Say. They were what mattered. Plus, he didn't bother correcting her about Vilek not being his padawan. There was no point, not when she was attacking his people. Again, Jas shrugged. Are we really going to quibble about my people's history right now, Agent Garza? I can't say much for them, only that they are willing to offer their aid in helping me rescue the 2 women taken on Alderaan. I would also like to point out that they aided your crew in identifying the Sunset Collective members that infiltrated the Monitor. All points in their favor. Yes, she agreed. I'm merely making sure you were aware that the people you were traveling with are not in possession of, shall we say, clean records. We all have histories, Agent Garza. I'm not going to blame someone for their past, not when the future is at stake. Garza nodded. Perhaps she even understood. The agent sighed. So, you weren't investigating these terrorists then? You were only seeking the 2 kidnapped women, the ones that were taken during that business with the righteous? Jas nodded. According to a source of mine, Targo Say, the bounty hunter responsible for what happened on Alderaan, was in contact with someone on the Monitor. They were how this contact hired the man to do jobs for them. I see, Garza replied. She entered the information on her pad. You were hoping that this middleman might lead you to this bounty hunter, and through him, the 2 kidnapped women. Yeah. Jas smiled politely. I don't suppose you could tell me what the Sunset Collective was up to on the Monitor. Given what I know about their history, I doubt it was anything good. That matter is being investigated, she assured him, but it is also classified right now. The matter of a Republic military vessel being infiltrated by a hostile force is something we at the SIS take very seriously. Understandable, Jas agreed. I have no desire to impede any investigation that you may wish to start, only to try and figure out the link between the collective agents aboard the Monitor and the bounty hunter in question. You believe that this is more than a professional relationship then? You believe this, Targo say, is a member of their group? Jas paused, weighing his options. How much did he wish to share right now? He had gotten the Sis's attention, but did he really want to start sharing everything he knew when it came to the collective and Targo? He had no desire to harm his clan. Nutbush had suffered enough from Targo's betrayal, but at the same time, he needed Garza to understand. Fine, he thought. I'll share. He is a known associate of theirs, that for certain. He first started working with them about 10 years ago. He was involved in the collective attack on the Kua Drive yards. Garza's eyes widened slightly. These people were involved in that. Jas nodded. I know the blame for that matter did not fall that way, but I can tell you for certain that it was the collective that masterminded that assault. They turned their own people into bombs that day, leading to many deaths and so much destruction. Again, the agent entered this information on her data pad. Jas decided to go further, to try and win this agent's trust. The Jedi Shadows have been investigating the collective for almost 5 years, with little results.
They are a cunning adversary, striking at just the right moment and then disappearing again into the shadows. James frowned. Do not underestimate these people, Agent. If you do, they will make you pay for it, trust me. I've seen plenty of death and destruction left in their wake. I would rather not add to it, not if I can help it. Garza smiled at him. We appreciate that, Master Jedi. Though I fear that there is little I can help you with here. There is a matter of Republic security to consider. This infiltration of one of the Republic's freighters is a serious matter, one not left in the hands of outsiders. But I'm not an outsider, am I? I'm involved in this, and I'm cooperating. My investigation led to the discovery of what was going on. Now, all I ask is a little professional courtesy. This captain, I need to see his files, perhaps even interrogate him, see what he knows about Targo say, lives may depend on it. Garza shook her head no. I understand what you're asking, but those files are now classified, and I'm afraid that I can't allow you to speak with any of the prisoners, it wouldn't be proper. Proper? James asked coldly. As I said, this is a classified matter. If you gained authorization from the Jedi Council, then I might be able to allow something, but, as of right now. James didn't let her finish. He couldn't believe this. If not for him, the collective would still be hiding aboard the Monitor, planning only the Force knew what. Now, after helping them, they were refusing to let him have the data that he came for. They were just going to sweep this under the rug, and he would get nothing. Absurd. Maybe Burr was right. Maybe he should have looked out for himself first, taken the Monitor as a prize and moved it to one of their organization's bases. They could have returned it to the Republic after he had taken what he needed. Speaking of which, James frowned. He was more than tempted in the moment to use the Force to take the information from Agent Garza. It wouldn't be difficult, just reach out with the Force and compel her to give him what he required. It would be so easy. He felt his hand starting to rise, the desire to reach out with the Force, the words already forming on his lips. Horizontal ellipsis. It would be so easy, it would be. Take what you want. Again, temptation reached out, and again he almost surrendered to it. Almost. He took a frustrated breath. No. He couldn't do it. He could almost see Vay's disapproving gaze. He wouldn't do it. It would be wrong. Are you okay, Master Jedi? He looked up at Agent Garza. Did the young woman understand what she was doing here? She might very well be dooming Val and Vess to death. Did she not realize how easy it would be for him to take what he desired? It was for that reason that he held back. His brother considered him out of control, a gray Jedi. He was determined to prove that he wasn't, but he still had to find the girls, he had to save them. He had to. Duty and desire were at war within him, but this time, duty won out. Yet, he didn't give up. He tried one last time. Agent Garza, he said, I understand you have a duty to perform, and I do not wish to impede it, but there are lives at stake. 2 innocent women whose only crime was trying to help their home world. James leaned forward. I'm asking you, please, give me what I need to try and save them. I will be discreet in my investigation, you have my word on that. Agent Garza regarded him thoughtfully. James wasn't sure what she was thinking in that moment. She seemed surprised. She was quite strong-willed. He was unsure if he would have been able to get her to submit, but he would have tried. He still hoped that would not be necessary. The young woman frowned. This is usually the part where you wave your hand before my face. Where you try to use your powers to compel me to aid you. James gave her a sheepish look. It sounded like she had worked with Jedi before, and likely been confronted by the Jedi's need to get what they wanted. That is not who I am, he assured her. I'm asking for your aid in this matter, please, to save 2 innocent lives. Garza said nothing. She gave him an unreadable look, but then she entered a command on her data pad. It gave a loud beep. Damn it, she hissed, the damn holocams are down again, they tripped the power, and, damn, the microphones are offline too. The agent shook her head. She sat the data pad down on the desk between them. She rose quickly from her chair. If you will excuse me, Master Jedi, I need to take care of this. I should be gone for 10 minutes at least. She gave him a hint of a smile. I trust that you will not read the files on my datapad. The information there is sensitive to this investigation. I'm not authorized to let you have it. She gave him a hard look. I trust that you get my meaning.
He nodded, trying not to smile. Well, he thought. Isn't this a pleasant surprise? I understand, yes. Good, she said with a curt nod. As I said, I will be back in 10 minutes. No longer. I trust you can be patient until I return, and not do anything you are not supposed to. I'll behave myself, he promised. She nodded and went to leave. Agent Garza. She stopped and turned. Yes, Master Jedi. He gave her a grateful bow. Thanks. For what? She asked. I've done nothing. Her expression turned serious. I know you could have tried to take what you wanted. I respect the fact that you didn't try. That is why I'm doing nothing about this, but this is as far as I can go, Master Jedi. Please, respect that choice. I do, he promised. I understand. Again, the woman nodded. I'll be back, she assured him. 10 minutes, Master Jedi. Then we can see about getting you and your rather curious crew back underway. I appreciate that, Agent Garza. You're welcome. Good luck, Master Jedi. I hope you find what you are looking for. May the Force be with you, Agent. May we both find what we seek. The woman left without another word. The door hissed shut behind her. Jas took a deep breath and counted to 10, giving her time to distract whoever else might be watching. He pulled the data pad to him and began to read. It contained everything that the SIS had collected from the Manator, including the captain's personal files. Very thorough of her, he thought, most excellent. Jas began to read. As Agent Garza had told him, he had 10 minutes. He smiled. He would not waste them. Chapter 8. Targo says on F-Hob. I think he brought his prisoners there. Jas smiled, trying to keep the excitement out of his voice. We are heading there now. The hologram shimmered, the signal not as strong as it normally was. Or maybe it was just the hypercom in his quarters. His friend and fellow Jedi shifted where he stood, his long green ears rising slightly. Excited, you seem, Jas Dar Bynn. Monder nodded. Even from here, Jas could sense him reaching out through the Force, seeking to aid his friend and ally, or perhaps simply to make sure that Jas was not jumping too fast on his lead. Long has this hunt been for you? Ready to end it? You are. The little green Jedi's calm determination served him well here. Jas was excited, almost overly so. Feeling that, his friend's sense of control, it was a reminder of who he was and helped him center himself anew. Jas took a deep breath and started again. He was calmer this time. I'm ready to save the hostages and make sure that no one threatens them again. Because that was what this was all about, first and foremost, Val and Vess. Their safety and seeing them home safe. It was all that mattered. It had taken all of his self-control to just slow down and make this call. He had not wanted to wait, but his Jedi training took over. If something went wrong, he wanted to make sure that someone else, beside his crew, knew about this place, so if they failed, there would still be a chance to finish what he was about to start. There would still be a lead that someone could follow and save the two women. He had just finished going through the Claw Star maps, comparing them with the information he had gotten from Agent Garza. The locations seemed to match up. You could say what you wanted about Republic SIS, but they were most thorough. Yes, this latest lead looked promising, but it was more than that. It felt right through the Force. Jas tried not to seem overeager, but he couldn't help it. What if it was right? What if he had finally managed to outthink his old adversary? Targo had been a step or two ahead of them for so long. What if he finally knew where Targo was hiding? The Jedi Shadow was more cautious, but that was part of his job. He was an investigator by trade and understood how easy it was to get overexcited by a lead and what happened when it didn't pan out. But it has to pan out, Jas thought. I have to save them. He took a deep breath, trying to center himself. It was not good to get too excited. Monder said, nodding, his long green ears lowering slightly as if in deep thought. F-Hob, you say? Makes sense, that does. Yes, Jas agreed. I've just finished checking out his location. It is close enough to the trade routes without being too close. The perfect place for a group seeking to harm Republic interests and yet keep a low profile. And there, the bounty hunter is, the Jedi Shadow said, nodding. Certain of this, are you? Jas shifted uncomfortably. That was a good question. Agent Garza and her fellow agents had been busy. In a short period of time, they had managed to mine much out of the collective captain's files. According to Republic records, Captain Rem, the skipper of the Manator, was a respected officer and member of the Republic Navy. He had served on vessels all over Republic space and had received many commendations for both bravery and service. The man's profile didn't suggest that he would ever turn traitor, but that was the point, and why he had been chosen. Jas had shaken his head when he read that part. The collective were sneaky, he knew that, but this. It went beyond a mere sense of cunning. According to the Republic SIS, the man skippering the freighter was not the real Captain Rem. The man was an imposter. The intelligence officers had discovered evidence of computer tampering in the Navy's personnel files, holographic overlays in the man's service record. Someone had sliced the real Captain Rem's files and replaced his data with the man who had taken over the Manator. There was no record of what had happened to the real Rem, only an add-on in the report to start backtracking, find out when and where the man had been replaced. Jas might not have liked the collective, but you had to give it to whoever was doing their planning. Smart, he had to acknowledge, and cunning, but that didn't surprise him. The collective knew quite a bit about infiltration. They had first proved that on Kuat. Replacing a Republic officer didn't seem that hard, given how that scheme had played out. No one on the freighter had ever served with Rem before, which meant there was no chance of someone recognizing him. The route the ship ran kept them in space for months at a time, little or no contact with people outside of the Navy. As for the real Rem, there was nothing in the files to suggest what happened to him. He was almost a ghost. The man had never been married and had no living relatives to speak of. In short, he had been the perfect candidate for this type of replacement. He had been serving on Manator for the last year and a half. During that time, he had arranged several transfers to his vessel. No one had questioned those requests, given his service record. He had handled the whole matter slowly and carefully. He had set this up, one collective agent at a time. It had almost been a perfect setup for a collective attack. Almost. The man was good, but like most he had his share of flaws. The captain had been extremely confident in his coming success. He had put down much about their plans in his log. Arrogance on his part, perhaps, but at the same time, if everything had gone as planned, there would have been no evidence of what truly happened. The freighter would have been destroyed utterly, and his computer and all his files would have been lost. At least, that is what the log entries had suggested. Fortunately, for the Republic crew, Jas Hunt had prevented that. The collective agents were in custody, with little chance of escaping into death. Hopefully, their capture would serve the Republic well, finally start waking people up to the threat the cult posed to the Republic and its holdings. Hopefully, he and Monder would no longer be hunting for these people alone. Not that the false rim had been stupid. He was smart enough not to name any names in his logs. Yet, even then, it was possible to get some idea of what had been going on. He had just arranged the transfer of 4 new sailors to the Monitor, more collective agents, no doubt. His files mentioned the upcoming mission, not the details, but the date. From the way the man was talking, it was clear that he had not expected to survive beyond that mission. The collective had been setting up for another suicide run. According to Agent Garza's report, the SIS had managed to identify the target of the attack, and that reinforcements would be detached to the area as a routine precaution, just in case the Monitor crew had not been planning to act alone. There had been no mention of where that target was, or what the collective had planned, but that was fine. It was not the attack that interested Jas. It was several references in the captain's personal files. References to a safe house, and someone he referred to only as Hunter. Jas was pretty sure he knew just which Hunter the man had been referring to. There had been several entries mentioning Hunter and his movements. He had stopped several times at the safe house, that he used it as a place to prepare before striking out on major jobs. That doesn't mean that this is Targo, Jas' sense of caution warned. Targo isn't the only bounty hunter in the galaxy after all. True, he acknowledged, but it was worth checking out, especially after the last 2 entries that mentioned the Hunter. The first entry was dated 2 days after the Righteous incident. Heard from safe house today, Hunter arrived, and seemed to be settling in for a long wait. Abbott informs me that he has given no timetable of when he will strike out again. Once again, Jas recognized that it could have been a coincidence after all, who knew how many hunters that the collective used, but then, he read the entry from 3 days before Monitor had picked him up, that had been the one that got his attention. Heard from Abbott again, Hunter remains. Has used hypercom several times, contacting unknown beings. Probably to do with the 2 containers he brought with him. Abbott hopes that they will be removed soon, stasis pods causing a power drain on several key systems. It had been the mention of stasis pods that had gotten Jas' attention, 2 of them. He had checked the dates of when the captain claimed to have visited the safe house himself, where the Monitor had been when he had gone to it. Fortunately, there had been only 2 possibilities, the first being a Republic military outpost, unlikely to be the site of a collective safe house, and one other. The second moon of the planet F-Hob. There you are, Jas had thought when he found the name. Gotcha. He looked up at Monder. He could sense his friend's concern, but it was not necessary, really. He was in control. He was fine. Certain. Jas admitted no. Yet, a collective employed hunter has been there recently. The files that were discovered aboard the Monitor suggest that this hunter has spent time on F-Hob, and may have left the 2 hostages there, or at the very least 2 large stasis pods. Jas shook his head. It could be Targo say, the timing is right. So, I'm going in. It is a chance that I can't pass up. Again, the little shadow nodded. If a chance there is to save innocence, then hesitate. You must not. Jas nodded. In this they were in agreement. Monder sighed. But, enter into the search calmly you must. Lives at stake there are. Be over-eager, you must not. Jas nodded, but a small part of him chafed under the Shadow's comment. He doesn't think that I can handle this. He thinks I'm rushing in, and not thinking. He was wrong. If the lead I discovered is correct, then Targo say it was on F-Hob only a few days ago, and evidence suggests that he has 2 stasis pods with him, likely storage for the unconscious hostages. Jas shook his head. I can't afford to wait. As soon as the collective realizes that something happened aboard the Monitor, they will flee, which means that Targo will flee, and I could lose my first real shot at rescuing the prisoners. Monder said, nodding. Again, Jas felt that his friend was being condescending again. I wouldn't expect him to understand. Not given the Jedi's belief in the denial of attachments. Jas was suddenly overcome with a sense of defensiveness. He wanted to lash out at the Shadow for not being more supportive. Well there. Jas shook his head, realizing what exactly he had been thinking, and the direction those thoughts were leading him. That place, it was not pretty. You do need to slow down, his conscience chided, once again speaking in his master's voice. Rushing in blindly will not help you save Val and Vess. Move swiftly, but carefully. It is the only way to make sure that both women make it out of this in one piece. Yeah, Jas acknowledged, but it wasn't easy. Such self-control was never easy. Again, Jas took a deep breath and remembered his training. He tried to focus, not a simple task, not after so many months of chasing shadows. He looked at the holo of his friend. Aren't you going to say it?
He asked. Say what Monder asked. Aren't you going to warn me about the dangers of attachment, how I need to remember my Jedi com if I'm to be successful? Monder smiled, he cackled to himself. Already know, you do, what I was going to say. No reason to repeat it, I have. The Shadow shook his head. Careful, you must be, Jas Dar Bynn. Do you credit, your emotions do, but surrounds the collective, the dark side of the Force does. Monder gave him a cool and determined look. Wish to see you get lost, I do not. Wish to see you follow the path of Zark's Thatch, I do not. Hearing the Tunrith's name definitely gave him pause. Yes, he thought with a grim nod. I should definitely try to avoid that. Zark's Thatch, also known as the Hand of the Faith of the Sunset Collective, had been a Jedi once. James was not sure what had pushed the Tunrith out of the light, but her story served as a cautionary tale if nothing else. Whatever Thatch had been, she was an enemy of the Republic now. James had fought her once on Alderaan, and nearly lost Val to her. The memory of that fight burned in his gut. He still owed the Lady Hand for that. He had taken a few of her fingers during that fight, but it was not enough, not by far, in his mind. Next time, he would take something more important, something the Tunrith would miss. Monder continued to watch him. His expression was one of concern that radiated out through the Force. Tread lightly you must, my friend, he warned. Underestimate the power of the dark side, you must not. James nodded again. I appreciate your concern, Master, but have no fear. He tried to put on a brave face, to hide any thoughts of revenge, thoughts that he hoped he was strong enough to resist. I can do this, he thought. I'm fine. The planet F-Hob was not a pretty place by any estimation. From space it appeared to be a large gray rock orbiting a single small blue star. One of 4 planets in the system, it sustained one of only 2 moons capable of sustaining oxygen-breathing organic life. Called the Green Moon by the locals, it was one of the few planets in the system that had been affected by the Republic's growing expansion. The settlement itself was small, a colony of Ugnaught workers that had moved to the system to take advantage of the rocky surface of the planet of which the Green Moon orbited. According to the files that James was able to dig up, the colony boasted only one main industry, a permacrete factory owned and maintained by colonists. 100 years ago, it had been an extremely profitable business. Colonization efforts in nearby sectors had made the Ugnaught bosses very wealthy. Alas, nothing lasts forever. The colonization efforts had moved into other sectors, and improvement in duracrete production had made the product here a little obsolete, still profitable, but not the booming business it had once been. Given the needs of the collective, what they were trying to accomplish, and a few clues from the SIS files, Jas Dar Bynn had come to believe that the old factory was the collective safe house. Its structures easily adapted to serve as defensive positions, but at the same time was distant enough to discourage prying eyes. This is it, James thought as he read about the factory. The force seemed to be almost humming in his ears. Yeah, this is the place. The Gilded Claw approached the planet while the factory was still on the night side of the moon. Ryer brought them down far enough away to avoid standard detection methods.
Once they had reached the surface, the crew had reached out to the Ugnaught colony, hoping to find a bit more useful information about the place, and to make sure that they were not wasting their time. What they heard back from the locals was promising. They had been contacted by King Baz, the foreman and leader of the colony. He had apologized to them immediately, informing them that if they wished to purchase permacrete, the colony would not be able to meet their order. All production had stopped. Outsiders had moved into the plant. Jas took that as a good sign. He doubted that the collective would care much about the Ugnaughts making money with their factory. According to the king, the outsiders paid well enough to maintain their presence within the plant, but not enough to match the profits that the colonists had made in the beginning. The funds the outsiders offered was enough to keep the small colony viable, yet not enough for the Ugnaught population to prosper as they once had. He could sense the resentment when the king talked about the outsiders, a view shared by his advisors and underlings. Clearly, the Ugnaughts would not mind if the new arrivals decided to leave, or were forced to move on. Jas thought that he and his allies might be able to help them with that. Yet, he still had to ask, were the people inside the plant the ones they were looking for? Was this indeed the collective safe house? The Ugnaughts didn't recognize the name when Jas mentioned it. To them, the people in the plant were simply off-worlders that showed little respect. That didn't mean that they were collective, but again, Jas' suspicion was leaning strongly that way. He used his connection within the Cooper Halcyon organization to reach an agreement with the Ugnaughts. Despite their guests' continued pay, the little creatures did want their plant back. Now that they had settled in, the new arrivals had stopped all business on the Green Moon. The outsiders allowed no permacrete production, and had responded with harsh words and veiled threats in the last few months every time the Ugnaughts broached the issue. The creatures were laborers by nature. They were only happy when they were working. The idleness of their colony did not sit well with them, not to mention the fact that they were no longer allowed inside the plant, a plant that they had relied on for generations. King Baz had considered several times asking the Republic for help, but the locals allowed no long-range communication. They had placed jammers within the factory, and controlled the only long-range hypercom buoy in the system. In other words, they had control over all forms of communication, and likely did everything within their power to make sure that, to the uninterested, everything was fine and normal on the Green Moon. They had hoped that Trouble would not notice them. Well, they were about to get a wake-up call. Trouble had found them at long last, and his name was Jas Dar Bynn. He was eager to see just what he could stir up. Jas had asked the king if there was any way into the old factory, a means to enter, undetected by the outsiders. The king informed him that there was. He even offered them the use of a guide, promising that they would be able to go tomorrow evening if Jas and company wished. Jas had smiled when he heard that, but he didn't wish to wait that long. The sun had already set when they first met with the Ugnaughts. He preferred to go in now. That way, there was less chance of any collective agents hidden among the local populace alerting the cult that Jas and his allies were on their way. Speed was their best ally now. The collective, if they were inside the plant, would never know what hit them. To seal the deal, Jas had offered the king double the payment, and the promise that they would restore the plant to his control. The king seemed hesitant, not wishing to anger the outsiders in the plant, or maybe just out of fear of them, but he agreed. Jas and his allies would go in now. The king summoned their guide. They would leave immediately. Again, Jas felt a slight tingle through the force, a sense of something approaching. Whether that was for good or ill, he couldn't say. His crew, especially the two Mandalorians, seemed more than ready to get moving. Okay, Jas thought as their guide arrived and motioned for them to follow. "Let's do this." The access point that King Boz had described was a drainage pipe that fed from a small stream directly into the plant itself. According to the Ugnaught, there was no security devices placed on the system. There had never been any need. Few aggressive animals lived on the world, and those that did were not large enough to harm an Ugnaught. Jas didn't take any chances. Hilla kept a hand scanner handy, checking for anything that the collective might have put in themselves, while he, Fallenstar, and Vilek kept track of things through the Force. Their guide, a polite, gray-haired Ugnaught named Tep, showed them the quickest way into the facility. Twice they had to stop as the drainage system made their journey difficult, but not enough to halt their advance. Jas felt a sense of trepidation from Fallenstar. Mary was likely thinking about her encounter with the Dianoga back on the wreck. He reached out with the Force to reassure his companion. She had nodded gratefully, feeling his gentle touch. Again, Jas felt a sense of warmth and attraction from the bounty hunter, still wishing perhaps that he had taken her up on what she had offered him back on the wreck. Jas tried not to think about that right now. He was trying to avoid distractions. Their guide took them right up to the final junction, the one that emptied out into the factory proper. This was as far as he could go. He informed them, if something went wrong, he would rather his people not be blamed by the outsiders for this intrusion. Jas had given him a handful of credits, and his thanks. Tep left them then, asking only that they be careful. He doesn't need to worry, Jas thought. If these people are collective members, they would not be around long enough to cause any problems for the colonists. He would make sure of that. Even if Targo wasn't here, he wasn't planning on leaving this collective safe house functioning. Yet, he could understand the creature's concern for his people. Jas would do what he could to minimize any blowback that the Ugnaughts might face. They waited 2 minutes after the guide left, making sure that nothing was amiss. Jas had sensed no deception in the creature, but why take chances? Feeling no sense of impending dread or danger, Jas and Vilek cut through the final grate with their lightsabers, using the Force to make sure that it fell slowly and silently. As one, the group entered the facility. Jas, Mary, and Vilek, followed closely by Burr and the 2 Mandalorians, covering Shusk. They emerged in the small drainage control room, only a single technician working, monitoring the flow of the drainage system, or that is what he should have been doing. He had been watching a holo-vid, some Twi'lek dancer prancing around in nothing but 5 tiny veils. Vilek seized the man before he had had time to react. He didn't kill him, but he did render him unconscious, squeezing his neck with one large furry arm. Jas inspected the body as it lay on the ground. No markings or rank insignias that he could see, but... Jas smiled. The man's tunic was a familiar purple color, with rainbow trim. A collective acolyte's tunic. Yes, he thought eagerly. If he had had doubts, they were now put to rest. They had found the safe house. He reached out with the Force, carefully, not wishing to draw attention, should any of the cult's Force-sensitive members be there. He didn't sense any on the way in, but that didn't mean much. He had not sensed the hand of the Faith back on Alderaan either. Not until it was almost too late. He sensed danger, but that was unsurprising, considering who they were dealing with. The usual sense of menace from other collective bases wasn't there, but that was not surprising. The collective bases that he and Maunder had located in the past had been staging grounds for their various terrorist raids. This was a safe house, a place that they could hide their numbers. What was done here was different from some hideaway they set up to ready their pawns to sacrifice themselves for the cause. Jas frowned. He tried to remember how Targo had felt in the Force, tried to sense the bounty hunter's presence. Sadly, he didn't really know what he was looking for after all these years, and what was worse. He got no sense of either Val or Vess. Not a good sign. "I have a computer terminal here," Shusk called out, trying to slice us access now. Jas turned, his old ally's words bringing him back to the now. "Try bringing up a floor plan for this place, Shusk. Also, see if you can detect any power drains, if any of the equipment here is drawing far more energy than anything else." The Chadra fan nodded as he plugged in his data pad. Choir and Burr stood guard near the door, just in case they had any unexpected visitors. So far, it didn't seem that the collective knew they were here. Jas wanted to keep it that way, at least until they knew what was truly going on here. He watched as the little engineer worked, fighting down the urge to start searching the halls. The message about 2 stasis pods remained first in his thoughts. Are we too late? He feared. Am I too late? Got the floor plan, Shusk murmured, pressing a button on his data pad, projecting the layout of the factory. Jas regarded it coolly. Damn, he thought. This place was a maze of halls and production rooms. Only the main floor of the factory was open. It would take time searching this place, doing it quietly, even more so. Shusk's whiskers twitched, his eyes widened slightly. Got something, he squeaked. Sub-basement 1, power drain in that area. No holocams in that area, but it is drawing a lot of juice. He looked at Jas. Could be the stasis pods you are looking for. Jas nodded. It was worth the risk to check. Everyone move out, he ordered, slow and easy. I don't want to alert our quarry, just yet. Choir leaned in, his T-visored helmet reflecting the green light of the hologram. Do you think Targo is here, brother? Can't say for sure, Jas said. The Force reveals little or nothing about this place, but if he is here, we must be ready. We are ready, the young warrior said, drawing his blaster rifle. Yeah, Jas agreed, gently touching the lightsaber on his belt. We are. They met little resistance as they made their way down to the first-level sub-basement. The few guards they encountered were easily avoided. Jas used the Force to draw their attention away with simple noises. The group slipped past with no resistance. He felt his eagerness growing, but did his best to restrain it. He tried to steel himself against possible disappointment. He still felt nothing of the 2 women, and got no impression that Targose was here. He should have sensed the menace of the man if he was here. Again, he started to feel daunted. They might have been too late. Shusk had already downloaded the communication logs. The system here had little or no security, unsurprising considering this place was designed with secrecy as its main defense. Those logs were encrypted, however. It would take time for him to break them, probably after they had finished their search. This can't have been all for nothing, Jas thought, his anger growing. It can't. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Miri, her expression one of both concern and support. Despite the awkwardness between them lately, he smiled. You don't have to worry, he thought. I'm fine. They continued their journey down. The factory was mostly untouched. They saw evidence of some rooms being turned into sleeping quarters, but that was it. They encountered no one in those rooms. The biggest change they had seen on the way down was the chapel that had been built on the main floor. It reminded Jas a bit of the one the collective had set up on the Nutbush ship on the way to Kuwait years ago. They still met with little resistance. They bypassed the few guards they had seen without trouble. And that was starting to worry him. Had the collective already left? Had Targo perhaps outplayed him again? Maybe the man had planned for Jas to go searching for. Stop it. Jas shook his head. Targo is no precog. He can be caught off guard. The collective can be caught off guard. You proved that aboard the Republic freighter. Not everything that happens is part of the Hunter's master revenge plot. Jas acknowledged that. Overestimating an enemy could be just as dangerous as underestimating him. It could paralyze you at the worst possible moment. He could not afford to do that. Lives were at stake. They reached the sub-basement without trouble. The group could now hear mechanical humming, the sound of power being drawn, a lot of it. And also, voices. The group slid to a stop. It seemed they had company up ahead. He didn't even wait for me, the distant voice said irritably. He contacts me, tells me to come all the way out here, and now he isn't even here to see me. They heard the sound of something heavy being struck, perhaps a box or a crate being kicked, that in the sound of an angry hiss. I'm not some nursemaid, you know. Why should I have to play babysitter? It is not like your drones couldn't handle the matter. Jas' eyes narrowed. He felt his temper start to rise again. That voice? He knew that voice. He had an intense dislike for that voice. A dislike that was growing by the minute. Jas's hand moved closer and closer to his weapon. I should have known, he thought. Of course, Targo would not be acting alone. You are not even going to respond, are you? The voice added, What? You take a vow of silence or some such priest? Is that it? Jas had heard enough. He rose from his hiding place and started walking. Jas, Mary hissed. What are you doing? He didn't acknowledge her. He had heard enough, and he had had enough. He used the force to shatter all the lights in the hallway. He approached the room where the voices were coming from. He felt a brief sense of surprise and fear. The ones inside next room were surprised by the sudden darkness. What is that? The voice they had heard call out, Is someone out there? Jas stood in the center of the hallway, gathering his power. He was ready. The speaker they were hearing stepped into view. Jas sneered at the sight. I should have known. A Targaryen, as he had expected, one wearing Mandalorian armor, very poorly kept Mandalorian armor. Jas shook his head. The years had not been kind to his old clan mate. Kellic Bob, he called out, his voice echoing coldly off the stone corridor. Kellic Bob, Targo's old apprentice, raised his rifle. Who is there? Identify yourself. Jas did just that. He ignited his lightsaber, let the violet hue illuminate the shadows. Hello, Bob, he called out. Been a while. The Targaryen's yellow eyes widened. Realization swept over his face as his feline eyes widened with fear. Oh, Kark, he gasped, raising his weapon into firing position. Jas dashed forward as blaster fire lit the darkness. All hell broke loose. Jas didn't care. He had been tired of waiting and sneaking around. Finally, it was time. Chapter 9. He never saw it coming. Jas was fairly sure that was on the epitaph of many a dead being throughout the galaxy. That far too many people had leapt, before they looked, and ended up becoming one with the Force before their time. He had been on his way to joining that group. When he had seen Bob, heard Targo's old apprentice's mewling voice, something had snapped. The desire to take something from Targo, the knowledge that Bob had somehow survived the massacre at the Kuat Drive yards, he couldn't say for sure. All he knew was that he lunged forward with his lightsaber, with blaster bolts sizzling in the air around him. He had been prepared to take the Targaryen's head, desired it more than anything else in that moment. The Force screamed at him. It cried out in warning as he was in mid-leap. He felt death and danger on the back of his neck as he launched himself, unable to stop, unable to. His flight stopped. He was yanked back as if he had a safety tether attached to him. All forward momentum ceased as he was pulled back into the hallway. Back and out of the path of the sword blade that would have taken his head. Time slowed down as it often did when he used the Force, and with it came the realization. Damn. As he flew back, he saw it, the blade swinging in his path. A path that would have taken the weapon through his neck and ended his life. Stupid, he thought. So stupid. He had been a fool, so focused on getting to Kellic Bob that he had forgotten about the fact that the Targaryen was talking to someone who had not responded to his words. As it turned out, there were two of them. Jas felt the bile rise in his throat. He recognized the two immediately, or rather, the garb they were wearing. The robes and masks the two men wore marked them both as words of the faith, two of the 6 priests that served the first speaker of the Sunset Collective. Jas had slain one of the 6 when he was a boy, back on Kuat. These wore different masks, but they felt the same. The memory of that battle was forever burned into his mind. 2 of the Collective's priests were here, and Bob was working with them. He should not have been surprised. The Targaryen had been in on the plan to kill Mother Nutbush and seize control of the clan. He had killed several of his brothers and sisters that day, including Hilla and Quire's older brother, before Jas and Co-op had sent him falling from the hover platform they had been riding. He should have died that day, but instead, here he was. Here he was. Jas had hoped that Bob would be either killed or captured by KDY security, and that he would spend the rest of his life in a penal colony or in a shallow grave. He had been wrong. his former brother was here. It didn't take the Force to guess the reason why. Jas turned his backward flight into a controlled tumble and came up to his feet. He ended up next to Miri and Vilek. Both had their blades out and lit. Fallenstar was glaring at him. And people say that I have a death wish, she spat. Don't pull a stunt like that again. Jas felt chagrined. So it was Miri that saved him. He would need to thank her later. Blaster shots continued to fly back and forth. Jas' party exchanged fire with Bob and several other armed cultists. The Force around them screamed as the chaos of battle broke out. You're not supposed to be here. The Targaryen wailed over the fire of many weapons. You can't be here. Jas and his two allies parried the bolts away, striking several cultists. Overhead, an alarm began to wail. Any chance of stealth faded as the collective safe house came alive, aware of the fact that their security had been breached. They would have more company soon. Any other cultists here would hear that and come rushing to help. No more reason to do this quietly, Jas thought. Time to do things the noisy way. Jas tried to advance, using the blaster shots of his enemies to clear a path. The cultists started to fall back. Jas could not see Bob anymore. The Targaryen was no longer in his line of sight. He could still hear him, though, his frightened yowls. Jas shook his head. Once a coward, always a coward. How the creature survived the early Mandalorian trials, he never knew. Maybe that was why he had stuck so close to Targo, and why the other man had kept Bob as his apprentice. He knew he had nothing to fear of the other hunter. If Bob lost the edge in battle, he fell apart. The flash of weapons fired behind them briefly drew Jas' attention. More collective agents had tried to come in behind them, catch them in the pincer. Jas and his allies had good cover, though, and as soon as they emerged into the larger part of the facility, they would be able to bottleneck this hallway, turn it into a killing zone. First, though, they had to deal with Bob and his allies. They needed to push them back and out. It was working. They were able to move forward, but there was still a problem. Yes, the cultists fell back, all but two. The two priests didn't move. The blast seemed to flow around them, not hitting the two masked men. Both were armed. One carried a nasty-looking curved axe, while his fellow wielded a short sword with a wicked serrated edge. The same sword that would have taken Jas' head off, if not for Miri pulling him back. He shook his head. He never would have seen it coming. Rocket-propelled grenades flew over Jas' head, ordnance fired by one of the co. Again, the priests didn't scatter or try to run. One gestured with his offhand. The weapons rolled over and began heading back down the hall, towards Jas and his allies. The sight didn't surprise him. As a boy he had faced another word of the faith that man had been Force sensitive to. He was not surprised to find that the others were as well. Jas reached out with the Force as well, and grabbed the explosives, flung them past his group and further down the hall. The grenades exploded in the middle of the collective's reinforcements. The blaster fire behind them stopped. It was just the opportunity that Jas had been waiting for. Forward, he cried out, into the main chamber. Attack! Vilek stayed back to hold off any surviving reinforcements while the rest of the group rushed forward. Jas and Miri took the lead while Burr and the two Mandalorians fired from behind the cover of the two lightsabers. It was important that they secured the room in front of them, which meant they had to move quickly. They needed to deal with the two priests. You take the one on the left, he called out to the bounty hunter. Got it, she replied. The two Jedi met the two dark side priests. The battle began. Jas' opponent swung his axe, forcing him to duck underneath the weapon. He tried to get inside the masked man's guard, but the priest proved too fast and backpedaled. His weapon sparked as it parried Jas' blade, another Cortosis weave weapon. Again, Jas wasn't surprised. The collective had proven to be a well-prepared enemy. They knew how to confront Jedi opponents. Miri met her opponent's blade and pushed him back. The former padawan turned bounty hunter snarled out a battle cry as she slashed wickedly at her opponent. Jas might have cautioned her about giving in to her emotions, but he had his own issues to deal with. The axe-wielder was no novice. He clearly had had some training in using the Force in combat. Miri, and I have to deal with these two first. He realized the rest of the group would be in trouble if the priests managed to engage them. They could be. His eyes widened as he caught sight of something behind him, the prize that he had hoped to see in this chamber, the source of the power drain Shusk had detected earlier. They had found one of the two stasis pods that the cultist captain had mentioned in his log. They could? An energy blast cracked as it struck the pod. The control panel on the side sparked, and the lights on the side flickered. No, Jas thought with a frisson of terror. No. Destroy IT. Bob shouted from a doorway behind them. The Targaryen had rallied several cultists. They had formed a small but effective firing line, but their target was no longer Jas and his allies. Destroy the POD. No. Jas roared as he raised his hand. The force responded to his emotions. A wave of force energy rolled out and struck not only the priest he was engaging, but the other cultists, and the Targaryen as well. The blast sent his enemies flying back. Several hit the back wall hard enough to break bones. Bob's armor likely saved him from serious injury, but the creature was still left dazed. As for the priest, he recovered the fastest. He had turned his backward flight into a controlled tumble and came up quickly. His weapon still at the ready, still ready to engage his opponent. Off to the right the pod began to hiss coolant and steam. Alarm lights began to flash. No doubt heralding the system's failure within the pod. Shusk, see to the POD. Jas called out, hoping the Chadra fan would be able to reach it. He would have gone to help himself, but he was still tied up with his opponent. The axe-wielder charged in again, only this time he gestured with his offhand, sending a hail of debris before him, trying to break his enemy's concentration and land a killing blow. Jas cut away several of the missiles and straight out dodged the others. Though possessing some skill with the Force, the priest was no Jedi. He lacked the training and skill to truly give himself over to the Force and let it guide him. It wasn't much of an edge, but it was what Jas had to work with. He used the Force to increase his speed. He ducked another flying missile and parried away the masked man's axe. Jas' lightsaber caught the word of the faith on the right shoulder. He cleaved through the Darksider, his blade coming out just the man's left hip. A bit vicious perhaps, but he had no more time. He could sense it now, life nearby flickering. The pod was failing. Whoever was inside was in danger. They had to save them. Somebody, get over here. Shusk squeaked, help. Jas glanced over. The alien engineer had reached the stasis pod and had plugged his data pad into it. Red lights continued to flash, and an alarm was wailing from the pod's internal systems. Jas didn't have to guess what that meant. He could feel it. He knew. Bert rushed to Shusk's side, still with the blaster in hand. From what Jas could tell, the battle was all but over. The remaining cultists had fled down the hall that Bob and his allies had fired from. A quick glance around made Jas realize that the Targaryen himself was not among the dead. He had managed to flee too. Not for long, Jas thought with the narrowing of his eyes. Not for long. The only enemy still standing was the sword-wielding priest, but his time was short. Vilek must have dealt with any reinforcements in the hall, because he had now joined Miri, and, between the two of them, had Darkside Warrior backed up into a corner. He showed no sign of surrendering, despite the fact that Jas could sense his fear of imminent defeat. If he has one of their suicide implants, he will use it, Jas thought. If the common soldiers of the collective didn't want to be taken alive, he couldn't imagine the officers and leaders of the cult would want to either. The man was already dead. He was just hoping to take one of his enemies with him. Finally, the swordsman lunged at Vlek. Perhaps seeing the padawan in full Jedi robes as more of a threat, Miri got in behind him and stabbed him through the back. The sword fell from the priest's dying hand, but even then, he tried to reach out through the Force, tried to attack Vilek. The Whiffet snarled and took both the offending hand and the priest's head. The body toppled over, no longer a threat. Vilek hissed through his large nostrils as he looked down on Miri. I had him, he said. You didn't have to intervene. The bounty hunter shrugged. This isn't a sparring session, Padawan. We're in combat. and in combat you take any advantage you can. She gave him that slightly unstable smile that Jas had come to know quite well. We've taken enough risks with these people. I saw a chance, and I took it. I won't apologize for that. The large alien hissed and turned away. As a member of a warrior species, it probably bristled his pride to have the fight end that way, but as Miri had said, it was for the best. Their group had survived intact. None of them had been lost. In Jas' eyes, that was a win. He would take what he could get. He hurried over to the pod. Both Shusk and Choir Co were there. The Chadra fan had interfaced with his computer. He tapped quickly on his data pad, trying to seize control of the system. Choir had meanwhile plugged into one of his secondary ports. Jas turned to the young Mandalorian. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Trying to save the life of whoever is in there," he replied quickly. Jas winced as he looked at the pod. Val. Vess. He wondered which one was inside. He looked down at the burned and sparking connections on the pod itself. It didn't look good. Jas didn't like how the pod was beeping. He feared that it would go dark or he would hear the sound of a flatline any moment. "I'm trying to isolate the pod from the rest of the facility," Choir said quickly. "Even if Shusk can't stabilize the system, and we can get it open, Targo, or one of his allies, could still trigger an overload remotely, fry the nervous system of whoever is inside." "Work quickly," Jas said, reaching out with the Force, trying to get a sense of who was inside. But again, the stasis was interfering with his senses, either that, or he was too emotional to focus. Choir looked up at him, his T-visor gaze settling on Jas. "That was Kellic Bob, wasn't it?" "It was," Jas said coldly. "Right," Choir said with a cold nod. "You need to go after him." Jas blinked. "I'm needed here." "No, you aren't, not right now." Choir reached out and touched Jas' shoulder. "Bob may know where Targo is, brother," he said, "and there is something else, as well." The Mandalorian gestured around the room. "You said there was supposed to be 2 pods here. Where is the other one?" 5 words, Jas thought, and yet, they had so much meaning. Where was the other one? A good question, he thought, his hands curling into angry fists. "I'll go ask Bob," he replied. Choir nodded. "A good idea," the Mandalorian replied, returning his attention to his work. "Go on, Brother Jas, we got this." Jas nodded and turned, heading down the hall that the Targaryen had fled. "Good hunting, brother," he called out as Jas disappeared down the hall. Jas nodded as he slipped deeper into the Force. "You're not getting away," he murmured under his breath. "Not this time." Several of the cultists tried to stop his advance. They tried to set up ambushes along the way. Jas had not even bothered trying to bypass them. The second one involved a group of them trying to lure him into a hallway where they had set up several anti-personnel mines. Jas had sensed the danger and noticed the trip mines in the light from his lightsaber. Rather than play around with the cultists, he had simply ripped the mines from their moorings and flung them into the middles of the cultists. They detonated and did his job for him. Jas walked over the dead, not even caring if any of them were still alive. The realization gave him pause. "Such an action is a little dark for you," his conscience chided. "Are you sure you are okay?" "Dunno," he thought, "dunno, and I don't really care." All that mattered was the second pod. Bob would likely know what happened to it. Jas took a deep and shuddering breath, trying to control his anger. Targo's little henchman would spill everything. If he wanted to live, he would talk. Now, for the eternal night. 5 cultists were running down the hall, wearing suicide vests similar to what they had used back on Kuat. Again, Jas had no time for them. He pushed them back, and before they even hit the floor, used the Force to trigger the explosives. All 5 detonated, shaking the hall around them. Again, Jas didn't hesitate. He stepped over the bodies and continued on his hunt. "Where are you, Bob?" he thought, starting to get annoyed. "Where are you?" He finally caught up to his old clanmate near the back of the facility. Bob had been trying to slice through one of the blast doors if Jas remembered what he had seen on the schematics, he was guessing that the door led out to the landing pad, and likely Bob's waiting ship. Jas could have attacked. He could have reached out with the Force and brought Targo's henchmen to his knees, but he did not. He had learned his lesson after what had happened with the collective priest. He would not make that mistake again. He paused a safe distance away from his former clan mate and ignited his blade. Bob turned. He still had a Mandalorian short rifle in hand. Jas glared at him. There were 2 pods here, he called out to his old adversary. What happened to the other one? He could sense the Togorians' emotions. They flowed from fear to anger and to hatred so quickly. Yet, under it all, he sensed embarrassment. The last time they had met, Kellic Bob had been cowering before him, afraid of a 15-year-old boy with a lightsaber and a temper. Jas was no longer that boy, but he still had the blade and the temper. He simply knew how to control it now. Bob stepped away from the door. Jas was well aware of the weapons the Targaryens still had. Flamethrower, dart launchers, and who knew how many grenades and explosives. Bob raised his hands. He didn't point the rifle at Jas. In fact, he wasn't even holding it tight enough to snap it into firing position if he needed. Surprisingly enough, Bob smiled at him. He smiled and dropped the rifle. It fell with a clatter as he stepped back. Hey, he said with an arrogant smirk, I give up. Jas glared at him. What makes you think that I care about that? The alien shrugged. 2 reasons. 1, you still cling to that Jedi stuff you always practiced, kid, and Jedi don't kill people who have surrendered to them. And 2nd. Bob's smile turned wide, showing a mouth full of sharp teeth. I know something that you don't. I think we can bargain. Yes. Jas glared at him. In that moment, bargaining was the last thing he wanted to do. He could feel the darkness whispering in the back of his mind, begging him to make this pathetic creature suffer for what it had done, what it had cost him as a boy. It took all his self-control to deny that desire. Bob kept his hands up. He still had weapons built into his armor, but had made no move to use them. Jas would have plenty of warning through the Force if he did. He didn't lower his blade, but he did take a few steps closer. Targo isn't going to be happy with you, Jas said conversationally. You giving up like this. He didn't say anything about dealing with you, again. The Targaryen responded. I was told to expect Cooper and some thugs. You weren't even supposed to be here. Bob shook his head. Targo left to prepare some game for you. He's quite obsessed with the whole revenge thing. He really wants you to suffer, kid. Which, as far as I'm concerned, is not very smart. Even if he gets the revenge he wants, you are not going to let him live long enough to enjoy it. Me, I like living. I'm prepared to make sure that I continue to do so. So you are going to spill your guts again, Jas said, not even trying to hide his disgust. Some things never change. If his old enemy was insulted, he didn't show it. Again, Bob shrugged. What happened on Kuat, kid, that wasn't personal, not for me. It was business. I let it go years ago. You should too. Jas pursed his lips. He had no desire to be lectured about letting things go from Bob of all people. Where's Targo? I don't know. He didn't say where he was going. Jas was tempted to lash out, but he felt no deception from the creature. Targo is not stupid, he realized. He wouldn't risk sharing anything with Bob. Not if there was the slimmest chance. He would spill what he knew. Damn, Jas thought. He had hoped. Where is the other pod? I'm guessing Targo took it. From the way he was talking last time we spoke, I got the feeling that he hadn't planned on selling either of them yet, but you know how it goes, Jas, the credits. Sometimes the price is just right. Jas hissed. He was tempted to lash out with his blade, but again held back. You wouldn't happen to know who his client was. Again, he didn't say. All he told me was that he was taking the most important piece of merchandise with him, and that if I made sure that the other pod didn't fall into co-ops or the clan's hands, I would be well rewarded. Jas digested that. The most important piece of merchandise. Vess. The thought horrified him. Vess had many enemies, many who would offer any price to have her in hand, or see her killed. The thought worried him. That meant that Val was downstairs. It took all of his self-control not to run back and make sure that she was okay. It is going to destroy her, though, he realized, knowing that Vess is out there somewhere, that she has been sold to one of her enemies. He would need to use the Force again, make sure that she didn't try to kill herself for failing. He would protect her, like he had done years ago. Protect her, and then they would go on the hunt together. They would do it, he knew now that they were back together. He and Val would be able to do it. They would rescue Vess. He tried not to get distracted. He still had a very slippery foe in front of him. He didn't believe for a moment that Bob wouldn't try to kill him if he got the chance. I'm telling you the truth, Kellic, Bob assured him. If you want to check the comm logs on my ship, you are welcome to. Targo didn't say anything about fighting Jedi. If he had, I wouldn't have taken this job. No loyalty to Targo then. As I said, Bob said with a toothy grin, it was just business. Again, the alien's smile turned wide and toothy. I'm prepared to give you my logs. They are encoded, but I will give you the passcode if you let me go. Once I'm aboard my ship and underway, I will send you what you need. I should take you in, Jas hissed. You're a criminal. Aren't we all? The Targaryen laughed. Come on, kid, think. Targo already had a head start. Are you just going to? Pew. Jas spun around. His blade came up to block the next blaster bolt. There was no need. One shot was all that was needed. He looked over his shoulder. Bob was in no shape to either run or talk. In fact, he was almost beyond doing anything. The Targaryen lay on the floor, holding his neck. The blaster bolt had caught him in the throat, right where his chest plate and helmet, had he been wearing one, should have met. He coughed and frothed at the mouth, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't speak, but if he could have, he likely would have said something like, but, Jedi don't kill unarmed opponents. Jas shook his head. Unfortunately, for Bob, Helico was not a Jedi. She had shot their old clanmate and now was advancing towards him. Her steps determined, her emotions as cold and as hard as Beskar steel. She looked down on the whimpering thing on the floor, radiating only anger and disgust. Do you remember me, murderer? She asked. Do you remember what you did? Bob looked up at Jas, his eyes pleading for help. Jas didn't move. This wasn't his concern. This was about the clan. He wouldn't interfere. My name is Helico of Clan Nunna, she informed the dying Targaryen. Digger Cole was my brother. He died by the hands of you and your allies. She stood over him, her blaster pointed at his face. Bob's eyes widened in fear. He let out a rasping gasp. Hilla didn't care. Digger says, hi. Pew. Pew. Hilla fired twice, a double tap just to make sure. The body jumped twice, and fell still. Jas shook his head. Justice, he thought, of a sort. Mandalorian justice. Kellic Bob was no more. Jas looked at the girl. He didn't judge. It was not his place. The Mandalorians had their own way of doing things. Bob should have answered for what happened on Kuat years ago. Mandalorian justice was harsher than others, but that was how it was. That was the way. Hilla looked up at him, her eyes hidden behind her darkened visor. Are you okay? She asked him. Jas nodded. He guessed. They could mine the computers here for info and check the logs on Bob's ship. It would take time, but it might be worth it. The pod, he asked. Choir isolated it, she informed him. Shus just got it open before I left. The person inside, she was alive. She. Jas rushed off without a word. Val. He needed to get to her. He needed to make sure that she was okay. He ran, his mind not working. Images of the beautiful sworn protector were the only thing that he thought about. He paused as he stepped into the room. He blinked. What? The pod was open, as Hilla had said. Burr had gotten the person out, and she was now laying on the cold concrete ground. He had no words. She was alive, thank the Force. He could sense it. Her skin and lips were blue, and there was a bit of blood on her forehead. Choir held the metal headband that Jas had seen when he had first learned that Targo had taken the two women the one that had been fitted to their foreheads. He leaned down. He still didn't get it. Targo, he thought. Why? Viseria I still lay at his feet. She moaned weakly and shivered. Vilek came up and covered the girl up with his large brown Jedi robe. Ves, Jas thought with surprise. Why? Why Ves? He was grateful to see her safe, but... Val. Jas shook his head. Targo said he was taking the more valuable of the two, but if Ves was here... Val. More valuable, he thought. To whom? Why? He had no answers. Why Targo? Why? Chapter 10. James. How is she? Jas Dar Bynn looked down and smiled. He had not heard Shusk come in. The little engineer stood before him, a worried look on his bat-like features. I'm not sure, Shusk, he replied, returning his attention to the monitor in front of him. The fuzzy image of the Claw's medical bay on the flickering screen. I wish I knew, he admitted silently. After everything that had happened, it would have been nice to be able to be certain about something. It would be something to cling to through the confusion he was feeling right now. Be okay, Ves, he thought silently. Please be okay. Ves had still not regained consciousness. Ryer's med droid was currently examining her. The young queen of Bantoon lay on an examining table, hooked up with many wires as various medical devices beeped and hissed around her. She looked so small, hooked up to all those machines. She barely moved or made a sound as the droid conducted its examination. The sight did little to put Jas at ease. Despite their recovery of the girl, she was not out of danger yet. The stasis pod where she had been kept had been damaged during the fight, and there had been no time to bring her fully out of her hibernation cycle, not properly anyway. Right now, the droid was checking for any signs of injury. Jas prayed to the Force that it found none. He shook his head, angry at himself. He had been so focused on Kellic Bob that he had not been there when the pod was opened. Ves' heart had stopped when she was pulled out. Choir got it beaten again with his medical kit, but still. Ves had been so pale, and her lips had been blue. Jas had feared the worst. Jas hoped that Targo Say wouldn't have the last laugh here, that Ves would recover from this ordeal. The kid was a fighter. He had seen ample evidence of that, but still. Targo seemed to know just how to hurt his enemies. Kellic Bob being there had been the perfect distraction. It had been enough to throw Jas off, and had nearly cost Ves her life. Then again, what had happened in the factory had not been his challenge to face, had it? Bob had confirmed that much at least. He had been expecting co-op. From what the late Targaryen had said, it was clear that this particular game was not meant for Jas and his companions. Targo had intended for them to be elsewhere, and for Ves to be killed while co-op's men had tried to rescue her. Perhaps the hunter had desired to drive a wedge between Jas and his best friend, which might have happened had Ves died on co-op's watch. Fortunately, things had not worked out the way their enemy had wanted them to. Jas had outsmarted his old rival, but at the same time, Ves was still not out of danger, and on top of that the fact that Val had not been here, that Targo had moved her elsewhere, possibly sold her off. It was hard to call what had happened on the Green Moon a success. This was not a win, Jas knew. They had accomplished the mission objective, nothing more. The job was not done. The hunt would continue. Jas looked down at his friend. He was surprised that Shusk was here, but then again, why shouldn't he be? Ves had developed a fondness for the crew that had saved her from Bantoon all those years ago, and they had all grown fond of her. Jas still remembered how the girl had brought Shusk his meals while he recovered from a head injury, an injury he had received helping her. It looked like the Chadra fan remembered too, which was likely why he was here. The two of them stood silently for a moment, just watching the monitor. Shusk's large ears twitched thoughtfully. Jas sensed his concern through the Force, both for Ves and for Jas as well. The engineer's concern surprised him. How about you? Shusk asked him. How are you holding up? Jas shrugged. I'm happy we found her, he confessed. Targo hasn't managed to taint everything that I care about. Not yet anyway. Jas shook his head. We're not done yet, he said coldly. Val is still out there somewhere, and we can't stop now. Targo won't sit idle when he hears about this. He is going to be furious, Jas thought, but maybe that wasn't a bad thing. Angry people made mistakes. Maybe they could take advantage of that. Maybe. We were pretty thorough, Shusk reminded him. None of those collective Murglacs made it out of the factory. It may be some time before the guy realizes you outplayed him. Maybe, Jas thought. Still, Targo was not the type to let such matters go. He would come up with something new. Jas was sure of it. The bounty hunter was nothing if not tenacious. He would think of some response. They would need to be ready. Still, Shusk was not entirely wrong. They had managed to clear the collective safe house. They found no list of how many collectives were there at the time, but it appeared the group had made a clean sweep. Once the fighting had been over, they had contacted the Ugnaughts, let them know that their factory was secure. And there's again. The creatures arrived within the hour to start the cleanup, removing the collective bodies, and restoring their factory to its pre-collective shape. They had also contacted the Republic, asking for assistance. Jas and his crew had made sure to be gone before they arrived. They did not wish to answer any questions about what had happened, and more importantly about Vess. As far as Jas knew, the Bantoon situation had not been settled yet. He had no desire to draw the poor kid back into the politics of it all, at least not until she was back on her feet and healthy. I'll protect her, he thought grimly. I will guard her with my life. Val would be grateful for that. It is what she would have expected of him. Shusk looked up at him again. Are we going back to Alderaan? I assume we will be dropping the kid off as soon as we can. Make sure she is safe. That would be the smart move, Jas agreed. The risk could shield Vess from any reprisals, especially now that they know what they were dealing with. Targo had caught them off guard with the righteous business, but now, the risk could adapt their defenses. Targo would not have such an easy time again. Jas' eyes narrowed as he looked at the monitor again, at poor Vess, plugged into all those machines. He won't hurt you again, kid. I promise. If Miss Valentine were here, she would be grateful to you, Shusk reminded him. She is devoted to Vess. Completely, she would glad to know that we saved her. Yeah, Jas agreed, but I won't be happy until she is standing her, and I'm telling her myself that Vess is safe. Shusk nodded. You care a lot about Miss Valentine, and about Vess as well. Jas shrugged. I brought them into our world. I brought them aboard the Folly. What is happening is my responsibility. Shusk nodded thoughtfully, but Jas felt something else, something more. What? He asked. Nothing, the alien replied. It is clearly not nothing, Jas responded. Please speak your mind. Shusk sighed, a high-pitched whistling sound. Jas, are you planning on trying to mate with Vess? The question caught Jas off guard. He almost choked on his own saliva. He coughed and shook his head. Wait, he gasped, what? The Chadrafan said nothing, simply waited expectantly. What makes you think that? Jas demanded. These Indies are not just to look cute, Shusk said, pointing to his eyes and nose. Jas smiled slyly. People think you're cute. Ha, Shusk said with a frown. Jas chuckled. He supposed some people would think the Chadrafan cute, and he was certainly no judge of how females of the species would find Shusk. Why do you think I would want to mate with Vess? Again, the alien shrugged. Your body heat goes up whenever Val or Vess are around. I saw it. And your pheromones go into overdrive whenever someone mentions them. The alien shrugged. To one of my people, it is kinda obvious. Jas frowned. His friend had it wrong. He had to. Do I find Vess attractive? Yes, he admitted that. But he was also trained as a Jedi. He was not afraid of his emotions, but wouldn't let them guide his actions. Jas sighed and shook his head. Even now he could see Val's face in his mind's eye. The fact that she was still out there somewhere, still under Targo's control. His anger grew at the mere thought of that, but it, like his desire, could be held at bay. He could acknowledge what he felt, but it didn't control him. He didn't let it. It was a part of his training. It was what it was to walk the Jedi path. But I care about Val, too, he added. looking down at his friend. How I feel doesn't guide my actions. I've trained my whole life to keep my emotions in check, Shusk. What I desire is not necessarily what I will go for. I know how to control myself. The little alien nodded, but again, Jas felt that something went unsaid. Not everything is about control, Jas, he said. Sometimes you have to let go, especially if you find something you want, someone. The engineer shrugged. We Chadrafan are a sociable species. We need to be with each other, or around others. I may live apart from my people, but I haven't forgotten, and, when I think of going home, trying to find a mate, well. Shusk shook his head. Giving into that desire isn't a bad thing. Sometimes, where that can lead, is more beautiful than anything else in the galaxy. Jas frowned, unsure what to make of that. Never figured you for a romantic, he said. It is not really about romance, it is about society. As I said, my people are very social creatures. We like to see whatever group we are in thrive, and that means mating and young ones. Jas could see that, and understand it, but then again, after everything he had seen, and what had happened to him, it was enough to give him pause. He had tried it once, following his desire. He knew where that path led. He had found out with Pran, and she had nearly paid the price for it. He had shut down for a while after that, tried not to feel anything. Though he didn't wish to go back to that, he was far more cautious after what had happened with Targo. He had been letting his feelings out back on Alderaan, letting them guide his actions. It had been a distraction, a near-fatal one. It had been his fault. He should have sent something to miss the day that the righteous arrived. He had been distracted. Vess's kiss, Val's suggestion that he tried to court the girl, and how she had reacted when Vess had kissed him before they had tried to leave for Coruscant. His heart had been pulling him in multiple directions at once. He had not been listening to the Force, and they had all paid for it. I was feeling and not thinking the day Targo took the girls. I messed up, and they paid for it. I can't afford to make that mistake again. Shusk wouldn't understand that. Jas doubt that he could, still. Some of what he had said did ring true. He still remembered the vision he had back on Alderaan of the child, the baby girl that might still exist one day. Being on Alderaan, being in the presence of the two Bantoon women had triggered that. Either one of them might play a part in that vision. Was he truly ready to give up on that? What he had felt, it had been beyond anything he had ever felt in his whole life. The Chadrafan smiled. If I may offer some advice, desire, it doesn't always end badly. Sometimes it can be good. Desire is a distraction, Shusk. It can also give you something to fight for, if you let it, the Chadrafan said, giving him a friendly pat on the arm. Let me know what the droid has to say about the kid, he said as he walked back towards the engine room. She is one of the good ones in this galaxy. I hope she is all right. Jas nodded, his thoughts turning to their next move. That would depend on the others as much as it did him, he supposed. Don't worry, he promised his friend. I will. He gathered them in the ship's salon an hour later, the crew that had agreed to come with him on this mission. Vess had yet to wake up. The medical droid had found nothing serious, but admitted that his resources and programming were limited. It suggested seeking out a real doctor and a proper medical facility. They would find both on Alderaan, but first, Jas needed to see to his crew. He's still a way to go. He wanted to see exactly who he would have standing at his side. Jas looked over them, his allies, with a trained eye. They were a motley crew to be sure, but he was grateful for their presence. Rior and Burr sat together on a small bench trying to be as close together as they could. Fallenstar sat with the co-siblings. They had been playing cards when he had summoned them all together. Vilek stood near the cockpit entryway. The young Whiffet towered over most of them. He remained a wild card in all this. Jas could still not say for certain what his intentions were. Still, he had been helpful. Jas was grateful for that. Shuskever the engineer remained close to his post. Rior had been hesitant to let him at them at first, but now had accepted not only his help, but his opinion in how to make her ship better. She seemed to have no complaints about his work, and he had been happy to keep busy. We all have our motivations and our roles to play, Jas thought, but now he would see what it would take to make sure that they were all willing to go further. He needed to know how far they were all willing to go next. I've just received the report from the medical droid. He informed them, Vess, despite being brought out of hibernation improperly, will recover from what happened. She is still unconscious, but the MD expects her to be awake again within a couple of hours. Jas felt a collective sense of relief from the crew. Whatever their motivations, they understood that Vess' welfare was tied up in their own desires. Is that small one really a queen? River asked. That she is, kitten, Burr replied. Shield of her people, eighth of her name, and a whole mess of other titles too. Ninth, actually, Jas corrected him. If Vess managed to take her mother's throne, she would be the ninth Issaria to rule Bantoon. The Cathar captain grinned. The Rist family will pay us well for her return, yes. They will want their little one restored to them. Payment won't be a problem, Jas promised her. Ryer's grin widened, happy to hear that they would have profits coming in soon. Again, I want to thank you all for standing with me on this, Jas continued. I will send word to House Rist soon, inform them of our success and imminent return. Jas nodded. That is what the more mercenary of his crew wanted to hear. He hoped it would make what he asked next of them easier. We've done well, but the job isn't done yet. Targo is still out there somewhere, and he still has one hostage. We were unable to recover Char Valentine on the Green Moon. Jas frowned. I intend to continue the hunt for Val. I'm not sure what kind of reward the Rist would offer for her. Yes, she was Vess' protector, but I know that there will be some who would not place as high a value on her life. You're hoping we will stick around, Burr said with a nod. You still want our aid. Jas nodded. That's right. The enforcer nodded. Jas could sense his emotions, that he was considering what had just been said. The rest of the crew was as well. Jas hoped they would choose to stay the course. His biggest concern was Rior and Burr. The Claw was her ship, and she, like her lover, were far more mercenary than the others. If they decided to take their money and run, Jas wouldn't be surprised, but it would mean finding a new ship after they reached Alderaan. That would be a shame. He had come to like the Claw, but this had been a mission of the willing. He would not force anyone in this room to go farther than they desired. He glanced around the salon, taking in the crew. He could not say for sure how they would go just yet. He found his attention drawn to Fallenstar. She had been the first to agree to come on this mission. Not surprisingly, she spoke up first. Your friend Val doesn't like me, she said flatly. Burr laughed at that. I don't think that Miss Valentine likes anyone, Fallenstar. Well, maybe Vess, but that is more of a bodyguard thing than anything else. Though, I suppose Jas found a way to get into her good graces. We respect each other, Jas replied. The enforcer's grin turned sly. I'm sure that is it. Though, you have given her a bit more than respect, haven't you, Jas? Jas' eyes narrowed. He had no intention of having this conversation, especially not with Burr. I could say, no, Mary admitted, but when the kid wakes up, she is going to give me those innocent cat pup eyes and ask me to help you track her protector down. The bounty hunter shook her head. I would rather avoid the guilt trip. I'm still in. Jas smiled. That was one. We're staying too, Hilla said, her brother nodding at her side. Targo still owes Clan Nutbush a debt of blood. We will see it repaid. Vilek looked at the two Mandalorians. So, your motivation is revenge? He asked. Master Jas said you lost a brother. Digger is part of it. Yeah, Hilla agreed. But it is also a matter of clan justice. Chieftain Ellis has ordered his death. Not that I'm surprised. Jas blinked. Ellis had ordered Targo's death. He hadn't heard about that.
Targo did something to the clan, something recent? Both of the co-siblings nodded. He murdered Ellis' son. What? James gasped. Yequire said, nodding, a boy of 6. James' world spun. He hadn't heard this. Why had the co not told him? It was poison, Hilla added, cowardly way to kill, and Targo made sure that the whole clan knew it was him. Wanted to make a point, I think. James still couldn't believe it. A child? He shook his head. Did Targo have no shame? The chieftain has called for Targo's head, Quire added. You're likely our best chance to catch up with him, James. If he wants revenge on you, he will eventually have to come out of hiding to try and take it. And we, Hilla said coldly, will be waiting. James understood. He knew how things worked in the clan, how justice was carried out, especially after such a cowardly move. Poison was not something usually used in Mandalorian society, not to kill non-combatants anyway. And, a child, a boy of 6. James winced. Poor Ellis. Does Ellis blame me for it? He asked. What happened to his son? No, Hilla replied. I don't think so, brother. Why would you ask? James fidgeted where he stood. It was my call to exile Targo. If I had just killed him when I had the chance. The two Mandalorians looked at each other. Don't do that to yourself, brother, Quire advised. Yes, Hilla agreed. Ellis doesn't blame you, and why would he? Hilla rose from her chair and put her hands on James' shoulders. You didn't help Targo escape exile. You didn't smuggle the poison that was used on the boy into our keep. You didn't sneak the poison into the kid's food. You did none of those things. You made a choice 10 years ago, and it was an honorable one, done by our laws. It was Targo that chose to spit on that choice. He is the one responsible for what happened, not you. James frowned. He heard what she was saying, but at the same time, it was hard not to take some responsibility for what had happened. If he had just killed Targo all those years ago, all of this would likely not be happening now. Hilla gave him a soft smile. James was starting to think that Nutbush's loss would be Ordos' gain. The girl would be a great asset to her new clan, once she was married into it. We're staying, she informed James. For Digger and for Ellis, Targo say will answer for what he has done. Without another word she returned to her seat, her brother nodding in agreement as she sat back down. That was 3. I'm in as well, Vilex said. It is an honor to fight at your side, Master James. I'm ready to do my part to aid you in this mission. James smiled at the Padawan. I appreciate that, Vilek, but I must ask you something. Of course. Why? James said, why do you see it as such an honor to serve me? There are those in the Order that barely think me worthy of the Jedi title. I had always thought that was part of your cover, your mission, Master. James blinked. My mission. The Wifid nodded. Your tale is well known. I grew up in the temple hearing about it, me, and many others. How the Order trusted you to infiltrate a Mandalorian clan at the age of 9. How you have lived your life in exile, so that the Order could understand an increasingly troubled galaxy. There are those of us that wish that the Council trusted us as much. You're a hero to many, Master James. It must have been very hard for you, living so far from the temple. Vilek's comment surprised him. He thought that James' separation from the Jedi was planned? He thinks me a hero? James had no answer for that. Hilla and Quire both laughed. The Wifid shot them a dirty look. Did I say something funny? Ironic, Quire responded, then turned his attention to James. I didn't realize that the Jedi trusted 9-year-old boys with such delicate missions. Hilla shook her head. It is nice to see that Jedi youngling gossip as much as foundling recruits. Makes you all seem more like us.
The Wifid growled. He didn't seem to like being compared to the Mandalorians. Jas stepped into before the Padawan said, or did, something he would regret. There was no secret mission, he said quickly. The Co are right. I was lost when the ship I was on was destroyed. The clan found and took care of me. There was nothing special about that Vilek, merely the Force taking a hand and helping me survive. The large Padawan said nothing. His eyes narrowed. Jas could sense his emotions churning, digesting what he had just heard. Finally, he nodded. I'm still staying, he growled. Innocent lives are still at stake. Thanks, Jas said. I'm grateful for your support. The Wifid said nothing more. Perhaps Jas had lost some of his support by telling him the truth, but there had been no alternative. He had no desire to lie to a fellow Jedi. Vilek needed to understand. He was nothing special, and he was certainly no hero. Of course, his separation from the Order wasn't as innocent as he had let on either. Sahat still played a part in Jas being left behind. He had not told Vilek about that. Not that it really mattered now. What was done years ago had been done. It was better that they focus on the now. "I'm with you," Shusk squeaked, emerging from the engine room, "and B10 will be as well. He goes where I do now, thanks to his programming updates." Jas nodded. He had hoped that Shusk would stay. The Chadra fan was skilled. He would likely need those skills before all was said and done. Jas turned to Burr and Rior. It fell to them now. He was curious as to how they would choose. The Cathar smiled. "This, Val woman, she is important to the little queen, yes." "Yeah. Like family?" Rior inquired. Jas considered that. He remembered the holos that Vess kept in her room. So many of them were of her and Val. It was clear that she was no mere guard in the eyes of Mistress. Vess looked at Val like family, more like a protective aunt than a mere guard. Jas nodded. Vess loves Val, no doubt. Rior's golden eyes brightened. "I mean, when the girl comes into her throne, she will be grateful for the one who saved her guard. Royals can be generous, planetary royals, even more so." She turned to Burr. "How about it, handsome? Will you join me on this profitable venture?" Burr smirked at his lover. "You have to ask," he said. "Where you go, I go kitten." Jas couldn't entirely kill his sense of elation. They were sticking with him. Good. Burr's expression turned thoughtful. "So, to Aldrin next, huh?" "That may be for the best," Jas said. "You don't agree?" Burr shrugged. "Just thinking about the kid's safety. She is worth a lot to us. We go flying back to Aldrin. We will likely be tracked the whole way. Planetary customs will know why we have come, and won't take too long to figure out who we have on board." Jas considered that. He cursed under his breath. Damn. Burr was right. If they took Vess home, it would only be a matter of time until her return was noticed by the Republic and Mining Guild. Plus, after everything that had happened with the righteous, people would want to talk to her. She wouldn't just be able to return to the Rist estate and be safe. She would be out in the open. Such an opportunity would not be very healthy for her. Vess would likely be in trouble. The Rist would take steps to protect her, but this had gone beyond simply being about them sheltering an exiled noble. Whoever hired Targo in the first place would likely see Vess return as a new opportunity to strike at her. That would likely mean an open contract on Vess' life. Every bounty hunter and assassin in the Republic would descend on Alderaan. House Rist was good, but Vess, in such a weakened state, would be a tempting target. Too tempting. Vess in the sickbed would draw many hungry eyes. Any medic who examined her would be suspect. Heck, the other nobles of Alderaan would be suspect. No doubt they were angry at the Rist for bringing Vess into their world. Plus, those that had allies in the Senate and Mining Guild might try to hurt Vess just to gain favor with their allies. Jas pursed his lips in frustration. Burr was right. Vess couldn't go home, not until she was healed and strong again. "You have any ideas?" he asked Burr. "We take the kid home," the enforcer answered. "We take her back to PB, our home." "Yes," Rior agreed. "We are having a full medical suite on PB, yes. Shield her from the Republic, we could. And when she is healed, we can arrange safe passage for the girl back to her family. We will be able to smuggle her back home, yes." It was possible, he acknowledged, likely even smart. He sensed agreement from the others. One in particular caught him off guard. Jas was surprised when Vilek nodded in agreement. The Wifid Padawan liked the idea. "My master said that many eyes were on this girl, eyes in high places. It may be wiser to hide her, at least until she is strong enough to defend herself." "Our large friend is right," Rior said. "We will need to keep the prize safe, yes. Plus, we know PB," Burr added, "strangers won't be able to gain access to the base. We can't keep anyone that is not supposed to be around the kid away. The Rist wouldn't be able to do that. Not on a Republic world, no way. Jas nodded. For once, he was grateful for Burr's presence and his mercenary nature. He was not wrong. The base on PB had what they needed to see to Vest's recovery, and when she was back on her feet, they could arrange her return to Alderaan with Lady Dorma, but quietly and privately. Yes, Jas thought. He liked the idea. He looked at Rior. If you would be so kind to set a new course, Captain. It is time to return to PB. On it, the Cathar said, rising from Burr's side and heading for the bridge. This is for the best, Jas thought to himself. Yeah. It was time to go home.